this is All-Star.
We won the Earth game, now I'm ready for Mexico.
One more shot, he's just massacring Fnatic 8-1-4 for the AD carry.
What a bloodbath.
Tu peux faire au-dessus, là. Et là, il y a...
Welcome to day 2 of All-Star Paris 2014. You are looking live at the Zenith de Paris where 37 of the world's best League of Legends players have decided to duel it out for battle. This is the arena where everybody is taking part. Fans are excited. Hey, that's Syndra. Not the Atlantean skin, that'll do. See Ice backstage. They're getting ready for their Hexakill match, which will be kicking off the day shortly. Easy shy. Of course, we will be moving on. Oh, there we go. North American MVP Bjergsen. Friendly and happy. Considering how well he carried yesterday, I think he has a right to be excited. Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to our continuing coverage of All-Star Paris 2014. My name is Trevor Quickshot Henry, and lending their expertise on our special All-Star Analyst desk is, of course, Martin DeFiscio Lunga. And also joining us are Christopher Monte Cristo Michaels, Mitch Crepo Forspals, and Mr. Tons of Damage himself, David Freak Turley. A reminder that we are broadcasting every single turret, every first blood, every wombo combo in 16 different languages across the globe as La Zenith acts as home to several international live broadcast crews. Delivering the French language coverage is Chips and Noir from O Gaming. On GameNet Champions casters are here representing Korea. Broadcasting via remote feed in Shanghai, our friends at the League of Legends Pro League. And of course, we have our own crew bringing you all the action. So let's send it over to the caster desk for a closer look inside the All-Star event.
Thank you very much, Quickshot. Hello, everyone. I am Lee D-Man Smith, and alongside me today is Joshua Jet Leesman and Sam Kobe Hartman Kensler.
Yeah, and this is actually going to be the first time all three of us have been on a desk together, so I'm pretty excited.
Very excited. I had my baguette for breakfast. I'm ready to get into it.
Well, after yesterday's pulse-pounding matches, we have another full day ahead of us.
Yeah, we'll start the day off with a Hexakill match between the two challenge teams, bringing 6v6 action to Summoner's Rift. And who knows what our teams will do with that extra player. Jungle, top, 3 bottom? I don't know.
Who knows? Immediately following that, our second day of group stages will begin. In the All-Star Invitational, we will see, of course, all the games from this desk right here.
Yeah, but we'll be tackling all of the excitement beyond the Rift is our very own Shox over in the interview lounge.
Thank you very much, D-Man. I'm Eve, your Shock supporter, and I'll be talking with all the players and getting all the inside details here throughout the day. And now I'll be seeing you all soon enough. But for now, it's back to the gentlemen over at the analyst desk.
Thank you very much, everybody. Shox in particular. Let's get right into it with the latest news from our event, starting with the European League's Fnatic and Southeast Asia's Taipei Assassins, who both had a rough start to the group stage. They're both sitting at 0-2.
Yeah, for Fnatic, they have a habit of bouncing back after a bad day on the Rift, but today they will play the dominating SK Telecom T1K before they face off against TBA in the final match of the day.
Yeah, it's a difficult match. It could determine who advances to the playoffs. In the middle of the pack is North America's Cloud9, who ended the day with an even 1-1 performance.
They pulled Fnatic back after they got an early game lead and looked to be playing like the Cloud9 we actually used to seeing, which is no small task considering their mid laner shot caller was replaced by Link. But when facing the 2013 World Champions SKT T1K, simply seemed to be in Cloud9's heads, and they handed the Koreans an easy win.
A dominating win. SKT T1 looked commanding in that victory against Cloud9, and they ended the day sharing the top spot with OMG as both teams went 2-0. But the tie won't last for long, as these two juggernauts will be squaring off in our first invitational game of the day. Let's step back very quickly and actually talk about what stands out from yesterday's matches. I want to put this to the panel and kick it off with Monty.
I mean, obviously, coming in, the favorites were SK Telecom and OMG, and they continue to roll forward here. I'm really excited about the first match of the day. I think that Fnatic really needs to step up their game. They underperformed pretty severely yesterday, and I think it was quite disappointing. But Cloud9 doing all right, considering that they are lacking a key starter on that roster.
I think Link's rotations were particularly good.
They were. He learned from the best. What can I say?
Very good point though by Monty here. Fnatic, they really need to show they can bounce back after a very bad start, because all from Europe are counting on them to perform here, and we actually expected more from Fnatic, so I want to see them go in here, maybe not beat SK Telecom T1, but at least beat TPA, get into the playoffs then, and then show something in the semifinals.
Fnatic's notorious for dropping the ball day one though, and then coming back in convincing fashion when everybody's giving up on them. Other than that, I really like what CLG is doing here with their 4 substitute players.
We'll have to see what they do. Free closing thoughts?
Yeah, so for me what stood out was the fact that I saw a number of players playing off their game, like playing worse than they should, because they've been pros for a while. The top laner of TPA, Achi, I think played really awkwardly and weirdly, and also Balls made a couple of really bad decisions where he like teleports to a turret and dies 1v2, and like you're used to playing in 1v2 lanes, like welcome to North American
Well, you're not.
Legends.
They're 4v0 now.
But even still, like he played in Season 3, right? So there's players who are making mistakes that are uncharacteristic, and I want to see those get fixed.
Yeah, we'll have to see if TPA can bounce back. And let's not forget, the Ultra Rapid Fire yesterday was quite dramatic as well. On the topic of that, yesterday the Ice and Fire Challenge teams did face off in that Ultra Rapid Fire match that was completely over the top. Team Fire did defeat Ice, netting themselves 2 points for the team. And today the action starts as the squads meet in a 6-on-6 hexakill match worth another 2 points. Their rosters will be rounded out by 2 former pros you voted on, which means Messiah will head to Team Ice, while Toys will join Team Fire.
And then we'll head into the second half of the group stage, beginning with SKT T1K versus OMG. That'll be followed by Cloud9 against Taipei Assassins, then Fnatic will take on SKT T1K. After that, Cloud9 faces OMG, and the final match of the day will be Taipei Assassins versus Fnatic.
Yeah, another fully stacked day of games. Right now, it is time to take a closer look at some of the plays that shaped these standings. So these are some of your hashtag All-Star big plays. First up, it is Piglet's kill of Meteos in SKT's Stomp. This came to us from Creative Vitality. He writes, "Ooh, Piglet, that flash." Monty, what did you think of that flash?
It was a pretty sexy flash. As we see coming in here, they're chasing after Meteos, and Piglet's coming in from the top lane. Flashes sideways. He knows he's going to be able to catch up with that passive anyway, so why not just flash sideways? Make sure you dodge the skill shot if you're going to have that movement speed bonus as it is.
Made it work. Right, next up is Bjergsen's triple kill in Ultra Rapid Fire. This came from let's try this. Karamandogu35. He writes, "The mechanics of God Bjergsen." Crepo, what do you think? Is he a god?
It was very ooh as well. So yeah, he's going, he kills one, but then I feel he gets distracted. He should have gone for the turret. I really feel he rotates out of the lane to go for that kill, and I don't know. I mean, yeah, he shifts in, kills him. I mean, I would have done that too. And then he's fighting Mad Life. I mean, I've killed Mad Life before, so I don't know. It's aight.
You sound a little bitter there, Crepo. You sound
I don't know what you're talking about.
It's salty.
Not at all. All right, finally, FLICKR landing the spear against OMG. This comes from @Ignatz. He writes, "The spear landing on Sun, giving Peke the double kill. It's like when Moses divided the Red Sea." Freak, break this one down for us.
Yeah, basically magic powers here, Peke. He's got good skill shot accuracy, so the fight starts with people backing off, but I actually kind of like this play right there because they managed to re-engage properly. The culling is really good as well, and you just kind of get the chase javelins. And then OMG decided that, it was going to be too close of a game otherwise, so they wanted to make sure they gave away some kills and made it look a little bit fair.
Yeah, it looked like they were commanded to part, as it were. Right now, I want to get your thoughts for our Twitter question of the day. And today, we are asking you, which player impressed you the most on day one and why? Let's do this one in reverse order. Freak, who stands out as the brightest and shiniest from yesterday?
To me, actually, this will be weird, but I actually liked Wins because he came into the team new for TPA, played for Taipei Snipers. We know he's good, but he showed some glimmers of hope. He killed FLICKR a couple of times, and I got to say, that's that's a good way to start a competition.
I have to say, I don't think it sounds weird at all. I think Wynn's had an outstanding performance for this big stage. Of course, we saw him at Worlds as well, but I think it looks really good for TPA in the future when he continues to get some synergy.
Who is your player that stands out, Monty?
I mean, I got to give it to Bengi. You know, I kind of called him out yesterday for having some lackluster performance, but he really stepped up his game. We saw some of that old mid-jungle synergy that we used to talk about all the time, right, on SK Telecom T1K. So maybe this kind of challenge, this All-Star event, is what he needed to kind of find himself again in the jungle.
Personally, I think actually Sneaky from Cloud9 has been doing really well. And coming in here playing SKT1K was very, very hard. And still on Twitch, he actually managed to sneak around. He even got a kill onto FLICKR, which he was very proud of, by the way. So I think actually he's been playing really well, and he continued to trend from NA.
And who stands on your mind, Creppo?
Well, I was going to say Wins, but well, thank you very much. I really liked what he brought to the table in terms of ganks, and then they tried to shut FLICKR down, didn't work. The obvious answer would be FLICKR, but let's just switch it up for Piglet this time. I really like what he did on Vayne. A lot of like nifty little tricks here and there, just sidestepping skill shots, knowing when to go in. One time he just seemingly randomly popped his ulti, and just people were like, what's he doing? I ended up chasing them 2 screens away with the backup from FLICKR. Good synergy, plays, well, yeah, hyper carries, and they did also well.
I have to highlight Alan, personally. I don't usually answer these ones on the desk, but Alan on Thresh was very impressive for me yesterday. Anyway, for those of you playing along at home, send your answers to us at LOL Esports. Use the hashtag AllStar for this one. We will check your answers and highlight some of our favorites later in the show. When you guys are done tweeting, head over to lolesports.com, where you can also vote on all of today's matches and see how your calls match up against ours. Just choose the winners and hit submit, and we'll check in throughout today's games.
And you can also decide the Super 1v1 match that will happen just before the finals tomorrow. Or Sunday, sorry. You pick the pro from Team Fire and the pro from Team Ice, who you most want to see battle it out. The player with the most votes will face off on Sunday, and the victor will get 3 points for that team. Just head over to vote.lolesports.com for all the info.
All right, we do have to take a very quick break, but when we return, the action gets underway with teams Ice and Fire taking to the Rift in our second challenge match of the All-Star event. It's a Hexakill battle. You can see the players on your stage getting themselves ready, getting themselves connected, and about to take it all out against one another. Who will reign supreme? That's the question.
在退役之后呢，我依旧是在每天都非常认真的玩英雄联盟，因为我特别喜欢它，就是我的兴趣和爱好。我现在的游戏技术不会比之前差太多吧，虽然说有一点点的下降。
从我退役以来，我都是在做一个直播的工作，然后目前的话还有在写一些攻略，这样子让一些玩家知道一些特定英雄的打法。
我打职业的时间有这么多年了，然后积累了这么多的一批粉丝在支持我，然后喜欢我，包括认同我，我觉得对于我来说是一个莫大的荣耀。这个就跟我之前拿到多少成绩啊什么都没有关系，有这样的一批粉丝对于我来说，我觉得就是一个荣耀。我觉得我会非常感谢他们，也非常开心。
我知道一定会有很多粉丝会投给我，但是我没有想到我退役以后还是会有这么多的粉丝去投给我，然后让我当选这一次来到巴黎参加这一次明星赛。也许是最后一次我参加这种大型比赛。
因为我跟 Toys 啊是一个交手非常多的一个老对手了，我觉得他当时在 SR 的时候非常的 crazy。他那个时候的无论是线上的能力还是一个打团战能力都很强，然后在之后我其实是比较佩服他的一个非常稳定，然后有能量的爆发，在后期会有能量的爆发。
其实一直以来跟他交手这么多次，其实米赛是一个跟进版本很快的选手，然后这一点是选手必须要包含的一个能力。因为6连杀目前的话是不会有2个中单出现的，所以就变成说应该是2个打野，所以我们应该是补去打野的。
对，所以说我觉得发挥的话就是尽力吧，
对，就是自己懂多少打多少。
我们准备很多人，我跟草莓那个是想着一起打中路，然后一起打野区，然后去抓对面的中路，然后就很多人跑到中路去把那个中路给抓了，就是全部在打中单。
应该说每个人都觉得自己那队会赢。
对啊，
肯定不会觉得。
我不可能说他们队会赢。
对啊，他队会赢，他们队会赢，不能这样讲的。
对，我们队会赢，我们队会赢。
但是我们队会赢。
是。
Welcome back to the All-Star Paris 2014. We are about to kick off day 2 here inside Le Zenith with our second challenge game, Hexakill, where the 2 former pros that were voted will join the 2 teams.
Right, we've got Toys, the former mid laner from Season 2 World Champion Taipei Assassins. They're going to join, or he's going to join Team Fire. And then we have the former World Elite mid lane star, Messiah. He's going to be joining Team Ice.
Yeah, the fans are a little bit fired up to see these guys again. On the line are once again 2 points and obviously bragging rights for these teams. For Team Ice, a win here would actually tie them up with Team Fire because they lost yesterday.
Yeah, so what is going to be the best usage of the 6th man? This is the key question for Hexakill.
It's going to be interesting to see because one thing I like about Hexakill is it's kind of a return to before people knew how to play League of Legends. You know how everyone used to just have 2 people in the top and bottom lane, and then when there's a jungler, like, there's 2 people up here, man, why aren't you helping me out? You could exactly have this again if a team decides to go double jungle or if they decide to go double top. I think those are the 2 main choices.
Yeah, I think that the double jungle is the best choice because we don't have any bans. If you take 2 strong early game junglers and you get a laner that's fine in a 2 versus 1 situation, you can gain so much of an advantage by punishing the other team if they only have 1 jungler.
And the irony is that it's Toys and Messiah, 2 very well-known mid laners from Asia.
Yeah, I mean, I actually wouldn't be surprised if Messiah just ended up going mid lane and they just cleared it out for him, just for the spectacle of it, you know, to get to see him again.
On Twisted Fate?
Twisted Fate would be awesome, yeah. That would be
as a Cassidy just destroys him walking on his face. I think the early game junglers, though, if we did get a Lee Sin and the Elise, would be like the 2 strong ones.
Yeah, Lee Sin and Elise definitely very high up there because they both have executes. They're both mobile. As soon as each of them hits that level 3, they have so many different moves that they can pull off.
Yeah. So, I mean, if it is 2 top laners, would they go for another AD support maybe in that top lane? Really? Because then they're losing that bruiser, but if they get a bruiser jungler, it opens a whole new level of gaming up.
I think that if you go 2 top, then you definitely have 2 supports, 1 bottom and 1 top. However, you don't have to bring another AD carry. You don't have to.
I'd want to bring a kill lane.
I know you're
doing this.
You're
I would
definitely
absolutely
a fan
just
of the
want to bring
Darius.
like a bunch of tanks in the top lane. Do the old, like once again,
double stuns,
just a bunch of utility. Because CC and AoE spells, honestly, they're overpowered in this mode. because there's an extra person you get to AoE.
Oh, I mean, okay, so what about, we were talking about it off air beforehand, multiple shields, multiple heals, something like that.
Yeah, I think that has value as well. Just obviously, because Soraka has so many AoE abilities, whether it's magic shredding or healing everyone, Karma with an AoE shield. If they wanted to play a Soraka in a fun mode like Hexakill, I think it would be really strong.
And we should mention, this is blind pick. There's no bans,
Yeah.
and it is a straight blind pick mode. There's no draft mode.
The thing about Soraka is not only does she get to heal an extra person with her ult because it hits everybody on your team, but also because there's more people on the map, everybody's in the same amount of space, you get to hit more people with Star Call. Her effectiveness just goes out of this world.
Well, let's check out those starting lineups, of course. So, over on the blue side, it is Team Ice. And, of course, that means Froggin's the captain. He's alongside Doublelift and Mad Life, that duo everybody wants to see. Salmei has, unfortunately, had to depart to Paris early due to family issues. He will be replaced by OMG's Cool, who is here as a substitute. Archie is also in there. And alongside him, of course, is now Messiah.
Way over on the end there, because we've added the 6th seed, actually, into that.
Now, there's something I wanted to talk about in the game, but I guess we'll just leave that for later. On the red side, we've got Team Fire. Diamond, Bjergsen, Shy, Wei Zhao, QTV, and of course, Toys. Very, very close to your camera.
Yeah, I mean, Bjergsen called him the OG of the mid lane, if he was calling it, because, I mean, he was the one who dominated in Season 2, and that's really when Bjergsen was really getting into it, as he's been that young kid coming up now. He was watching him as he was growing up.
Yeah, it was a similar thing. Doublelift always likes to talk about how he looked up to Wei Zhao very early on. Same thing with the mid laner, Messiah and Bjergsen, and a lot of mid laners looking up to
Yeah, I mean, Messiah was like the guy that everybody looked up to for a long time, and then as Messiah did, gave a lot of credit to Toys there. Basically had to say, you know, came through Season 2, he was the man in that mid lane, dominated the likes of Rapid Star, Froggen, etc. as they went through the group stages.
A lot of mutual respect between the two guys.
Yeah, and with the respect, I kind of wonder, obviously, these teams are thrown together. The best players pretty much from every region. And honestly, Messiah and Toys, they still play the game at a really high level.
Yeah.
I wonder how much there's going to be of playing the game to like pick or win, or just playing to kind of look good yourself. You know, Shy.
I'm pretty sure from the conversations we've had, Diamond wants to win this competition.
Yeah.
Diamond definitely wants to win. Shy looked like he wanted to have fun with his full mana Blitzcrank in the rapid fire mode.
We heard a funny story. It was just like, I think it was Bjergsen talking to Shy. It's like, do you want to play Ezreal? And he just looked at him and said, Blitzcrank. And he was like, all right, I guess I'm playing Ezreal. And then Bjergsen's the one who ended up carrying the game.
Yeah, talk about making yourself look good. Bjergsen looked spectacular in that rapid fire mode. To be fair, once you get going in rapid fire, it's hard to slow someone down, especially if you're on Ezreal, mobile carry like that.
And it was funny discussing, obviously, he went with the Gunblade, which you were discussing at the time, saying, well, the cooldown affects this one. And actually even talking between the players this morning at breakfast was like a case of, how did you figure it out? He's like, well, I just figured out, you know, the cooldowns, it's a great item. And then no other pro player figured that out. It's like, that's a really good idea.
So anytime that you can combine percentage cooldown reduction with a flat cooldown reduction, it's extremely effective. That's why Rise and stuff like that is banned in the mode.
But not Gunblade. And that's one thing as well we have to mention. I mean, these pro players actually, for the most part, didn't play a huge amount of these custom game modes. So even though, yes, they were out on live for a while and they had a lot of experimentation time, these guys were doing LCS, LPL, OGN, and just now they're kind of coming in and then having to communicate with each other. All right, what is actually the optimal strategy? So I wouldn't be too surprised if we saw completely different approaches for both these teams.
I really hope that we do, because it's more exciting that way. And I feel like Diamond's team coming out with Diamond being a strong captain and trying to get everybody organized right off the bat kind of caught the other team off guard, and now they want to catch up. Everybody else has decided, whoa, Diamond's taking this so seriously.
Whoa.
Hey, man, we're going to take this seriously, too.
Doublelift doesn't want to die 13 times again.
Absolutely. He didn't want to be first blood either. He was not happy about that.
He was embarrassed in front of his coach on the analyst desk.
But I will just say, I mean, we're obviously just delaying. You saw Froggen there with his headset coming off. We just went in for an audio issue to be fixed on him. You saw the sound guys diving at his PC, so that's being fixed. He's now got his headset on, so hopefully we're beginning going in just a few moments. But what are we realistically thinking of in picks and bans for this? Obviously, there is no ban, sorry.
Yeah.
It's all picks, blind pick. So go with what you want. So literally, these players can get their #1 champion.
That's the big thing. This is the game, if they really want it, to just play exactly what they want. What if Double if Mad Life did a Lucian is his favorite champion right now, and then Mad Life, they can pick Blitzcrank. Would they do Lucian Blitzcrank?
Gotta go Blitzcrank.
Or even just Lucian Thresh? I mean, let's be fair.
I'd be happy with that.
As far as what's better right
His
now.
Thresh is pretty damn good right now.
Listen to that.
A lot of support for Diamond there, and rightfully so. He's done a great job being the captain of the team.
You can't argue with that. Bjergsen was and put on MVP yesterday and put on a dominant performance. What, 24 kills, 3 deaths, something like that. It was pretty incredible. There is Shy, of course. He's always looking so happy.
Blitzcrank.
Maybe he'll do it again. We'll see what he pulls out in the top lane, of course. He's always been that tanky top laner. I remember his Singed for a long period of time, and nobody could stop him. We'll see how it works out for him. Of course, they've got a number of choices, and it'll be interesting, as you say, whether they'll go with that kill top lane.
Yeah, I mean, whether it's double jungle or not, I know there's only one true jungler.
So what would be the
both these
advantage over going double jungle compared to double top? I mean, who gains the advantage there, or is there one?
So it all depends on how quickly the team that has 2 laners can collapse. Because if you go double jungle, you do not spend your time in your own jungle.
No.
You are going for invades.
Yeah.
You use your double junglers, you try and get the other jungler behind. And if the other team's lanes do not collapse quickly enough, you can easily take out a jungler. 2 versus 1 in the early game, if they catch you at a camp, they will destroy you before your team has any time to react. So if the team is not running 2 junglers, they need to have a strategy prepared to defend against that.
Yeah, especially when you consider the early game power of things like Lee Sin and Elise.
Yeah, we're so hyped up on...
Yeah, if you had 2 really strong top laners against one person, you're actually going to get 3v2'd. As soon as Lee Sin and Elise come in with buffs of their own, it's probably closer to the optimal strategy, but we'll see what the teams decide to end up going with, because it's blind pick, and it's going to be pretty fast.
Well, they're going to start popping into place in just a moment. You can see them on your screen. Who is going to lock in? Who is going to go with what? Let's quickly glimpse down. You can see there's an Anivia in there. Mad Life actually hovering over it. Everybody random in, pacing through everything.
If we thought there was an issue of people mousing over a pick to get the crowd going in normal draft, what's going to happen now?
Well, Toys is holding out. He's the only one so far. We'll see which way this goes. Messiah on LeBlanc at the moment. That would be great to see. Of course, he's alongside Frog, and he's got that Anivia double lift with the Vayne. Everybody's holding their known champions right now. He needs a Twisted Fate switching from
The only thing that's not switching back and forth rapidly right now are summoner spells. And currently we have 2 smite each.
Yeah,
Ooh,
that would show double jungler right there. It makes sense. Cool and Archie. That would mean Froggen might actually end up being a top laner if they let Messiah go mid. Look at that crowd. You probably can't even hear me right now.
Well, the crowd is loving it, that's for sure. And why not? Because this could be fantastic. There is one locked in. It is Elise. Elise has been locked in there. Double Lift also locking in alongside Mad Life, as you said. Lucian and Thresh.
Kassadin as well is locked in for Messiah.
Pantheon is another very strong early game jungler, so they're looking to try and combat the Elise Lee Sin combo.
I think they wanted the Twisted Fate. They're not happy.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, Toys is on Orianna. That's what he played in the Season 2 Worlds.
All right, those are the teams.
Now,
right there.
Look at these double junglers. Because they both have Lee Sin, really the wild card is Elise Cocoon. Can you land your Cocoon? If you do not, Pantheon doesn't have to aim his stun.
Exactly.
If you guys meet up in the jungle and Elise misses her Cocoon, then it could be bad.
If we're speaking about double jungle, Pantheon, Lee Sin, guaranteed Lee Sin skill shots too if they set the gank up right. Could be pretty dangerous.
So let's hit the
champions
champions quick. Let's hit the champions quick. So Froggen on Aurelia, Lucian for Double Lift, Thresh for Mad Life, Lee Sin being picked up by Cool, so that's a double jungle. Alongside him is Archie, of course, on, I'm trying to see what it is, Pantheon, of course, and of course Kassadin for Messiah. So on the other side,
on the fire side is going to be Diamond on Elise, what we're in the game, Bjergsen on Lee Sin, Shy on Jace, Wei Xiao on Lucian, QTV on Alistair, and of course Toys on Orianna.
So as the game is about to get underway, we want to know who you guys think is going to win this one. Use the hashtag IceWin or hashtag FireWin. Tweet it at LOL Esports, and we will find out who you guys at home feel will win. Here we go then, ladies and gentlemen, straight into the game, Ice versus Fire.
Now, one of the most, to me, about Hexakill as a mode is the way that it changes the in-game economy of Summoner's Rift. We're going to get a really early invade here, though.
Well, they don't see each other, so
they
keep talking about the
barely
economy.
patched.
Yeah.
Okay, so because when you have a closed system and you keep the supply the same while increasing demand, I mean, all of the minions and all of the objectives are kept constant here, while you're adding 2 more players to the Rift. That increases the cost of each objective. Talked about double junglers. If they both decide to go for 1 buff, you're going to have to commit more of your champions to that buff, and you have to commit more people to every objective that you want to take.
Well, you could also just comment on how it's going to slow the game down a little bit too, because as far as actual farm distribution, everyone's going to be getting slightly less gold. When you compare that to Earth, where you have Bjergsen with 15,000 gold at 14 minutes, this is most likely a much longer game.
Passive gold generation will stay the same, but everything else remains constant here. They just barely missed, by the way. That was such a close pass with the 2 invades here, but we are going to start both of them on the red buffs, and both junglers are going to start the same buff. Now, let's discuss the risks of actually, with double junglers, trying to start 2 buffs. If you spread yourself thin, you very well could come out with a 2 buff start right when they spawn. However, it's much, much safer to just have both of them in one spot.
Yeah, especially considering the added roaming on this map. It's very easy to get caught. They're more interested in that red buff right now.
So both of them are going with the riskier start. They want to get 2 buff starts. They're not going to be at the same buff, and it pays off for both teams because neither of them go for the collapse.
So both teams, they figured out the red buff. Everybody knew there was going to be the steal. So let's have a look. What are the lanes developing like? It's going to be QTV alongside Wei Xiao down that bottom line, up against Doublelift and Mad Life. But we see Messiah in the mid lane, of course, on that Cassidy up against Toys. This is what we wanted to see, ladies and gentlemen. The old World Elite mid laner up against the old Taipei Assassins mid laner.
We actually have incredibly cool lane matchups, but there's going to be a lot of ganks.
Oh, Bjergsen on that Lee Sin will take a hit. He's actually on SK Telecom's skin, I believe, as well. So gets a lot of damage on Messiah early on.
Yeah, we get to see the fabled matchup here. However, as you said, there's going to be a lot more ganks with a lot more junglers. Up top, though, is where we're at Team Ice is
that's a lot of people going up there.
Oh, the hook, though, down the bottom. There's going to be the kick landing. Archie does manage to catch onto a Shy. We also saw Mad Life landing that hook. QTV taken very low by the double life combo down this bottom lane. Doublelift must be really happy about playing alongside Mad Life. I know I would be.
Yeah, this lane is going to be really exciting. If Doublelift and Mad Life don't do well, they are going to be so criticized by their format people because theirs should be the best.
Well, those hooks keep on coming. There's a flake. QTV has to flash away from it this time around. A lot of summoner spells already blown in this bottom lane.
And a lot of mana burned here for Mad Life. He's constantly throwing out these hooks to get the advantage. Now he's actually completely dry.
Double invade coming out. Bjergsen and Diamond joining in towards Archie. Cool putting a lot of damage back down towards them. They're going to try and transfer it around. Bjergsen taking low. Bjergsen goes down. He gets first blood in the meantime. Teleport comes out. Shine joins the party. He drops the hammer down. Froggen gets in to get one, but he's all on his own now because there's another 2 dropping down. Froggen's in trouble. That's going to be a triple kill. Would you believe it?
And we see how they're fighting over the same amount of resources. We're going to see so many more fights early in this game because there's so much less for them to get.
And I think it's really important how yesterday Team Fire was the more organized team. They're also the team with the only true jungler who, when they went in there, they had the level advantage and they took this down. Even though they ended up getting first blood away, they're level 3s versus level 2s, and they're also able to collapse better, much better, despite this being on the ice side of the map.
It was great focus by them to both take down the Lee Sin first, but then we see the teleports coming in.
Chaos.
As we said, everybody joins. Everybody's committed because they don't want to give up the jungle sides. It's so important for them.
And the difference, obviously, Shy on that Jace is so strong early on. Toys gets jumped in, so many stuns just locking him down, and Messiah picks up the kill.
We're going to see a lot of that. When there's 2 junglers ganking, it's bad enough to have to deal with the Pantheon early game. Oh dear.
Basically what we're seeing is Hexakill is a test for how to deal with overpopulation because everybody's getting desperate for gold. They're just going full on aggressive.
Gotta pick good skirmishers, I suppose.
Yes, gotta pick good early game skirmishers because people are fighting tooth and nail for every little bit of gold.
I mean, so let's talk about traditional top lanes. Froggen versus Shy in this top lane.
He's got double buff.
The old mid laner up against him. But as you mentioned, Shy's got triple kill back there. How hard is that to go up against now?
Because he went tier, he's going to have a little bit of scaling where he has to catch up here as he gets aggression right now. But later, he should take over. Ooh, man.
So close. Now, if you hit that Lee Sin Q, you take it.
Uh-oh, Archie's in trouble. There's a double combo. Bjergsen and Diamond ganging up once again. And Archie this time looks like he's not going to be able to escape. Shy comes in, gets himself a 4.
My God, he's going to be a beast. 4 kills with the weak early game build. He's going to have so much mana late game. He can actually carry very, very well on this Jace.
If we think about this, this is Shy at the All-Star game on Jace. Last year, he destroyed the world as Jace, and he's doing it again in Hexakill.
Well, Cool and Madlife joining in here. You can see they're pushing back onto Diamond once again. They got Froggen in support. He comes out,
dear.
gets the stun down on him. He's going to repel, manages to use Madlife as a flea, but you can see he gets caught up. Cool comes in, he gets the kill.
Shy still has double buffs though, and he's spamming the gate. They're on the chase.
Messiah locking down. Is he going to get the silence down? Shy wants to be the focus. So much gold up in hand. It's Madlife that gets the kill on his teammate, Shy.
Why wouldn't it be Madlife? He made it up to the top lane. He's saying double it. You can have fun down there, but there's too much happening on the map. He went up and got
Hey, we got this thing good 5 minutes maybe of the double lift Mad Life lane.
Yeah.
That's enough.
They were doing well.
They did well.
Yeah, they proved it.
Well, at the moment, it's definitely Fire that are being the more aggressive. They're the ones that are pushing the invades. They are the ones that are in the jungle of ice. Messiah's trying to get going in this mid lane, though.
Also, we gotta watch which of these pair of junglers stay together more, because you do not get bonus experience from the actual jungle. However, your ganks are so much more potent. So that's the difference we just saw in that top lane.
And I'd have to say that as far as sticking together, it's been the Bjergsen Diamond combo. Those guys are just basically holding hands through the jungle when they go for ganks. They're split up kind of for the first time right now, but the ganks with 2 people have been so much more effective.
Yeah, just to try and clear the jungle more effectively right now. The one buff that is up right now is blue. With 2 junglers, it's going to be even harder for a mid laner to get their double buff now, or even just a single blue buff.
Oh, man.
We'll have to see if they can give it over to him.
Archie is level 3, so you can really see how the junglers are falling behind here. The overpopulation is starving out Archie at the moment, as he can't even get his own buffs.
I actually understand Froggen going without Aurelia actually is quite a sneaky ploy, because obviously with the more players on the map, when he goes in for those big team fights, his passive is going to work even better.
Well, speaking of that, getting your own buffs, chat, you actually do have that comeback mechanic. So Archie getting that red buff is going to be huge for him. It's so hard for him to even take it down, though. He's run completely out of mana.
Another
so he
big
has no
gank job
presence on the map.
Nice dash there by Froggen trying to go in for Diamond, but he is in so much pain in that lane. Look at Shy.
Just wait until he combines that tier with his longsword, and then the pain will really start to rain down.
Yeah, Manamune early for Shy will be absolutely unstoppable. We're only 8 minutes in. This has been much faster paced than I expected, actually.
Yeah, I mean,
telling you, man, people get desperate when there's not as much on the board.
Everybody wants that gold. The teleport coming in. QTV's taking all of the culling damage. Froggen comes in. The headbutt does knock him away. Madlife pulls Froggen straight back in, and double lift gets the kill.
Madlife has really been abusing his range advantage in that bottom lane, both having Lucians, but the discrepancy between Alistar and Thresh is definitely apparent here, making some big plays.
And it's interesting how he's actually rushed those boots of mobility on Thresh as well, knowing that there's so much roaming in this game with the double Lee Sins and everyone ganking. He wants to be able to get there to throw lanterns and save lives. Or get kills.
All right, this turret about to go down, but it looks like a safe take for them. Now, the thing I want to point out is, yes, there's 6 people now, and each person still has a trinket, but there's still not that much vision on the map.
No, who cares about vision at this point? You got so many people, you got more walking wards.
There you go.
And they were considering the Dragon, which would be possibly the first time we'd see a full-on 6-on-6. There is a teleport for Shy. Archie's going to find Bjergsen in that jungle, just tosses his spear his way. Diamond is ready and waiting to go in there, so Team Fire look like they want to start that jungle off. Dragon off.
Shy, meanwhile, has been left alone in that top lane. He has his teleport ready for if that dragon does get started. He's going to put a lot of pain onto this turret, though. Double wave with a cannon minion.
Yeah, Shy's actually going to have to start joining the fray, because Team Ice has actually been able to pull off a fairly decent-sized advantage here. 1,000 gold, more roaming ganks. The fact that Messiah's at level 6 on Kassadin, they're really making stuff happen. Toys gotta watch out a little bit.
Yeah, Kassadin is very, very scary when we do get to the late game against any mages, so Toys is going to have a hard time. Luckily for Team Fire, they've got a lot of attack damage on their team as well.
We'll see how it develops. You can see in the top 3 members stacking. Messiah almost taking Toys down. It looks like the top turret is now the focus, though, for Ice.
They're really going all out for Shy here. I think we're going to see the turret pushing starting very soon as they're trying to make up for it on the bottom side as well. There are 3 Team Ice members near the red buff of Team Fire.
Yeah, they committed to up top. However, there was not much for them to get up there.
Well, you can see in the mid lane, they're jumping on towards Bjergsen. Bjergsen getting focused down. A lot of damage, gets kicked into the wall. Escapes with a safeguard on Diamond.
Escaping a 4-man gank. Pretty damn impressive there. He did have to burn everything, but the interesting thing about that 4-man gank, it's not like they sacrifice lanes because they have the people to share. Froggen has to take the top turret.
I don't think any lane is going to be left for nobody to have experience in.
Yeah.
Somebody's always going to jump
There
out.
are no free minions here, it seems.
So Shy dropping the hammer in the top lane, has got that Man Immunity and the Vampiric Scepter built up already. Plus remember, he got that triple at the start. He's the one that, once these team fights start, could make a big difference. But Froggen has done a really good job at keeping up with it.
And I do want to say something, if I have a moment, about Kassadin. I was ready to talk about him if he made it into the actual games, but he has been banned at the start of all of them. So with the new Kassadin, he actually gets more damage per level scaling than he used to. He used to hit his damage cap basically at level 13, but now so much of that damage has been moved into his W, and it gives such big mana return when he actually does land it. Kassadin really hits his peak actually at level 18 now, as opposed to around level 13. And if this game goes really long, that's when Messiah is absolutely going to take over.
Well, the Dragon goes down, you saw it there. So Team Fire do pull themselves back in. It's still just a 500 gold deficit between these teams. Still very close, and Shy still trying to put some work in to take that turret down, but Froggen not allowing him.
He is doing his best up there, and he's also got another roaming support. Mad Life, you mentioned the mobility boots. He's made his way up top again, and they're collapsing on Shy.
Oh, God.
They're going to lock him down. There's the Flay. He knocks one away with the hammer. He's not going to be enough. He gets locked up. It's Mad Life again with the kill on Shy.
Now, Mad Life went with those mobility boots. Meanwhile, Alistar hasn't been able to get any boots. He's investing in an early talisman. I kind of like this gambit for him, though, because even though early game, he won't have the mobility to move around, a team mobility like Talisman is going to pay off really, really big towards that mid-game, when your whole team needs to be collapsing.
Oh, there comes Messiah jumping on, and there's the stun, there's the hook, and a wombo combo takes him down. Bjergsen had no chance this time.
Team Ice is absolutely taking control of this game. More mobility overall, no true jungler right now, but the Kassadin pick, just combined with all the other jumps like from Pantheon, are chasing Fire down.
Where's Diamond going? Where is he going to run to? Where's he going to hide? He manages to land the cocoon on Messiah, but he's just going to catch on Rift Walk back on towards him. He's got Cool and Froggen coming in. There's going to be double no! The tower hit's not going to land either. We do see Diamond going down to Froggen as well.
Second time that Toys has barely escaped with his life. He is holding on in that mid lane, trying to fend off all these attackers that keep come visiting.
Yeah, I mean, technically at the end of the game, he could land a 6-man shockwave, but it's going to be a while until he's got a big impact, because he is kind of a sitting duck in a game full of Hawks.
You can see Shy once again, he's in trouble. Where's he going to run? This 3-man roaming team is just knocking him down once again, and it's an easy kill this time for Messiah.
That basically felt like a replay. I could have sworn we saw that happen a few minutes ago. They are just camping him up top because he keeps trying to push his advantage. He doesn't actually have the damage yet to crush people, and he's dying to ganks.
We talked about the build for him having to scale up a little bit, and they're just trying to head off that big threat before it gets into anything. This was, we knew it was going to happen to Diamond.
Can't run away that far.
It was really just how much of those 3 champions' time can Diamond waste? Because if you can pull 3 champions, that's huge. That's half of the enemy team.
Froggen's actually getting pretty strong amongst all.
Ooh, he's got to dodge this.
He flashed away, does get caught out. Bjergsen's going to keep on chasing, as you mentioned, but he's got no mana here. He can't engage, but Mad Life is coming in. Mad Life will join the party. There's the exhaust down.
Oh, no.
Now they're fancying it. There's the ultimate coming down. Mad Life just kites him around. Froggen gets the kill.
Doesn't matter if you miss the play, if you hit the hook.
I mean, that's Mad Life. He's going to land something on top of you. Froggen there, going back to base actually with 2,700 gold. We'll be able to purchase some real goodies. Trying to do Wicked, his teammate, best service on Aurelia, just trying to win it with any matchup. He's doing quite well.
And also, he's gone with the early speed build again that we did see from Soaz as well.
Alacrity rush.
He's rushed this mobility before even completing that Trinity Force.
Well, it definitely needs to try and work him down at the moment. We're seeing this mid lane. Toys and Messiah, they haven't been able to go at it too much. Toys has managed to evade a lot of the damage been coming his way. It's Messiah that's definitely been roaming around. Teleport going up towards the top lane. It is Froggen going up there. He's going to try and come around back on towards Shy. Shy is wondering, which way am I going to go here? Froggen's going to chase him down. He's got no support, though. He may actually be in trouble himself.
Yeah, Froggen's on the backside now. Shy's been able to kite him into the rest of the team.
Caps around, Bjergsen joins the party. Shy, but he kicks him into the Baron pit. Not what he wanted, he regresses the Baron. And now the Baron's actually attacking Messiah. Comes in, Bjergsen gets out of there. And now Messiah's in trouble. He gets locked up, pulverized headbutt, bounced around in the river, and he will get taken down.
Meanwhile, down bottom, Team Ice are not going to let that aggression go without a answer. They're shoving down this mid lane turret, or bottom lane turret. They've already taken it.
Yeah, and there had to be so much invested to kill Messiah and Froggen that the other 4 people were able to do something. These guys, obviously they don't have the best communication because they're all speaking different languages, but the instincts are still there. They're doing very well to push objectives when members get killed.
They're rushing into the mid lane. You can see Diamond and Toys here, but they need to get the hell out of there. Mad Life's chasing. He has got those Moby boots on, but again, he's not going to catch on towards them, and it's another tower picked up by Fire.
2 outer turrets taken. Now there's more room on the map here. We need to see another good ultimate from Pantheon, from Archie.
It's the Chinese battle, Wei Zhao versus Cole, and he uses that minion to sneak out there. Wei Zhao didn't want any of that.
It's not a very exciting duel. But you can see he just had a Spirit of the Other Lizard. He would not have been able to take on a bloodthirster Lucian in that duel. He had to get away.
All right, we are getting towards the stage of the game where we will be able to see 12 champion fights here. It's going to be chaotic. It's going to be all about the first CC to land, because the focus from a 6-man team will annihilate a person much quicker than in a normal team fight.
And if we're actually thinking about AoE spells or AoE crowd control, I'd say Team Fire has a bit of an edge. Alistair plus Orianna, the cowball combo, if they could actually pull it off against a highly mobile team here in Ice, would be good. The gold is close enough to make team fights be able to swing it.
I think a big part of this is going to have to go on Archie's shoulders with the Pantheon ultimate, because it can be a devastating tool. If he can get the entire team of Team Fire spreading out and trying to run away from him, then it'll be great for them. But you can also land skill shot CCs like Cocoon right onto him.
And he is just so squishy, though, which makes this more difficult. It's about to happen, though. 6 people in the middle.
There's the hook. It lands on Diamond. He repels straight out of it. Bam! Big pulverize, catching 4 members of Ice out. QTV with that ultimate running takes a lot of the damage from Ice there, and now Ice are running.
Yeah, and Alistair was just a little bit too far ahead of the shockwave there. They didn't use it. The ball could not be on his head. That would have been devastating. Small opportunity missed.
Now he's pretty much out of the fight. An Alistair at half-life with no ultimate, no flash, is not going to provide a whole lot for the team.
Well, while this is all happening, Froggen's keeping that top wave pushing. Remember, they did take down that inner turret already, so someone is going to have to deal with that inhibitor turret push while Ice continue to drag them towards the dragon.
They also have top lane giant minion wave. They want that to crash onto the turret.
I mean, this is just going to be a forced fight. Alistair's been able to heal up a little bit. They do have the Jace Gate to try and get in there. They don't want a sloppy initiation because that would mean potentially a Hexa kill.
Really, the loser here is the dragon, getting attacked from all sides.
Oh, wow.
And it is the burst from Team Fire to take it.
4 smites in the game and a Jace takes the dragon. What's going on here?
That's the second dragon of the game for Fire as well, and that keeps them within that gold. You can see there's both equal so far. Bjergsen's got out once again, though. Pantheon will be man-dropping on towards him. Cool actually kicked him almost out of his radius, but 5 members, when they're on you, you're not going to escape.
Great job by Team Ice, recognizing teleport up top from Shy. He's not going to be there. This is our time to engage, and they grab a kill.
Yeah, maybe we're going to see a 6-man siege here. This turret is completely untouched, but they do hold the 1-man advantage. 65 turret dive, though, cannot be a good idea.
They're going to keep on pushing through here. There it's going to be Froggen coming around the side. 5 men straight in towards it. QTV taken low. Froggen does get taken down by Toys in the meanwhile. Messiah now, he's having to back out of there. As Shy realizes they've still got that tower. Why not keep pushing this advantage? Double F takes a lot of damage. Archie gets wrecked. Shy manages to take him down. They continue to push. They got the acceleration gate. But again, the culling is enough to stop them in their tracks.
And that's just what happened. They dove into the turret, but they didn't actually have a big enough advantage percentage-wise as far as people go.
There's just so many things to keep track of in this game because there are 6 different ultimates, 6 different flash timers. You really just have to have everyone on the same page as long as you all commit to it.
Yeah, as far as instinct goes, you're thinking, they got a guy dead and we got a few people low. This is probably fine, right? But there's an extra person.
Alistair's already coming back up. That was really bad for Team Ice there. Froggen, especially with that mobility build, jumping in very early, can't take too much damage. Oh, what a smite from Cool!
Oh, sneaky. Cool comes around on his Chinese compatriot Wei Zhao and sneaks in there. Of course, Cool coming in from OMG as well, was considered the mid laner before Xiang managed to finally get his visa to arrive here. So, ward being placed on Baron. That's potentially an early target because they're hitting the 20-minute mark here.
Sneaky little pink ward that has been in there for a while here from Team Fire, though.
Froggen strong in a 1v1, though. Look out.
Wow! Froggen just decimating Shy now in that top lane.
Showing why Aurelia, a lot of people pick that into a Jace. If they actually get to even see the matchup, it's a great choice when she can get on him and stick to him with all this mobility that he's built up. Pretty easy 1 versus 1.
Messiah giving up on a big wave of farm here. He realizes the fight may well be starting out in his mid lane.
Yeah, the thing is, it's hard to get 1v1s in a game with 6 people. Now we got a double fight.
Oh, Bjergsen went way too deep. The communication not quite right with the rest of Fire here. And Ice are going to capitalize.
Oh, no!
A great hook on Toys. He gets taken down. QTV is surrounded. He's got nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. He's going to get knocked down. You can see Double Lift on towards him while the rest of Ice chase down Wei Zhao. He's going to get caught out. Froggen. And
do we see the first Baron?
Combo.
I mean, we probably could have. Baron for 6 would be a really valuable thing, but they also have mid lane turrets. What do they choose? They want the monies right now. There is a smite steal, and they're going to kill this Baron fast.
The buddies and the purple flowers.
Diamond is off the side. You can see Shy also in there. I wonder if Diamond's going to consider this one. Shy puts a big shockwave down on towards him. Diamond is ready and waiting to come in. Is he going to try and get in and get the smite still? He repels it. He comes in towards it. No, not going to be enough. Cool out smites him, and Froggen gets himself another kill.
That's an example of actually having to have good communication. These are just player instincts. 6 people stop doing Baron. All 6 people have to be on the same page. Stop doing Baron, immediately kill the jungler. They're such good players that they know this is the only response that you could possibly have. Nobody getting that low enough for Diamond to steal.
Even after all that, it's a 4,000 to 5,000 gold advantage. It's looking like more momentum is in their favor, though. Really, that last fight, Double Lift and Mad Life, even though they haven't been together too much, were the ones that really made that play. Double Lift went pretty much point-blank range with the culling because he knew the team had such a big advantage. Mad Life landed the hook onto onto Toys, which did most of the work for the rest of that fight, granting them the Baron.
Well played from both of them. And also, now I want to take a look at how many aura items can people start stacking up, because these are extremely important in Hexakill. Already we've got one from the Pantheon, so he's going to be adding some defenses for the rest of the team. You mentioned how squishy he is personally, but at least he will be adding an aura if he can stay alive to the rest of his team.
Froggen at the moment is starting to go man mode for his team as captain. 637, Triforce complete, got that giant spell you've talked about. His alacrity boots he picked up really early on. Definitely turning the tables considering Shy was 4-0 at the start of this after that crazy triple kill he managed to pick up early on.
And we also got to keep in mind, Double Lift had 13 deaths versus the carry Bjergsen last game. Now Double Lift's 303 and it's a 1-5 Bjergsen on the other side. I mean, they're trying to get some pretty big revenge here.
Yeah, he's on Lee Sin. They gotta give him Sonic here. We'll see how it works out for them. Look at this, so a 5-man invade in the mid lane while Double Lift keeps them busy in the mid.
All right, so swinging up to top here. It looks like we will have another siege. The Baron buff is going to do a lot for Team Ice just because of the regen. Keep your eyes on Mad Life, because if they land one of those hooks, things are going to happen very quickly, as we've seen so far.
These are those big AoE fights. There is more AoE skills and crowd control on the side of Fire, but they're behind. Can they land the right combos in order to get back in this game? The Baron buff on 6 is immensely valuable here.
See if we can get that Alistar Orianna combo going, because that is crucial. But like we said, it takes communication. It takes playing with another person for a right amount of time to really be able to get those down.
Yeah, they don't have it.
Well, I mean, you saw there, just the culling was used very early on from Double Lift. Wei Zhao held his nerve on there, and again, them shock blasts just doing enough to keep him away. And as you mentioned, with the pulverize, the cow delivery system, I keep believing you called it, a great use of word for it, is exactly what could come out, and that's going to be a tricky problem for Ice. They're getting the picks right now, they're getting the objectives, but now they're down to those core turrets, those a few inner turrets that are left and that base. It's going to be very hard for them to break it down. Looks like the Dragon's going to be the focus, so that's up in 2 seconds.
So out of the Baron buff, they are getting a little bit of control of the map. They weren't able to take down the turret, but taking away Dragon is actually good. Granting gold to every member on the team, it has increased value. I also want to mention another completed aura here. Now both teams actually have somebody with the defensive stats.
Yeah, and Double Lift has been farming a whole bunch when you consider they're having to split the farm amongst their 6-person team. 220 at 24.5 minutes is a bunch of it.
I like how you mentioned which players are going to play to make themselves look good and which players are going to play for the team and trying to get the team to win.
Technically, Double is doing both right
He's
now.
actually doing both. He's playing extremely well, and he's back to his old ways, getting as much CS as he can. It says something even more on Hexakill, because there are 3 lanes and more people that are fighting over that CS.
Oh, fighting the jungle.
Well, you can see Messiah actually getting caught out here. Bjergsen's going to follow. The rest of his team are close by. You can see that lantern dangling out there from Mad Life. And Messiah is safe for now. What I did quickly want to mention is the fact that Warmogs has been built by Cool early on as his first item on Lee Sin.
Now, Warmogs is pretty good right when you get it. A huge burst of HP. However, if you're going for the long-run defensive items, then it's more efficient to go with those Randuins and with your magic resistance choice, item of choice.
Oh, there's going to be tons of damage coming down of Ice now. The double Trinity Force has been completed. Doublelift has that along with Froggen, who has now completed that Randuin's Omen. So Froggen and Cool, if they're both going to be going in there, some big tanky targets alongside with a lot of damage to back it up. Ice are looking good. Of course, they have that 10 kill advantage. And overall, in gold, you can see it's a 7,000 gold lead so far. They're in a commanding position, but as we saw in the top lane, they're still a little unsure about how to break down the defense of that six-man line from Fire.
The game is definitely slowed down, and that's one of the things that happens in Hexakill as far as trying to pull people out of position. There's one more person you have to pull out of position, and it is much harder to siege against 6 as it is with 5. There's still the same number of minions, and you need to be able to clear it.
Especially with a team comp like this that Team Ice are running. They don't have a good way of taking down a turret 6 versus 6. I mean, they have so much melee here. Even though Kassadin Messiah here has completed the death cap on top of his charged up Rod of Ages, it's so dangerous for him to go in. Because of that AoE that you keep talking about on Team Fire, they have a very real chance of easily defending these turrets.
That bottom lane was exposed very early on, remember. They're actually looking to try and get around the back of Messiah there. I don't think that's going to work out. Very tricky to hold down a Kassadin. They're still trying to work an advantage. That's what he said. You can see they're trying to gather around for the mid lane. Wow, that's a shockwave pulling him in. And Bjergsen gets away. Cool's going to try and chase on towards him. Flashes out of the Sonic Wave, and instead he's going to get caught down. That's going to be the tower going down. That's the objective they were after. And now you can see Cool. He's going back in. He's going to get engaged upon, though. Messiah backs him up. He tries to catch on towards Diamond. A lot of damage coming out. The calling landing on towards him. QT runs interference. Diamond taken so low with the Ignite running. Is it going to be enough? The heal comes out from QTV and holds him just alive.
Now, this is really interesting because with 6 people, the breaking point for sieges comes much quicker. We see them spreading out, trying to defend all 3 lanes, and somebody eventually gets caught out,
so
resulting in 2 turrets.
Another tower, as you said. They were the 2 turrets. The Baron had run out. They finally managed to break the siege. It was actually down to Cool and Froggen diving on someone in that jungle, eventually stepping out of position.
Yeah, honestly, that was Bjergsen getting caught out right at the start, costing them once again. Yes, they could hold fairly well, but when that happened, chaos ensued. They missed the shockwave that they needed to hold them off, and that's the big reason they lost that fight.
If you're going to be trying to defend all 3 lanes at once, then the breaking point will come up pretty soon, as Team Ice do have the potential to dive very quickly. They have that Pantheon as well. They can just go for a straight-on tower dive, and there's so much damage on the field that their target, if your team is split up, they'll take you out very quickly.
Well, there is, as you mentioned, a lot of damage on the field. You look at Shai, he's finally completed that Manamune. He's continued to the Muriman. He's got that last Whisper in the Brutalizer he had very early on. But again, if you look at Doublelift, he's now got himself the last Whisper stacked alongside that Bloodthirster and Trinity Force. Rabadon's death caps are popping in left and right. You can see Zhonya's Hourglass was picked up by Toys as well. He knows he's going to be the focus target.
Everybody's rich!
Everybody's rich. Everybody's got a lot of money. There's been a lot of kills so far. There could be more coming in a moment. Doublelift actually catching on towards QTV. The Colin is going to take him down. The ulti not enough. Here comes the Grand Skyfall on towards Toys. Toys flashes away. He's got a Zhonya as he uses it a little bit too late there. He's going to get taken down. Doublelift putting the damage back on towards Bjergsen. He wants to get revenge. He gets Wei Zhao instead, and it's a Lucian on Lucian.
And Ice is just showing how they can pile on and chase for seemingly forever. Diamond is way outside, and Ice is coming.
Yeah, they're going to chase him down. I don't think he's going to be able to escape this one. Cool's running interference. The rest of Ice claps around towards him. Baron is now back up, and that is where they're going.
Another Baron for Team Ice. We are definitely seeing a refocused team here. They took that loss in rapid fire mode very, very personally. Doublelift and Mad Life especially have been spamming duo Q together. They really wanted to come back strong in this game.
Yeah, I know Doublelift was trying a lot to get his team going together. Let's take another look at this fight. It was Doublelift leading the charge, really finishing off QTV with that culling, but he was going to be dead anyway.
Ult and flash, and he still died.
But he flashed back into the culling.
Yeah.
Yeah, big thing here is once again the shockwave couldn't hit that really highly mobile Team Ice. it's nothing against Choice here. It's almost impossible to land a good shockwave on a team that is so mobile. Once the AoE threats were down in Alistair and Orianna, they just piled on top, didn't matter.
Yeah, fantastic start though, and a fantastic turnaround, because you got to remember, Fi had that triple kill early on. Froggen chasing down Shy, and this is really one of the big differences. Shy started off so strong, headbutt comes out from QTV,
Froggen's not giving
but he's
up,
going to
though.
blade surge onto a minion. He may be enough to close him down. No, the speed comes out with the shock, the acceleration.
They're
gate.
still not giving up. Mad Life's trying to cut them off with his mobility boots, and Cool on the other side getting caught.
Oh, there's going to be Archie jumping straight on towards him. Mad Life flays him back in there, and it will be the kill for Archie. Meanwhile, we also see QTV going down to Messiah.
And this is just Ice being really far ahead. The second Baron, they pop the locket on the turret, and meanwhile, Cool didn't even die on the other side.
Mobility really paying off for them.
Oh, there's the fight.
Oh, Wei Zhao getting away from this one. Cool is so tanky now. He's starting to stack that damage on as well. Wei Zhao running for his life, but that inhibitor has finally gone down. That's Ice breaking the deadlock. Now they're going to close on towards Diamond. Diamond taking all the culling damage. Bjergsen goes in, sacrificial lamb, but he doesn't manage to save with Diamond. Diamond goes down, and Froggen comes through. Toys is going to get the Zhonya's hourglass off, but he dies to Froggen as well, who is now on a killing spree. 9-3-10 for Froggen. The captain really leading from the front.
28 kills to 9, the inhibitor going down. Ice just piling on. There are still 3 big death timers and 6 big people coming up the mid lane for Ice.
They definitely have their eyes on the Nexus turret now.
Yeah, they're going to pile straight in there. The shockwave's just not doing enough damage anymore. Ice as a 6-man pile on, doing the damage on the Nexus turret. One man, no, he will not go down. Just about. Archie manages to pay the price, but it's another double kill for Double Lift. Froggen takes himself down 1 turret. There's the second, and Ice will pull equal. It's all square, ladies and gentlemen. It was certainly a great performance by Fi yesterday, but Ice have took revenge. It's all square, 2-2.
It's all fun and games until somebody gets embarrassed. Team Ice were embarrassed after Bjergsen's display on rapid fire mode, and they are not going to let that sit well.
You're absolutely right. Look how happy Double Lift was after that one. He has kind of gotten back at Bjergsen for what happened yesterday. 7-0-7 on that Lucian versus the 1-6 Bjergsen Lee Sin. He can't play everything, apparently.
Big smiles on the face of Ice there, as you say. They're really happy with that one. That's definitely going to hot up this challenge matches between these teams. That was Hexakill coming tomorrow, I believe is pick 10. And that is going to be an interesting one. You feel Fire may have the edge in that. We'll see how it works out, because at the moment, we're going to rest in the laurels. The victory that Ice have just had, and it was a pretty dominant one. 30 kills to 10 in the end.
Froggen displaying once again that popular European Aurelia build. I thought it was going to be dangerous for him to look for those duels with Jace that he wants to go for in a 6-man team, because it's very hard to find a 1 versus 1 when there's more people, but he got it multiple times, and in the end, that's what rewarded them with an inhibitor.
Hexakill is just such a strange game mode with all those gank threats coming around. An incredibly fed early on Jace in Shy was easily shut down because they just piled on junglers one after the other, and he was never really able to adapt.
They did a great job diverting their focus up to that top lane. Once they saw Shy was going to be a problem with those early 4 kills, they did see his delayed build with a tier, which a lot of people skip now on Jace. They took advantage of it before he actually turned all that money into combat items.
Again, I got to wonder, without going too deep on the analyst side of this, surely it's down to getting those early game champions, getting that early game pressure. And once a 6-man team gets a roll in, as eventually Ice did, it puts a lot of pressure. And when you see Toys pulling out Orianna, Orianna is a late game champion. But then again, I guess you could argue Kassadin is as well.
Yeah, especially the new Kassadin. Messiah never even got fully going. He did have his death cap, but he didn't need to, because Double Lift spent all the time farming as well. They had enough late game scaling, but Hexakill, I guess they could call him the Hexakill World Champs.
Well, it was a fantastic performance for Ice. For now, though, we're going to send it back over to Quickshot and the analyst desk for more about that match.
Thank you very much, D-Man. And what a cool performance from Team Ice. After Team Fire started yesterday and was so hot, they burned through Team Ice. They set everyone's passions alight. And today, Team Ice just completely extinguished them. They slowed it down. They kept their cool. They played it slow, just like a continental iceberg. Let's get a bit more serious right now, though, because I want to talk about
Two freaks.
the combo of Double Lift and Mad Life. I'm going to go with the Double Life composition here. Double Life, Mad Lift, you can argue what you want. Unkilled, 901. Mad Life went on record saying he's 921 rather. Mad Life said in an interview he was a little put off maybe by Double Lift's affectionate nature. But their synergy shows true. Monty, what's your take on yesterday, who was a player you called the worst League of Legends player ever?
Worst in Earth, maybe, but he did really well today. He and Mad Life just farmed up. He held his own while Mad Life went and roamed around the map, picked up some kills, and then they both kind of carried in the late game. Impressive showing.
Want to give some behind-the-scenes talk for you. You guys only see the desk, but Monty stayed in the same hotel, and they had a 5-hour Skype session together, harping on Double, working on those rotations, on those plays, and then yeah, he just basically said follow Mad Life around up until the point where Mad Life started roaming. That's where Double started panicking again, but thank God Mad Life came back and just saved his ass.
Yeah, it is worth pointing out Mad Life forcibly left the lane because he couldn't handle being with the worst League of Legends player ever anymore. So it's understandable that Mad Life would leave the lane to not get weighed down.
Talking about Mad Life, the first replay we're going to show you, if we just bring it up on the screen, is actually something where Ice loses the fight because Mad Life is stuck in the bot lane, babysitting Double Lift down here. But the replay, so it's Bjergsen and Diamond, the two European players here, invading onto Archie and Cool. And if you just start rolling it, it looks very good in the start for Bjergsen and Diamond, but then everything just goes wrong here. Cool, left untouched for now, goes on to Bjergsen. He's no longer Danish, he's now American. Terrible play, he's dead. Teleport comes in here from Shy, he joins in. Toys as well, look at the damage coming. Everyone just drops dead. 4 kills here for Fire. Down the bottom lane, Mad Life is sadly enough stuck with Double Lift.
Unfortunate for him, but I mean, after Bjergsen's impressive performance in Earth, he really lived up to his nickname of Burger King today by feeding an entire team of professional gamers.
International feeding. It's not even intentional anymore. I mean, at this level, fact of the matter though, Bjergsen in the jungle, I mean, we see why he's not a jungler at LCS level.
True.
His Lee Sin was lacking, I think is a great way to talk about it.
Yeah, I guess he's the only bad European jungler in NA.
Okay, yeah.
Everyone's supporting European junglers.
That took a second. I had to work it through for a minute.
Yeah,
There's been some roster swaps lately.
Yeah.
Very seriously though, after that first team fight, it just seemed like Ice were able to get control of the matchup. What can we take away from Hexakill, considering there was that extra person? I know Kobe went like full-on economics 101, breaking it down and supply and demand and resources, etc.
Yeah. I like how much better Cassidy was, because when you've got 12 people instead of 10, you're going to have more Vorse pools than Crepo's family. And yeah, I mean, honestly, I really liked, actually, just in general, that the teams took it very seriously and let Messiah and Toys have their heads-up battle 1v1 and in a fairly competitive game.
Yeah, that's what actually I really like about this game. We had these two mid laners coming back from former seasons. Not everybody in the crowd might actually know them. A lot of people just tuned in recently, but those were the big names. But back when I was more relevant than I am now.
But you're right here.
Yeah. But at World Finals. It's really nice to see them guys playing mid. It's really nice to see everybody trying hard, and it's even better to see Baron being even better because you get 6 buffs. And I just sometimes wish Hexakill would exist in the LCS because we could see even more Baron throws.
I was quite excited to see how much action there was. I thought the game mode might have been somewhat slower. We are just getting the teams ready for an interview, but before we do, I mean, did the number of kills and the aggression catch any of you guys off guard? I mean, Monty. No. When you thought about Hexakill and were planning and preparing this segment, breaking down the numbers and crunching it all, what did the Monte Cristo expect?
No, I had no idea about Hexakill at all, but I do enjoy that we saw double jungles from both sides, because I think that really stepped up the pressure in the early game, and especially that we had these early game junglers with a lot of kill potential, I think really accelerated the flow of the game.
So, Monty, in terms of rotations here, are we looking at a 4-1-1 split push, a 5-1-0 split push? What is the ideal?
The 6-man poke comp?
I wonder if the lane swaps happen, would it have been a 5v0? Or what would be going?
I would have actually loved to have seen some 5v0 lane swaps in this game. It would have been pretty entertaining.
I completely agree. Unfortunately, it did not happen. I do believe that we are ready with this interview, so let's actually check in with Shox, who is standing by with both Toys and Messiah in the interview lounge.
What's the last one?
Thank you very much, Quick Shot. I am indeed joined by both Toys and Messiah, and Fan is helping out here to translate once again. Now, welcome guys. The first thing, of course, I want to ask you is, what was it like playing versus each other again? Before the game, you guys said, well, we might be playing jungle, but you did choose to go up against each other. So what was it like?
所以说第一个问题就是说，两个人互相对战有什么感受？然后在比赛之前你们说了会打野的，但是你们却打了中间。
我觉得很怀念的一种感觉吧，因为我跟 Toys 在 S3、S4 的时候打的，S3 的时候还有 S2 的时候打的特别多，所以有一种很怀念的感觉。然后同时我们两个人在这个赛场上出现，我觉得非常激动和兴奋。
其实在这一次的 FLICKR 里面，我其实一直都感觉到很期待的。然后这一次的比赛，然后为什么会后来去打中路呢？因为我本来想说是打野的，然后我看Person 跟那个 Diamond。他们可以沟通比较好，然后他们说打这个双中狗，然后就后来就变成我去打中路了。
Okay, so Messiah was saying that he and Toys played against each other in S3 and S2 for a long time, so they are very excited to play against each other. And FLICKR is so different, so he's very excited. Toys was saying that he was trying to play jungle, but because he thinks Diamond is a better jungler, so in the end, he decided to play mid.
And then what was the game like then? Because then you're up against each other, but you have one extra person that you have to keep an eye on. So how did that make it harder for you guys?
所以问题就是说，6杀模式和5杀模式不同，就是多了一个选手。那这样对你们的游戏和战术打法来说，有没有什么不同和改变呢？
我这一次打6杀模式，我觉得，因为我们这几个选手都是职业选手嘛，然后非常注意细节，所以我们觉得我们在前期以及中期都节奏非常快，一直在对抗啊，从来没有去说经常打钱啊这种。我觉得如果说是非常专业的5个人在玩，6个人在玩的话，就会节奏非常快，然后的话打架的时间会更多一点。
那其实那个 FLICKR 那个模式是节奏很快的节奏，然后因为那个角色比较多，然后他们都是偏向一些游走以及那个 gank 的打法，所以变成说游戏节奏非常快，然后所以他们会一直出现击杀，然后会比较刺激一点。
So both of them were saying that because there's one more person and they're all very professional, so they will use that. They will make the fighting phase very fast. There will be always a confrontation, like gangs and fights. They won't just be farming all the time. They want to kill people.
They wanted to kill people. Finally, guys, it is great to have you guys here on this stage. What is it like for you guys to coming back here and being able to play on this stage in front of this awesome crowd?
在退役之后，重新回到这样的一个邀请赛上，重新站这种战场上的感觉如何？
因为这场比赛对于我来说，可能是我那个职业生，应该说人生中最后一场比赛了吧。以后因为我不是选手了，所以以后很少有这样的机会。今天跟在我这边兵队的所有队员打，我觉得非常开心。他们每一个人都很认真，想去赢这种比赛。我觉得我想要的就是这种精神。虽然说以后可能不会再有了，但是我会怀念，我也会记住这一个时刻的。
这次比赛我跟米赛的情况也是一样，因为我们都是一个退役的选手，所以这场比赛也许是我们人生当中最后一场的大型比赛，然后可以再一次站上这个舞台，这是我的荣幸。然后每一个队友以及对手，他们都很认真对待这场比赛，所以我也非常开心。
So Messiah was saying that this is probably the last professional game he will ever play. So he really cherishes this chance and he really appreciates this game. And he is very happy to face his old opponents. So he feels very happy and grateful. And Toys was saying basically the same thing. It will be his last game as well. He feels very honored to be here, and he also appreciate the chance that he can play with his old opponents.
Well, we are also very honored to have you guys with us here today. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Now we're going to head back over to the guys at the desk for more analysis.
Thank you very much. And that was a fantastic interview, hearing from some true legends of League of Legends. Now, after that matchup, let's take a look at the challenge teams and see how their scores match up so far. Both Ice and Fire are now tied up at 2 points each. There are still 2 more days of challenge matches and 9 points yet to be claimed. So right now, it is still anybody's game. We do have to jump out for a very quick break, but when we return, we'll be setting the stage for the first All-Star Invitational game of the day as SKT T1K take on OMG. We'll be right back. As you can see, of course, FLICKR got himself on the stage. He's in the training room with the rest of the team. OMG will be watching some VODs, I think, taking some notes as a team. Giving you already a high five. Don't forget to predict who you think will win. We'll see you in a few minutes, guys. Welcome back, everyone. It is time for a battle between
teams here, but they've both been playing really well this tournament. So overall, all the lanes should actually be very even.
This will be the first game you're almost gonna advise FLICKR to ban out the enemy mid lane champions. Usually be like, FLICKR, he'll take care of that. Just ban everything else. But Xiang's been playing really well. Something we didn't mention in the opening segment when we were choosing like the favorite plays is his Syndra, which was spot on. Like, really nice performance on a bit of a niche champion you don't really see that many times. So it's really nice to see Chinese players bring out these somewhat unconventional picks and play really well with him.
So we've been talking about OMG a little bit. They are, of course, on the other side of the rift, red side. They have played pretty dominantly coming into the tournament, and over the games yesterday, Freak, you noticed that they tended to focus a lot of their attention and the counter jungling on their opponent's blue buff. What's your take on that?
Yeah, so both games they played yesterday, they're on the blue side, they're on the bottom left side. So if they want to take away dragons, and the more important buff in general is the blue buff, but those happen to be in like the same area, right? The enemy team's blue buff and dragon are in the same spot. So you go 7 minutes in, 8 minutes in, you can invade the blue, turn that into a dragon, and you've got all those map control. And that seems to be where the Chinese teams focus their leads, is actually around dragon area. It snowballs easily into taking the blue buff, and so they want to own the jungle all the time. That's how they get their advantages.
Well, you brought this up yesterday, Freak, but we were talking about the kind of pick and ban phase and forcing Xiang onto Nidalee, which is not something that OMG plays particularly well with strategically. And if I was SK Telecom coming in, for those of you who don't know the Korean scene very well, it's very common right now in Korea to bait out a Nidalee pick and then counterpick with Yasuo because it's so strong, not only in the laning phase, but it really shuts down all of that poke and siege later on. And so FLICKR is comfortable doing this. We've seen SK Telecom K do this previously, and I'm wondering if that's going to be their thought process moving into this game.
I really think actually will be, because if you shut down the mid lane for OMG, everything around the blue buff is gone. Like, the whole tactic for them is let Xiang in the mid lane 1v1. He will dominate the lane. When he wins the laning phase, he pushes the enemy mid laner down to his tower, and then he can freely roam either to blue buff, to bot lane, to top lane, wherever he wants to go. So if they can shut this one down, if they can put him on a weak laner, he won't be able to do it. And it will actually destroy a lot of things for OMG, because also they like to always go into the jungles, always do the invades. Everything's going to be gone then. If FLICKR beats him in the mid lane, beats Xiang in the mid lane, SKT got the game, in my opinion.
We're about to get into predictions. If memory serves, though, I think it was the NLB games where FLICKR was on Yasuo against the Nidalee, and he went 1-5-3 or something like that. So the theory is there, but he has shown some weakness at least a couple of weeks ago. We'll see what happens. So as I mentioned already, it is time for you guys, the oracles at the desk, to lock in your predictions. Who will be victorious? SK Telecom T1K or OMG? I'm going to run this one down the line. Deficio, where do your allegiances lie?
I think it's going to be a very, very close game. I think this could potentially be the final as well of the All-Stars, but I'll give it to SKT. I think they're stronger overall.
I'm going with Deficio. It's SKT, T1K again for me.
Beautiful.
Well, there's not much left to agree. Both of these make valid points. Actually, I just disagree that it will be that close. I think SKT T1's better strategy is going to shine through, hopefully, mostly in terms of map movement. So I'm giving to SKT as well.
Well, see, for me, my Scarf just is so much more comfortable. I got to go with OMG on this one. So, you know, I'll finally take back first place in the analyst poll.
Oh,
OMG wins this one.
We'll have to see how that pans out. You guys at home have been voting, of course. It's how your votes have measured up. Over at lolesports.com, apparently 78% of you guys predict that SKT T1K will take the win and remain undefeated. That is 3% more than this desk. Look at me doing math. Now, guys, we're going to send this one over to Joe and Jat to take us into the game. Have fun, guys.
Thank you very much, Quick Shot. SK Telecom, T1K and OMG have not faced off since the group stage of Worlds last year, where they, of course, went 1-1 against each other. And with the teams now tied at the top of the table with 2 wins, both will be looking for an edge in this match.
他们每个队员的实力都很强，再加上他们磨合了这么久，所以这些条件加在一起就能做成他们很强。
일단 그거 중국 경기를 조금 보긴 했는데 승률이 좀 많이 높더라고요. 그래서 좀 단점을 찾기는 어려웠고 장점은 그 팀 전체가 탄탄한 것 같아요. 그게 미드가 좀 강해서 미드 중심으로 좀 잘 풀어나가는 것 같아요.
我觉得他们在最近在自己的比赛中是输的比较多，但是我觉得这可能会恰巧使他们更强，所以我觉得我们需要非常努力。
일단 OMG랑 롤드컵 때 1대1로 승부가 났었는데 이번에 만나서는 꼭 이겨야겠어요.
a lot of mutual respect there between the teams. FLICKR confident there, though, at the end.
Yeah, he's going to be really tested in this one as well because Shiyang is the other great mid laner at this tournament.
Absolutely incredible game coming your way. First of all, though, we're going to be checking out the starting lineups. On the blue side, we have SK Telecom T1 with Impact in the top lane, Bengi in the jungle, FLICKR in the mid lane, and the duo of Piglet and Pumandu.
And on the red side, it is OMG with Go going in the top lane, Pomelo in the jungle, Shiyang on mid lane, Sun on AD carry, and Alan on support.
And of course, that brings us to our featured matchup for this game. And where else would it be apart from in the mid lane with SKT's FLICKR against OMG Shiyang?
It really has to be because this is going to be a showdown. They are the best mid laners from their regions, and that pretty much means they're the best mid laners in the world. The fans are behind them as well. More than any other team, OMG builds their strategies around their mid lane, as they were mentioning on the analyst desk. They use 3-1 and 4-0 lane pushes to manipulate advantages for Shiyang. And as we saw yesterday, FLICKR's still FLICKR. He was the Season 3 master of mid lane, and he's still at the top of his game.
And played, of course, that LeBlanc yesterday against Cloud9. Something tells me that that kind of champion for FLICKR might not be getting through the banned phase today here from OMG side.
I really wonder how many mid lane bans are going to get focused. Are they going to have enough confidence to say, yeah, FLICKR can deal with Shiyang Syndra? Are they going to try to pick Syndra away from it? I mean, just knowing how dominant the isolate Shiyang strategy has been for OMG, but also knowing the legend that is FLICKR on the other side, I think that's the main story of this game by far.
Yeah, and exactly why we had it in the featured matchup. And there's one thing to do it against some teams, and it's another thing to do that kind of isolate strategy in the mid lane against SK Telecom T1K, the world champions from Season 3. This is going to be such a hard game for OMG, but they've put in the performances so far, both of these teams 2-0.
SKT has been very good strategically throughout this as well. So I wonder if in the picks and bans they're going to block what OMG is doing, even if mechanically they might be ready for it.
Well, we're going to find out as we hit the bans and the picks. SKT do have the blue side in this one, and their first ban straight out the gate, keeping it with that mid lane, is the Syndra, taken away from Shiyang.
Of course, even if you have FLICKR on your side, you still don't want to give the other guy his money champion at that point. Syndra gone, Cassidy gone because he's been banned in every game. But surprisingly, you can see FLICKR hasn't played too much of it. Cassidy is a little bit weak early, which would still lend to being bullied by whatever Shiyang puts against it, which is why they would ban it. And then LeBlanc ban on the other side, taken away from FLICKR. I like it.
Yeah, exactly, pretty much as we thought on that mid lane focus there. SKT, their final ban coming up here in just a second will be Jax, so don't want to get going in that top lane on the Jax to have that late game presence. And we can already see first pick here, regardless of what that last ban is, Thresh in the end. First pick will be Twitch, straight in there on the AD carry.
Yeah, so it was Piglet's most played AD carry during all of his Korean games this season. Even though Sun is a very good Twitch and had a good game on it yesterday, it's not nearly as high priority for him. Twitch is actually kind of the premier AD carry for a lot of these teams now, as, almost on top of Lucian. So I would actually expect Lucian to then be picked later by OMG, but not necessarily right off the bat because they don't have to.
Very interested to see where the supports go in this one. Alan, of course, in their opening game was incredible on Thresh. They banned that out this time around. We saw him playing Annie yesterday, which, aside from that 3-man stun at the start, didn't go amazingly for him. We're going to move to the picks again, though, because OMG now locking in their first two choices with the Shyvana for top lane, but maybe more importantly, Ziggs in the mid.
Yeah, the two big champions that were at the top of Shiyang's champion pool as far as games played were Nidalee and Ziggs. If they're going to do the isolation strategy, Ziggs is far better, pushing the lane, trying to harass out his opponent. I really wonder what FLICKR's going to put against it, but they have the freedom to wait near the end of their pick ban phase.
So we are going to see a new jungler finally here for Bengi. We've seen him playing Evelynn twice so far. This time around, we see a Lee Sin coming in. It could, of course, always fall into that top lane, but I think more likely at this stage to be with Bengi. We'll have to see. Also taking Leona for Mandu.
Yeah, surprising that he picked that with Eve on the board. Obviously, Eve going to the other side with the Lee Sin. I think he's going to do that Sightstone build, go for vision control, which means they do need a fair bit of damage out of FLICKR's pick in the mid lane if they go for something.
So on the other side then, Evelyn, as you mentioned, that was open for Bengi if he would have wanted it. Not anymore though, that will be taken away for OMG. So Pomelo will have Evelyn and they take the AD carry as well this round with Lucian for Sun.
Control over Urgot right now from Piglet. He doesn't even have to pick his role. At this point, they're most likely just picking both of their solo laners. They know exactly what they would be matched up against. They just don't know OMG's support pick. I'm actually expecting a fair bit of team fight utility coming in from those things because they already selected Leona and Twitch.
Well, definitely running down the clock on this one, RSKT. And just a few seconds ago, we see a switch coming out there. It's going to be Orianna in the mid lane for FLICKR and Trundle for Impact in the top lane.
Now, FLICKR has shown that he can play Orianna quite well. He played a lot of it actually at the Season 3 World Championships against Gragas when he had to, but he actually hasn't played an Orianna game during the OGN season or the NLB season that he got dropped down into. So a little bit of a break from the norm, so to speak, for FLICKR, at least this split. He's going to need that shielding and wave clear to try and keep up with Ziggs.
Did play it a couple of times in Masters though, if we want to stay in Korea
Yeah.
there. 1 win, 1 loss on Orianna. We'll see how he does in this one because this is basically the top spot game right here. The chances of this being the one that decides who finished first, pretty much done and dusted. On the other side, OMG taking a while here. Support pick is what we're looking for Alan. As we said, he's played Thresh and he's played Annie so far. Thresh banned away. Will he go for Annie again? No, he won't. He's going to pick up Nami.
Yeah, you can see they have a lot of long-range potential poke with the Ziggs here. It is his second most played support. Even though he played the Thresh and the Annie, which are standard supports, Alan's the guy who plays unconventional things. He had played 4 support LeBlanc games. It was banned here, so he couldn't go with it. But yeah, the 5-0 record on Nami, very brutal laner, especially with someone like Twitch, who when he pops out of stealth, is pretty much just a turret of damage. That's when you throw the bubble right on top of him, try and pop him up, and you let Sun try and finish him off on Lucian. I do like that Nami pick for the team comp, and specifically if they have to lane against Twitch and Leona.
Really interested to see how this one works out. The two form teams up until now, of course, this is our first invitational game of the day, so who knows who's changed their plays overnight. TPA and Fnatic certainly be two teams that are looking for that, but going on form so far, these are the teams to beat. This is the top game for the All-Stars group stage here. Of course, we still have playoffs to come a little bit later on in the weekend, tomorrow and Sunday. Of course, we will be moving on to them. But as we load onto the Rift, hit us up on Twitter, guys, and let us know which mid laner you will think will be coming out on top of this one. Use hashtag FLICKR or hashtag Xiyoung. It's hard to call. It's really hard to call.
That's why I'm so excited for this game, especially because we actually might see just a full-on 1v1 with these guys with very little jungle intervention early just because of the way OMG plays the early games. Fnatic might have something up their sleeve. They have been very good strategically this tournament, which has been one of their big weaknesses during their slump, not necessarily knowing the way to go early game or follow people's rotations in the late game, but they did that very well yesterday against their two opponents.
Well, we are going to be getting into game here shortly. Bengi is actually rocking the Lee Sin and the SKT Lee Sin as well with that. So very interested to see how this one all goes down. Going to be a fantastic matchup. As I said, the action only really just getting started today. We saw a Hexakill earlier, which was extremely exciting, I have to say.
That Hexakill was much cooler than I thought it was going to be. And I'm saying that a lot this event, that this is better or cooler than I thought it was going to be, but it was true. Just seeing where they came out, double Lee Sins, double junglers. I know that SKT had luck with the SKT skins yesterday when they did the Vayne and the Zyra. By the end of it, maybe they're going to play all 5 of them. They're just going to make it in slowly. Just need Jax to be
They're waiting, obviously, till the grand final
to
to
play
do
5
that.
on a team.
I'm not sure if that'll actually happen, or maybe if they'll even get to that grand final. Who knows what happens further down the line, especially when we get into those best of 3 semi-finals, which obviously are a lot more adaptive. As you can see on your screen there, looks like FLICKR just having a couple of little issues, but we do have the admins behind him, so they shall be working their way through that one. Hopefully we can get this one kicked off in the meantime. However, it does give us a little bit of time just to talk more about these teams, the scenario, the head-to-head so far. Of course, I mentioned it right at the start. 1-1 is their record from Worlds last year. 2 very one-sided games, funnily enough. That's one basic stomp for SKT, and the same then in the other game for OMG.
And especially when we look at the way OMG performed after Worlds, you really see what a strong team they are now and they were. And let's just kind of think back in time a little bit and remember how OMG lost out of the World Championships. They got almost blindsided by Royal Club in a best-of-3 in the quarterfinals because they drew the other Chinese team out of the group stage, who ended up rolling on to the finals and then losing pretty badly to SKT. But because they were so familiar with each other, it's tough to really get the general strength. It's like when teams scrim each other a lot, or their practice partners, or sister teams, as happens so often in Korea. They can just trade games off each other like crazy because they're so familiar. That's kind of what I think could have happened to OMG. And one could argue that OMG might have been SKT's biggest competition at Worlds last year. And as we get to see them compete here, potentially in the group stage and maybe even in the playoffs, they're both pretty strong chances of making it to Worlds because OMG is so strong in the LPL and SKT has a lot of circuit points already in Korea. This could be a really huge international rivalry that we start getting going.
Well, and that's the funny thing, because if you look at their current form in their domestic competitions, SKT, of course, bowed out early on. I mean, as you mentioned yesterday, it's only a couple of series and you're out. Yeah. It's very cutthroat in Korea, that's for sure. LPL, a longer season, 28 games, same as what we have in North America and Europe in the LCS. Obviously, still playoffs to come in that one, but they did not drop many games, and you could argue that OMG, from that, are the informed team of the two.
Yeah, exactly. You look at SKT and their champions that they won 15-0. Obviously, they've struggled a bit this time. If you add their recent champion season with the NLB, they would actually be 8-9. But that's not counting Masters, which they did much better in. So hard to actually follow the Korean scene super closely with all those 3 different leagues basically going on at once. But you look at OMG, 25-3, like you said, just as dominant, if not more so, with their region.
So let's talk about where this game has to be won from both sides of things. We've seen already that OMG are an absolute beastly team fighting team. They've had a couple of dodgy early game phases, that's for sure. Is that the time to beat OMG? Do you have to crush them as fast as possible in the game so that they don't get as strong for those team fights where they excel?
I think it's absolutely the place where you have to beat them, and also where they're weakest. Because looking at all their games from their LPL season, they often were either even in gold early game or actually behind in gold early game, and then were able to force team fights or just take advantage of Xiyoung's giant advantage in the mid lane to really get things going. And it is a weakness for them. The game that they stomped on TPA yesterday, by the end of it, started poorly. Both of their side lanes were vastly behind in CS. They continued to lane swap. As the analyst desk pointed out, every time they lane swapped, they lost a wave of minions. And against a World Championship caliber team, Season 3 World Champions in SKT, that very well could put them farther behind than their team fighting ability can make up for.
Every single wave counts. In a game between two such talented teams, every single wave is going to be counting for you. For SKT, I also want to touch on Bengi. Monte Cristo actually had him down as maybe the shining light from day one. The question is has Bengi been tested enough from the 2 games that they won yesterday? You may even argue to me, has Bengi turned a corner?
It's going to be the question that will maybe even get proved in this game, because they did play TPA, who's 0-2. We don't actually know if they were outclassed or if they're just a strong team, versus Cloud9, who had that nice showing against Fnatic, but they're still a wounded team without High. How much did that really show? Are they better strategically, or were they just playing against wounded teams?
Well, so many questions still to be answered. FLICKR's actually having his machine swapped out as we speak, so while we get that sorted, we're going to head over back to the analysis desk for more about this matchup.
Thank you very much, guys. Let's talk about what we can at this moment in time. Picks and bans. I know as we were seeing it play out, we did see the Syndra being taken away from OMG. That was second ban on the side of SKT's side. Over on the other side of the table, LeBlanc not making its way through, not making the same mistakes Cloud9 did yesterday. Also, Morning got his hands, Xiang rather, got his hands on Ziggs, which is quite a comfort pick.
Yeah, that's the key thing here, because Ziggs is the second most banned champion against OMG back in LPL. And simply also due to the fact there is these bans, LeBlanc's banned away, Syndra being banned away, OMG picks it very early. Blind picks it well, they trust him, no matter what FLICKR is going to play against it, he can deal with it. And it also means they give up some picks to SKT.
Well,
very quickly. We're actually almost ready.
Yeah, coming in, it's still a losing matchup for Orion. It is a hard matchup in the laning phase, but they gave away some big Korean power picks as well. Twitch is frequently banned against Piglet, also the Lee Sin. Now, at first blush, just looking at these compositions, right now, if it goes late, Ziggs will be able to turtle, and SK Telecom doesn't have the best siege, so this might be a long game.
Very quick. I know you're excited.
I just want to see what Alan can do on Nami here, because normally he's actually the main engage for OMG. This time he picked disengage against the Leona. Maybe it's going to hurt them, maybe it's going to go good for him, we'll see.
Well, we're about to find out. It does look like that problem has been resolved and we should be ready to go. So Joe and Jet, take it back again.
Well, we're happy to take it back because we are getting closer to that game. Faker's machine has been sorted out. His headset is in fact back on, which is a good sign for us because this is the most hotly anticipated game of the day.
And I did like Monty's point right there about the Ziggs being able to stall into the late game. Even if they make some mistakes early, they might be able to make it to a point where the gold is close enough to have even-on teamfights where they excel.
Where they excel. Guys, we're going to get into the game and figure out whether it's SK Telecom, T1K, or OMG that can go 3-0 here in Paris. It's going to be an exciting one, that's for sure. The question is, who is it that's going to be getting the early advantage in this one? We've seen so much action at level 1, something that me as a play-by-play commentator absolutely love.
You hit the roof right at the start of the game with some of these calls. And I really do have to say that SKT is the early game favorite right now, just because of the way they rotated against Cloud9, the stuff they did early game, very early on, and because OMG has had suspect starts. Faker may still be having some issues, though.
It looks that way. Faker, the man with his headset off, as you can see. Full screen on your screen. So hopefully that can be sorted here as quickly as possible. And funnily enough, Jet, as we say that, the pause is once again coming off for a second. Seems like it might be a test pause, though, just to see exactly what is going on here with Faker. Headset on, headset off. I'm not sure if Faker knows what Faker needs right now.
So you guys know at home, we have extra referees for the All-Star. Normally there was 2 refs. We now have 3 refs on the stage. Obviously, all QA is standing by. They're getting these tons of backup machines. He's on his second PC here, just making everything try and work. But sometimes just doesn't want to cooperate. It's an audio issue.
Yeah, it can be a process as well. Of course, with the Korean teams, we have to go through translators a lot of the time for these teams, so it can be a bit of a process. But the team is up there and working on this issue, and we should be able to get this one going as quickly as possible. Either way, for Faker, not the start to the game that he's looking for. These kind of things can sometimes have an effect on your concentration, I think, more than anything else. But we're talking about Season 3 World Champions here. These are not guys who have no experience playing on a stage like this.
And not to mention all the finals they've been a part of over in Korea. They played in many monstrous stadiums in front of thousands and thousands of people with the pressure coming down on them. I mean, Faker is just got to say so famous as well. He knows how to deal with the pressure. There is a lot on the line for him, obviously, because representing Korea internationally is a huge pride point for these guys. And Korean teams, almost more so than anyone else, really, really prepare for these international events, and they always seem to win them.
They do. And we heard yesterday, actually, from Freakies, looking forward to seeing a top international event that's not won by a Korean team. Kind of hard to argue against that at this point with a 2-0 SK Telecom. That might change here, though, with OMG looking strong. Freak's already got the OMG scarf on, which, by the way, looks very warm, something that we definitely don't need here in Paris.
Yeah, I have to question where he got that, whether Pastry Time actually gave it to him at some point, because I don't remember Freak having it laying around, but he's got it now, which is the important.
He's got it now, and even more importantly than Freak's scarf, we're getting into the game here. Are we going to see anything at level 1? We were just less than a minute into the game when we had that last pause, and as such, nothing really happening. Pretty much a line defense spread out across the entire map here.
Yeah, they're dancing in the top lane, and there's some fun bomb action going on in the mid lane, where they're both faking recalls at each other. Xiang has already tried to cancel and throw bombs every once in a while, but Faker hasn't let a single one land. They're mechanically testing each other right now. Who can cancel the recall last?
And who's the best dancer, which I think Faker wins automatically with Oriana there in the mid lane. We'll see if they decide to have a little bit of a go at each other. You see the reactions there. Xiyoung moves one step forward, and Fake says, nope, I'll take the step back as well. So this is definitely an interesting start. You can see on the player cameras there. That's basically first points for Faker there.
That's the third one he's dodged. Oh! He didn't trust himself to dodge that one, but he did it anyway.
Well, minions are in the lane now, and that basically was the level 1 from this game. It was a dance and a few bomb dodges in that mid lane. We can see the start here from SKT. Down at the red buff with the help from the duo lane. They're going to be facing off 2 versus 2 against Sun and Alan.
I'm actually really happy to see standard lanes in this one because we'll really get to see the individual laning skill of these guys come out strong. It also means for SKT that it's not going to be as isolated in the mid lane. Look at this early damage though, big fight!
Sun's in trouble, actually will flash away, but now it's Piglet that has to flash as well. He got very, very low from that one. In the end, it's Mondu and Alan that end up going head to head. If we look at summoner spells here being burnt, Sun, with the heal, uses Piglet actually went Ignite and Flash.
Exactly, but Mondu still has his heal. If they do that trade again, it could be in the advantage of SKT, but they don't want to take any risks. He's actually the one recalling first, which will mean Sun has an level and experience advantage in that bottom lane.
Alan just showing Mondu who's boss, keeping him zoned away from everything there. But obviously with the recall of Piglet now, will be them starting to fall behind. It's already a 10 CS difference after that little engage or encounter here in the bottom lane. The top lane, of course, we did see a brief moment of dancing from both Impact and Go-Going just next to the turret. Currently, they are level on the CS with Go-Going just slightly ahead actually in levels here, already up to level 3. Have to say, Impact has been really impressive for me so far this week. Playing the Shyvana himself has pretty much bullied everyone he's gone up against.
Yeah, especially Balls yesterday.
Oh, yeah.
The guy who was the top lane carry for Cloud9. That's really the first bad game I've seen from Cloud9's top laner all season, really, if I include what's happened. And Impact has just been able to shut it down. Don't even need to talk about what happened to Aki in the top lane there.
Yeah, that wasn't pretty, I'm afraid, for TPA side of things. Our mid lane featured matchup, though, FLICKR against Xiyoung. FLICKR is level 4. We'll look at the CS, 25 to 19. Not expecting these guys to really be missing much of a beat when it comes to actually farming up. This is where it gets interesting, though, when Pomelo and Bengi start to get involved in that lane.
I do have to say, even right from the start, Xiyoung usually has the other guy pushed back, and even if he's behind on CS, he's done damage to them. He has done neither of those things to FLICKR so far, so I really do think FLICKR has the upper hand in that lane early.
Did see Bengi actually come into the bottom lane there.
Can't even hit the minefield.
A bit of a look. Yeah, not quite. FLICKR running low on mana there, but see that Xiyoung having to use these pots already. Both mid laners did start with the pots and Doran's ring here on the very get-go, and FLICKR the one that's still holding on to that pot, dodging pretty much everything. That little dance and dodging at level 1 wasn't just for show. That's actually what's happening. But look at this. We have Evelyn up there. Go-Going's less than half HP. They need to be careful if they're going to dive how they tank it.
Lee Sin is very close. Bengi is a master of counter ganks, and it could be the right time. Let's see how fast it is.
It's going to be Pomelo that tanks this one up, but there's a flash from Impact. He does get first blood, and he's managed to get away. Bengi gets one kill back. He's going to TP out. It's going to be quick. He's got away. He's got away from it. 15 HP left for Go-Going. It doesn't get any closer than that.
Wow.
And that's going to basically blow up the Zenith here. Eruption from the crowd.
Yeah.
Let's look at that one again. So clutch.
So they had the level advantage, and it's all about how they tank the turret right there. Go-Going does get turret on him, and he tries to tank as long as possible. He had it timed perfectly if Bengi didn't actually show up. So Bengi gets there. Both of them would have gotten away. The teleport was timing. We don't have time for replays.
Mondo going down, and Alan picks up the kill there. Meanwhile, Piglet trying to get the damage back onto Alan. The poison won't be enough to finish him off. Is Piglet going to go aggressive? He did just go into ambush, but decided not to push on further through. That leaves us at 2-1 in favor of OMG.
Oh, Piglet does get some nice return damage, but that kill basically happened because of the early recall from Piglet. He didn't buy any items, whereas San actually did a fairly early recall and picked up a second Dorans, knowing how trade-heavy this lane was going to be against a Twitch. They get the upper hand, they get the kill, and the advantage in the lane.
Now we see Bengi coming down, trying to alleviate some of that pressure that's really built up. We're seeing Sun and Alan actually recalling now from that bottom lane. might mean that he comes in with even more ridiculousness.
But a level 6 impact, he's almost too big to kill right now. There's not even a red buff. I wonder how he's going to walk away from this one.
Oh, Gogo needs to be careful on it. There is the pillar going down. Impact at less than half HP, getting a bit of regen from his ultimate. But Pomelo going to stick to him. And actually, Pomelo deciding to turn away. Impact giving enough damage back to stop that gank from working.
Yeah, got them both really low, trying to show his force in that lane. And Bengi has to make something happen off of that. He did not help out his top laner there, and he's trying to counter jungle. He's in pretty deep, though.
Xiong actually coming around the side. Alan's actually going to come in and spot Bengi's position, which means they can move into position or away from position, maybe from Xiong's point of view. Bengi's coming around the back. They're going to try and dive in. The kick comes in. It's knocked him into the wall. Xiong is still in trouble. Here comes FLICKR, and FLICKR gets the kill with his Ignite.
Turning the strategy back around on OMG. Pomelo was not in range. Does make FLICKR burn the shockwave, though.
Burns the shockwave. FLICKR thought he might be able to have a bit of a go on Pomelo, or whether that was even for safety reasons there for FLICKR. Either way, they get the kill. Bengi not quite getting the kick that he wanted because of the flash from Xiong. But nonetheless, great game so far.
And I really do have to say, as far as OMG's overall strategies go, a death onto their mid laner is far more punishing than the kill that they got onto Impact. These are mid lane focused teams, even more so for OMG. The fact that he is now down a substantial amount of CS to FLICKR, as well as a kill, is going to be very difficult to deal with.
The boot almost on the other foot. We saw Xiong yesterday having so much more farm than his opposite number. That's not going to be the case in FLICKR. Look at these coming around, trying to have a bit of a go at the blue, but Xiong already throwing his bomb down from that one, making sure that he doesn't lose out. Going to take a pink ward with him as well. Didn't even take much damage from the minefield.
I'm ridiculously impressed with how well FLICKR's dodging pretty much every single skill shot Xiong throws against him. It doesn't seem like he takes damage against Ziggs right now.
Yeah, he's still got his potion. Yeah. From level 1, so that kind of tells you exactly how well he's been dodging. The bottom lane, of course, where we did see those kills coming in earlier on, has a vamp set to here for Sun now, as Impact going to be TPing his way back up to that top lane, which gives him the extra farm that would have been lost if his TP wasn't available to get into that top lane.
Yeah, and talking with a lot of the experts on the LPL, they all say that Sun is kind of the secondary carry for SKT. Nice jump back!
Mandu's gone far too deep on this one. He's gone into turret range. They're going to focus Piglet. This could be a double kill. It will be Alan that gets it. Not quite the double kill, but the bottom lane goes down. Xiong going to get kicked out. They're going to go straight in. He throws his bomb down. He's still alive. He might actually die. He does. Xiong gets one with him. How did he manage that one? Throwing his ultimate right on top of himself. Action everywhere.
It's too much to even talk about. He focused everything down as the dive happened and managed to get something back. But the secondary carry for OMG, Sun, needs to be the primary one this time. The moves he pulled there on Mandu, sucking him into the turret while the culling was going, is just brilliant down there. It's FLICKR doing everything he can, and amazingly, Piglet and Mandu are actually losing their 2v2 lane.
Pomelo, you are in trouble, my friend. You're dead. FLICKR is on a killing spree now. 3-0-0. He's just hit 100 CS, which is by far the most in the game. And now going might be falling as well. Impact's going to go all the way on this one. Couple more hits. Impact has to flash away as well. That was close.
You could say these guys are pretty damn close in skill. And FLICKR just seems to be one step above. He's the one keeping them in the game right here. And as you said, Joe, it's like the boots on the other foot. Xiong is used to dominating in the mid lane, and OMG is used to making their game plan around that. But this time it's the opposite. Their side lanes are winning, and it's their mid lane they have to support too. How are they actually going to deal with that, as the gold is pretty much dead even?
Not sure I'm going to survive this game, Jack. It's certainly living up to its name right now. Everyone in high anticipation of this matchup. So far it is, of course, SKT with 4 kills to the 5 of OMG, but look at the gold. The gold is bang even here, 11 minutes into the game. You have to worry here, though, for OMG, because look at FLICKR, farming an absolute storm. He's sat on 3,000 gold.
That's bad for OMG at this point. He's got a 2-level advantage on Xiong, and those bubbles are just seemingly seeking missiles right there, but he gets stunned up. Alan in trouble.
Oh, there's a tidal wave coming out. Mandu's going to fall low, but they do get the kill. kill. Son not going to stick around there. Is he going to try and duel Piglet? That wouldn't be the best idea. Flashes away as the Zenith play comes through.
I was going to mention it's a bit of a weird build by Sun right here, building a Sheen first. He's going for a Triforce. You often see in either Bloodthirster or Phage, but more action. Going caught up top.
Are they going to dive? Nope. Question answered on that one. Going did have his ultimate available if needs be, but look at this. Pomelo is down in the bottom lane. He's given his position away now, but he doesn't seem to care. It's Mondu that he wants to get in on. Here comes Ji-Young as well from the mid lane. Is he going to throw the ulti down? Good slow from Piglet, and what looked like could be impending doom for Mondu. He's an escape quite cleanly.
Yeah, Ji-Young is way out of his comfort zone right now. He had to roam down because he wants to stay away from FLICKR, using his ult just to save that. That's what Ziggs is able to do. It's one of the versatilities of the champion, but he really didn't make anything happen with that roam down bottom.
Incredible, incredible game. Only 12 minutes gone in this one. The goal 800 the lead now. A little bit of a swing there for SKT coming in. Impact, the man who's almost got his Blade of the Ruined King finished up, doing good damage to the turret, but it's this bottom lane that's going to be once again focused by OMG. SKT already backing away from this, so they obviously feel like there may be an unseen threat hiding there as going here is falling low. Impact going in again, doesn't trust himself underneath the tower.
They are so close in this top lane. Going is losing out, though, because he's the one having to use his turret as a defense mechanism, losing in CS to Impact despite getting a kill on him early.
Oh, Mondu throws out the Zenith Blade, didn't catch Alan. Evelyn is still waiting, but look at Bengi on the minimap. He's moving around to this bottom side as well. We could see a 3v3 fight breaking out. There's a solar flare. They're going to go for Alan. They hooked him up there. Can they finish him off? Bengi's going to come late to the party. Mondu actually going down. Alan is ticking. He's used the heal in this one, and he's got enough to survive it. And can you believe it? SKT start off the fight, and there you see the danger once again of the Evelyn.
The Evelyn has been big stuff for Pomelo, but honestly, that's now 2 lanes that are starting to lose solo for OMG. It's going to make it difficult for them to pull this one to late game. Did point out in the team compositions that SKT doesn't actually have much siege based on the wave clear of OMG, but Ji-Young is going to need to get a lot more farm onto Ziggs in order to stall out like that. It's really just this bottom lane that is the last vestige of advantage for OMG in this match.
Sun's level 9 there to the 8 of Piglet. CS definitely in his advantage. If we look at that mid lane, of course, that big lead that FLICKR had built himself up continues to be the case. His 3,000 gold was invested heavily. Athene's Unholy Grail already finished with Sorcerer's Shoes and a Blasting Wand as well. Compare that to his opponent in this one, Ji-Young, who's basically got nothing. Only the workings of that Athene's Unholy Grail. I think he's going to go bite now, but he's way behind.
1,600 gold behind, to be exact. And that is unacceptable for OMG. And even though this seems very simple at the start of the game to say, oh, they're just doing standard lanes. Standard lanes aren't standard anymore, especially over in the games in the OGN or even for OMG. This is very good by SKT, trusting FLICKR to be able to beat Ji-Young in that 1v1 and getting repetitive ganks by Bengi. It's almost like Season 3 all over again for them, but SKT pulled it out at the right moment.
Oh, they're going to go in towards Baker, but it's going to be a bait. Shockwave comes down. Ulti comes in as well. Bengi's going to go low, safeguarding away. They kick Pomelo back, but here comes Ji-Young. Baker's going for the kill. He has to back up though. Alan's come around. Tidal Wave comes in as well. Now Impact's coming down. Are they going to be able to pick up a kill? Baker doing good damage. Ji-Young goes very low. Can they finish him? His Impact that's in there right on top of them. Faker flashes in. Does he get the kill? Yes, they do in the end. Now Ji-Young is focused. Bengi falls. It's Alan on the top side. It was a double kill for Mondu. They're going to let Alan walk away. A 2 for 2 in the end.
These fights are so close that supports are the ones that end up taking up the last kills because they're just trying so hard to finish people off. And honestly, FLICKR, aside from the one that killed him, just doesn't get hit by skill shots, it feels like. Watch this. FLICKR bursts down, going way faster than he expected because there was no magic resist, but then just track how many things miss FLICKR because of a side step. Ji-Young throws that one thing, misses him with the satchel charge, misses him with the minefield, misses him with another bomb, dodges the tidal wave. He is just getting away from everything, and it is the only reason SKT came out close to even in this one, because OMG were at the point earlier. Look how late Leona comes in at this point. The fight could have easily been over. Finally, the last one hits FLICKR, and we get the kills traded on both sides. Ridiculous mechanics displayed in that team fight.
We've got 5 kills from the 16 that are on the support players right now, which is gonna be a fun time for them, that's for sure, as we are gonna see Piglet here having to flash away. Once again, Pomelo gonna make his presence felt. Bengi moving in as well. Here comes the teleport of Impact into that bottom lane from the top. The kick pushes Pomelo against the pillar. The pillar will stop him getting away, and now they've got in underneath the tower. Allen down to half HP. Can they keep going? Sun's got no chance, and Allen's a dead man as well. Bengi picks up that one, but Faker to the side. Finished off in the end by Shyvana, but Mandu's gone deep once again. Too far maybe, he falls down, but now they're chasing on to go going. Ji-Young can do good damage on the side as a double kill. Impact survived that one just about. Ji-Young will walk away, 4 for 3.
Joe.
Insane.
This is absolutely crazy. 12 kills to 11, 17 minutes into the game. A lot of the Korean games this year have been slow-paced, so to speak. This is nothing like that at this time because these games are both on top of their game. Piglet had to flash at the very start for this, and this was SKT trying to take it all. Once they got that one kick into the side and the pillar to isolate 2, they actually went for the third because they knew they were secured, but that's what we saw. We need to track how FLICKR is going down because he was trying to finish things off and they piled onto him. But because of the formation of the map right now, they ended up just running into each other, always collapsing in. A missed skill shot right there by Mandu that they could have needed later to end up that chaotic fight. At the end of it, it was 4 kills to 3 kills, and SKT with a bit larger lead.
And it's only a bit as well. 20 minutes almost into the game.
This will help though.
We're going to see a Dragon. If they can finish this one off, that will give a good lead over to SKT. However, they need to be careful here. Piglet getting destroyed by Sun. Tidal Wave going to come through. There's a shutdown. Sun might die from this one. Again, the solar flare from Mandu locks him up. Allen now is going to be chased around the side. Evelyn's coming in here. We've got Bengi. We've got Faker.
Been deserted.
Impact moving in as well. They're going for Allen. You're not surviving this one, I'm afraid. They could even tank up that tower and take it down. We actually saw the teleport coming in from Impact. No, it was a recall, sorry, I'm telling lies. Because that top lane had been pushed so heavily. Going, getting the outer, working on the inner. The outer mid lane is being pushed as well. SKT replied with the outer bottom lane turret of their own.
Yeah, and the mid one. Even in a game as chaotic as this, every action does have a reaction, and Going has to use that Blade of the Ruined King to try and escape. Makes him pretty quick. Just trying to look at this game from a higher level at this point. It is still very close. And the siege defense is going to be very key for OMG when the game gets to that point. But for now, they're too busy fighting.
Oh, Impact knocked back by the satchel charge. The minefield will slow him somewhat. Can they finish him off? Yes, they will. Piglet's off as well. May feel like they could have gone for that one, but safety, the name of that game for them. They'll take quite happily the kill onto Impact.
Piglet is actually getting punished for a lot of his positional moves this game. It is a very good champion select by OMG after the fact in this game, because remember, that was a Twitch first pick. So OMG got to build their entire composition around trying to punish a rat as soon as he comes out of stealth. That's what the Nami is doing so well with those bubbles every single time he pops in that lane. And that's what Ji-Young did with his Ziggs AoE the instant Piglet tried to turn.
Let's try and get to items, shall we?
Let's try.
I tried a couple of times, but basically just gave up on it after a while. Mid laners in particular I want to look at. While Ji-Young had a horrible laning phase in terms of farm, he's now picked up 4 kills, died only one more time here than Faker. We can see Rabadon's death cap added into his Athenes. On the other side though, Faker still ahead when it comes to the items. Athenes, Void Staff, needlessly large rod now out as well.
And Faker actually tends to go to Void Staff before death cap fairly frequently in games. It's one of the things he likes to do. Ji-Young, though, only 600 gold behind, as opposed to the 1,500 he was before. So once the team fights started happening, as OMG's strength dictates, they started catching up a little bit. This is a duel, though.
This is a duel. Going, chased down by Impact, and Impact again, turning back at the last second. Sun here finishing off finally that bottom turret.
Yeah, finally, as you say, with the Trinity Force, that's a faster turret pushing build for Sun. I do want to touch on Faker's Void Staff build a little bit, though, to kind of explain why he does it. It gives him more neutral target selection as far as who he gets to hit. And with the game as chaotic as it is now, and Going jumping on him so frequently, he wants that magic resist to just try and blow through him if he does get some MRO on that Shyvana.
OMG here playing a very sneaky game, moving through the bottom side of the SKT jungle. Of course, they have Pomelo, who can do that a little bit easier than the rest. Funnily enough, if they'd have gone a bit north, they would have maybe found Piglet,
that's
but
a
they
big
spotted
blast.
Alan. He gets caught up in this one, locked up by Mandu, puts some good damage back onto Piglet, but he's not going to escape from it. Piglet gets that kill. Now Pomelo caught inside of the SKT jungle as well. There's the kickback towards FLICKR, who throws in the ball and picks up the kill.
Pretty big positional mistakes right there by OMG. They were trying to set up more punishment for Piglet, but as they're so used to not having to deal with, their mid lane has lost control, so they couldn't make those aggressive moves into the jungle because they're the ones that get collapsed on now. This Baron may be indefensible with their jungler and support down, but they're going to try.
Baron Nashor at half HP. Going is maybe the savior of this one. Ziggs is coming in though, and he has his ultimate. That could be the big one here for Ji Young. He's actually going to throw that in. That knocks Impact low. There's a call in from around the side. Mandu's going to tank it up though, and they pick up Baron. Now they're going for going. The shockwave lands. He tries to dive out with the Dragon's Ascent. He's going to get away from that one as well. Just about. Almost went down. He's going to try and lifesteal there from the golems, but good Baron, solidly picked up. You have to give credit to Mondo as well for for tanking up the entire Cullen from the side.
Yeah, he's taken those kills to build a lot of nice tanky items as well, so it helped him survive. That was a very decisive call there by SKT after they caught a few people of OMG out of position, immediately turning it to perhaps a insurmountable advantage. That's what SKT always loves to focus in. It's a 4,000 gold lead, and now the question will really be about whether they could break through an OMG turtle, because that's exactly what OMG has to do now. They do have the death cap on Ziggs, so they can push out turrets very effectively.
Returning to that top lane there as well. A big wave of farm pushed in his general direction. He's currently leading the CS battle on that front, got more kills. Less assists overall than impact from this one. Here is Piglet. This is where the Twitch. You've got to be scared of the Twitch. Piglet's going to go straight on top of Sun. There's a slow coming down. Blade of the Rune King active, not actually used there. And Sun is going to throw down the Cullen. Well, here comes Bengi from the side. Can he get in position? Oh, Alan going to be spotted. Bengi goes further north. Both Alan and Sun have tried to back away. Sun's actually recalling at the back of his inner turret. Bengi's going for a walk all the way up to the walls of the base here. That may force them to back away completely from that mid lane turret. Bengi's going to the base. He's going straight for Alan.
Looks rather aggressive.
Actually caught him out this one. Safeguard to the wall. Bengi not even phased by that one.
And he burned the tidal wave, which is a tremendous disengage tool for OMG as a team as they try and turtle. That was a really nice aggressive solo move by Bengi. He did not rely on anyone else for that one.
Oh, solar flare
With
goes
no
in.
disengage
Bengi again in behind the inhibitor turret. He focused Alan for a while. They're going to put some damage back. Piglet goes low as well. Meanwhile, in the top lane, Impact split pushing away. They do pick off Lee Sin in the end. OMG starting to move out, but they've lost that inner turret in the top.
Yeah, but they still have their inhibitor shell up. That's the important thing for them right now, is making sure they don't lose any inhibitor turrets. I think Bengi kind of gave away his life right there, because unless they're getting an immediate turret, that is a mistake.
Going a little bit too deep, not once, don't think even twice, maybe a third time. Sunny is going to go low. The poison really hurts. He's going to fall. Oh, clutch heal from Alan. That'll keep him alive.
But really, Piglet is showing his strength of not only himself, but also of Twitch, just popping up on San multiple times right there and nearly killing him both times.
Dragon won't be contested by OMG. It's an easy one. Second Dragon of the game, funnily enough, fairly low scoring in terms of Dragons.
Yeah, it's because there's been so much damn fighting. We're still 30 kills 25 minutes into the game, and the Baron buff is making everyone on SKT that much tankier. We also know the late game Trundle is going to be an absolute force. That's actually what SKT needs to build up towards, is a Randuin's Omen on Impact. Oh, wow!
1v4 FLICKR! You are not going to survive that one. Almost took down Pomelo on the way out, but definitely bit off a little bit more than he could chew there.
Very interesting moves coming out from SKT, where they're kind of trying to do their own thing on two separate occasions. They need to play more as a team. This is actually what got them in trouble in a lot of their defeats over in OGN or NLB, where individuals would try and make really big plays, but they would lose to the teamwork of Frost and Ozone, the two teams they lost to. Bengi going in was one example. FLICKR trying to 1v4 there from the brush is another.
And we know, as a team, that OMG are absolutely incredible. Impact, why not? take the damage of every single mine, make sure those minions do in fact get through onto the base. Uh-oh, this is bad for Sun. Bengi's going to come in around the back. There's the kick. Piglet comes in. He puts down the damage. And that's a simple pick-off, something that OMG cannot afford.
Absolutely not. Now they have no AD carry. That means that outer turret is basically indefensible. If SKT chooses to go for it, they're actually more concerned of getting the blue buff on FLICKR though. So that may actually be a late game pickoff that doesn't lead to an objective, which is rare. Kind of dodging a bullet there.
Yeah, looking for their side of things. Yeah, OMG. FLICKR does have that blue now, and you look down his items, he's got that death cap on since we last checked in, and another needlessly large rod, so going to be headed up, you have to feel, towards that Zhonya's hourglass so that he can have that safety. I mean, the 1v4 it probably wouldn't have mattered if he had the Zhonya's there because he was going to go down either way, but that Zhonya's can make a difference in the grand scheme of things. Right now, SKT actually sat fairly defensively, just trying to push things out as far as possible.
Yeah, FLICKR sitting on 557 ability power. Knowing they're playing against a Ziggs and knowing that they have maintained map control here, it's actually prudent for them to just wait for the next Baron.
Yeah.
And then hope to pull OMG into a team fight, which is what normally teams don't want to do. But hopefully for SKT, the vision advantage, the map control, and the gold lead will give them the advantage here within the next Baron time.
And that is coming up in 1 minute and 30 seconds. The way that SKT have kind of backed off from that certainly looks like they want to either fight around that Baron or just wait and take that Baron. OMG, of course, aren't going to give that one up for free. They couldn't defend that last time around, albeit they definitely tried as hard as he could. The culling coming through. Young threw his ultimate in there as well, but in the end it was SKT that got the first Baron of this game. We're approaching the 30-minute mark, so let's once again have a look down some of the items.
Bengi,
no, because Bengi getting caught out, he's going to safeguard. Tidal Wave comes across though. Bengi is maybe going to fall from this, so they're going at the front. Sun going to be focused though. They've got rid of the AD carry, and they're now going to keep going with Piglet getting the slow on towards Pomelo. He pops his W to try and run away. Rest of the team is coming around the side. 40 seconds until Baron. There is going, getting slowed down. Pomelo's going to try and get away through the brush, but Piglet is going to kill him off here. This one is done and dusted. No way that Pomelo will get away from that. FLICKR killed off going as well. That's 4 men down with 20 seconds till Baron.
And OMG fully committed with no vision control, so they were going in blind and just hoping that SKT wasn't in the proper position. Well, they're SKT and they were in the proper position, and that's the big reason OMG got completely wrecked there. They got blindsided by Twitch. Piglet cleaned up. He's now 7-2, and it gives him a Baron.
Waiting for that one as well.
May as well.
A bit of a dance before they celebrate another Baron. Second one of the game here for SK Telecom T1K. Alan is the only person around. If you can steal a Baron with Nami, then you're doing something right overall, but not even going to try it. That's the second Baron of the game, going to SKT.
Yeah, honestly, he would have been doing something wrong if he tried to get it with Nami, because he'd be way too open to getting picked off and losing the game from a push. Now we get to take another look at this. See, when they caught them, they went so far in, but there was an Orianna and a Twitch who just get straight to San and Alan. FLICKR doesn't even have to do anything. It was just Piglet that cleaned them up right there. And they don't even get Bengi.
That escape from Bengi, getting the ward down, and, well, of course, it was then just a chase to victory.
And this is another thing about having Trundle plus Orianna in their team comp. No escape. The pillars and the move speed by Trundle will secure kills if they can force battles in the open field like that.
And once again, Twitch, as you mentioned, just showing, I mean, we've seen it already a couple of times from Piglet. He's now got 7 kills to his name. Getting in behind the AD carry, or anyone really for that matter, is 1v1 potential. Massive impact coming here on towards Sun. He's got slows for days, and Sun is already down to half HP. He's flashed away, which actually might just save his life.
I don't know if he can actually outrun Impact unless he pulls off some spectacular juke. Impact is much faster, and Sun clearly can't duel him. That pillow's going to slow him down.
That was pretty nice pillow work there, and Impact just waiting. It's a One of those
over the wall.
slow and painful deaths, but there's more of an immediate death going on in the mid lane there. FLICKR getting a lot of damage, but he gets out of the shockwave. That's going to get him a double kill. Xiong has to back away. Piglet's going to chase him. He's flashed in there. Has he got the damage? By God, has he got the damage? He's unstoppable now at 8-2-8. This may very well be the game for SK Telecom T1K.
Joe, once they got that first Baron, they just did not relent their pressure against OMG right here. They are totally in control. 31 minutes in, pushing the Nexus.
And I think our pre-game question of how SKT and Bengi in particular turn the corner is hard to argue with this one. They clean up the game with an ace, with a Nexus. SKT go 3-0 here, All-Star.
And the crowd was absolutely so loud after that one. They're happy to see SKT back at the top of their game. Bengi ganked enough for FLICKR to let him destroy Xiong in that mid lane. Even though Piglet and Mandu couldn't take down that lane 2v2, they were still vastly superior. You can see OMG stunned.
Absolutely gutted about that one because they had some very good signs in that game.
Yeah.
The bottom lane in particular started out so well for them. They forced Piglet incredibly early when he had just 2 CS to recall back into base. They couldn't bring that through them. By the end, Piglet was just out of control.
Piglet went absolutely nuts on Twitch. That's one of the big reasons they're willing to first pick that champion. Knowing that against OMG, you're often going to have to come down to team fights, they made sure to pick a pretty damn good team fighting AD carry. And Piglet had his positioning later in the game, even if he didn't have it in the game.
Absolutely incredible game. Certainly left me breathless, I think is the right word.
You don't
in
expect
a couple of different areas.
You do not expect a 26 to 15 kill game.
No.
When you're seeing potentially the two best teams here.
31 minutes that game actually felt a lot longer. I think because we had so much action, there were only 2 Dragon pickups.
Yeah.
There were exactly as many Baron pickups in that game as there were Dragons. That just shows you how Dragon was not really a major factor for the concentration of both teams.
It's because there was so much else happening within the map, they almost didn't even have time to go over to the Dragons and pick them up because they were more worried about the top lane battle, the mid lane battle, getting picks, going for Baron, things like that ended up happening.
Impact, I want to talk about him again here because we mentioned his Shyvana performances before. He's done it again here on Trundle.
Yeah, I haven't seen a top laner excel against him. Going did better than anyone else because he was able to stick with him and not fall behind, still picking up some kills in team fights. But yeah, Impact has been an unsung hero this event.
Well, absolutely amazing game. We're going to break it down, though, further over at the analysis desk. So, guys, take it away.
Thank you very much, guys. I want to start off by summarizing the opening 15 minutes of the game. FLICKR channeled his inner Patches O'Houlihan. Dodge, dip, duck, dive, and dodge. He did not take a bouncing bomb from Xiang at all. We did see straight-up head-to-head matchups. SKT were winning the solo lanes, both top and middle, but they were losing the duo lane, and by a significant margin. By the 20-minute mark, Piglet was down 40 CS to San. Thanks a lot in part to all the action going on, but what do we take about the lanes, Crepo?
I just want to point out how FLICKR dodges these skill shots. It's not that he's moving left and right and making it hard to predict where he needs to, like, where the enemy needs to throw their stuff. No, he literally waits until the spell comes up and then sidesteps. When he's laning against the Ziggs, he knows those cooldowns by heart. He waits till the bomb comes up, and the second it comes up, he knows the enemy laner is gonna throw it, and he just sidesteps as they come up. And it's so beautiful to see. There's a fight later on as well where he just literally just dodges everything.
Yeah, before we get to that, let's pull up the First Blood replay, I think, very quickly. Crepo, this is something that OMG started, that we're getting aggressive on the top lane. Talk us through how this played out.
So before we play the clip, actually, we want to see what's happening. First of all, Gogoing's doing well in the lane, and they want to push in Impact, and then they want to dive in with Pomelo. That's a good reaction from the team. But because Bengi's on top of his game again, he knows that that's going to happen. That's going to be the play on the map. But then he's a little later, and then Impact needs to survive. And how he does that is just majestic, actually. Just roll the clip right here. They're going to draw the aggro at him. Impact's going to see the Evelyn come in. He wants to back out, places a pillar, and forces out both the enemy players. Then flashes over the pillar, forces Evelyn's flash. Gogoing should die here. Gets in the brush, teleports out, gets hit. If the camera pans over, we see 5 HP maybe, roughly. The fact how he placed that pillar, he didn't block one person. He pushed one of them to the back and one of them to the side, then flashed over the pillar again. He was literally like making them chase around the turret. You can play some Benny Hill music to make it even more entertaining. So well played, and this shows. Even after that play, Impact goes to base and teleports back to his lane, and that's literally where he wins the game.
Yeah, exactly. Even worse for OMG because going used to teleport to the base here to survive, so he couldn't go back to lane instantly. Impact could, so he got ahead in CS there, and from there on it was pretty much just a one-way track.
Yeah, it was the assist to that,
also the assist, yeah.
Trundle got, Impact got in that game that really helped him start to take an advantage in that lane in a matchup that's only going to go more in Trundle's favor as the game drags on. And also, I do really want to turn it back to FLICKR for a second because that laning phase was really extraordinary. That is a matchup that it is very hard for Orianna to win. And I was just taking some totals throughout the game. 7.5 minutes, he was up 70 to 46 CS. That was about the time the kill happened in the mid lane. But by 10 minutes even, he was 3-0-0 at 101 CS. So we're talking nearly perfect CS with 3 kills in the lane.
In contrast, 59 CS only on Ziggs at 10-minute mark. So down on kills, down on CS. It really felt like SKT were individually outplaying OMG in all of the skirmishes.
In the solo lanes.
Even, I agree with that. Bottom was working in OMG's favor, but even when they did get involved in the team fights later on, you felt like SKT were just out-positioning and out-rotating in some of those moments, those team fights.
Yeah, OMG are really bloodthirsty, and they rely on their coordination and the fact that they think they're quicker on the draw. Like, they think, oh, we're going to get to your blue buff, and we know just kind of instinctively, well, we're going to get there first, we're going to get the dragon first, and, like, if you take a fight, we know we've got more people than you. And they just kind of got greedy over time. They were cutting corners and getting caught out because, well, they blew their cooldowns, but actually Twitch was right there.
But this might actually even be the issue for OMG, that they are so fast with their things. They don't get the wards up, they don't get proper vision, they don't even think, oh, who might else be here? So we even see them in a team fight where they go for Bengi. It's actually in the late game, about 26-minute mark around the Baron. They put all their abilities into Bengi. He jumps away. There's no vision around him. Twitch just pops up, shoots onto the AD carry, shoots onto the bottom, to the back side of the team, and just destroys OMG. And they simply lose the fights because they are so fast and engaging.
Let's quickly actually bring up one of those team fights that exemplifies this exact story. With the second team fight we want to bring up, it's a little earlier in the game than what we're talking about right now. It does take place in the river near the Baron. Defisha start us off and Crepo chime in later.
Well, so this team fight here is actually also to give some credit to FLICKR again with his dodging abilities. First though, going without his Blade Rune King completed, actually roams down. He's very easy to take down, he's very squishy. And notice FLICKR here now. From here on, he's just going to dodge everything Xiang throws towards him. Even the wave here, he actually dodges up towards is not going to hit him. And this means he buys enough time, even though Bengi is so low here. Pumandu actually comes at the mid lane here, all the way from bottom lane to join with his team, picks up another kill once he actually joins in. FLICKR will die from the last bomb, you can't dodge it all, but then Pumandu joins in.
Not only that, but FLICKR's flash in nearly killed Evelynn right there. He was in probably single-digit HP after that, so it was just a very subtle miscalculation on the flash to get the kill onto Eve.
Well, closing thoughts from Crepo just before we have to move on. Crepo and Freak. Sorry, Freak.
Yay!
Yeah, I'll go first. I just want to point out the differences in vision control. SKT is almost tunneling on it. We saw a Ruby Sidestone rush almost on the Lee Sin after his jungle item. And then on the support as well, no finished items, just Ruby Sidestone. They're playing so hard on vision control. They had 5 pink wards up on the map. Compare that to what OMG is doing. Very few wards. At one point, they pink ward a brush, move past it, sit in the brush, try and bait somebody in, but it was clearly warded. SKT reacts, kills one guy, and goes to Baron and get Baron. That's because OMG is so used to playing against opponents with poor vision control, and they just got out-visioned.
The other thing I want to point out as well is, and I know this would have changed the dynamic of the lane a little bit, but Alan, and I know Jat mentioned it in the commentary, just picking Annie, right? He's like, it's the default engager guy, right? OMG's going to go Bloodthirst, look for a fight. Flash Tiber's a lot better than Tidal Wave, right? Like the Tidal Wave that FLICKR dodged right there would have just died to Tiber's right there. Like 100% you can't really miss that. So Alan goes back to a more comfortable pick, and that OMG playstyle works a lot better.
Yeah, I do agree, and I am sorry to cut this off, but we do actually have to throw this one over to Shox, who is with SKT's Impact for some inside information about them taking lead in the groups.
Thank you very much, Quickshot. Indeed, joined by Impact, and once again, my homie is going to assist me in the translation. Impact, first off, congratulations, 3-0 so far in the tournament. The first thing I want to ask you, OMG was looking so strong yesterday and today as well. What makes them so strong? And also, what was the key for you guys to taking them down here?
지금 OMG 팀은 이제 어제도 그렇고 이제 되게 강팀으로 알려져 있고 되게 잘하고 있어요. 근데 이제 OMG 팀의 장점은 어떤 것 같고 그런 강점을 어떻게 공략해서 SKT1 K팀은 이겼나요?
일단 기본기가 탄탄한 팀이고요. 그리고 전략적으로 좀 더 그러니까 준비를 해와요. 꼭. 그래서 그게 강점이라 생각해서 하고 저희도 근데 이번에 이긴 이유가 저희가 기본기가 좀 더 탄탄해서 이겼다고 생각합니다.
I think OMG's biggest strength is their basic mechanics, and they always have a strategy prepared for the game. But for this game, I think our basic mechanics were better, so I think we could win the game.
So your direct lane opponent was Going. Yesterday in an interview, you said that they were quite confident that they could beat you guys today. Did it add an extra bit more of satisfaction that you were able to beat him here today?
어제 이제 OMG 고고인 선수가 인터뷰했을 때 오늘 만나면 꼭 이길 거라고 얘기했어요. 그런데 이겼잖아요.
네.
그럼 임팩트 선수는 맛 라이너로서 이겨서 좀 더 통쾌한지 기분 어떠세요?
이번에 고고인 선수보다 제가 좀 더 잘했다고 생각하고요. 근데 고고인 선수가 좀 긴장해가지고 했던 플레이 때문에 좀 더 아쉬워요. 긴장 안 하고 좀 더 잘할 수 있을 것 같아요.
I think for this game, I played much better than Gogoing. And also, I think Gogoing was a bit nervous. I could see it in his plays. And I think, I hope I could play against him next time in a better shape. Yeah.
So you talk about your shape, and yesterday FLICKR mentioned in the interview, I feel like this is really can be the turning point, this tournament for SKT. How do you feel about your performance in the tournament so far?
이제 어제 페이커 선수 인터뷰에서 지금 올스타전이 SK T1 K팀의 전환점이라고 얘기했어요. 임팩트 선수는 지금 본인들의 활약이랑 이제 그런 기량에 대해 어떻게 생각하세요?
지금 조금씩 나아지고 있고요. 그리고 저는 SK의 전환점이라보다 저의 전환점이라 생각해요. 왜냐면 NLB 때도 안 좋은 모습 보여주고, 그러니까 한국 쪽에서 안 좋은 모습 보여주다가 제가 마음을 잡고 좀 더 잘해야겠다 이런 생각 많이 하다 보니까 여기 와서 좀 더 잘해진 것 같아요.
I agree that it is a turning point for our team, but I think it would be a bigger turning point for me also because I've been doing that well during spring season in Korea. And hopefully I'm practicing a lot, so I'm hoping to play much better in this All-Star Games tournament.
All right, well, you definitely played very well in this game and the entire team. Congratulations once again, Impact.
Thank you.
And now we're going to go back over to Quickshot and the analysts.
Thank you very much, Shocks. Great interview, and we'll have to see how SKT continue to perform. Division, I cut you off just before we go to an ad break. What was the point you were trying to make?
I just wanted to support Freak in what he said about the lack of the any pick here, because we actually saw Nami with the tidal wave a lot of times. It was part of the engage coming in, and it didn't work for them. With the any pick, they could have just instant engaged, like you just said here. So it was an issue for them. They didn't actually have a hard engage on Ellen like they normally do.
Well, we'll have to see if they can figure that out for the rest of their games. Coming up shortly, guys, Cloud9 will take on the Taipei Assassins, and the North American team can lock up a place in the semi-finals with a win. Now, I have been talking about the all-star viewing parties all around the world, and there's one taking place in Warwick University in Coventry, England. If you guys are at home, be sure to share how you're watching the action all the way in Paris by tweeting your photos to @LOLesports. Use the hashtag AllStar. We'll be right back after the break, guys.
Here comes the teleport of Impact into that bottom lane from the top. The kick pushes Pomelo against the wall. The pillar will stop him getting away. And now they've got in underneath the tower. Alan down to half HP. Can they keep going? Sun's got no chance. And Alan's a dead man as well. Baby picks up that one. From Baker to the side. Finished off in the end by Shavana. But Mandu's gone deep once again. Too far maybe. He falls down. But now they're chasing on to Going. Shi-Young can do good damage on the side. As a double kill.
live from Paris, France, as I am joined here by Fnatic's Soaz. Very nice to be talking to you here today. Ovation. I'll let you talk to them in a minute. But first, of course, I want to ask you about the first day of the Invitational yesterday, as it was a rough start from Fnatic. What were kind of the reflections on your own game and your own picks yesterday?
I feel like we had enough game against OMG yesterday. Our picks wasn't that great, even though we played the early fine. As soon as we got behind, we couldn't come back because our setup was kind of bad. And we had the poke setup and we couldn't come back with it. And against Cloud9, I think our game was fine, even though we did like one big mistake on bottom. I think they agreed for the blue buff, and I TP and I died with them. And afterwards, when I was split pushing bottom, and we just throw it as well. But against Cloud9, I think we could have win it, but we just played a bit bad.
Yeah, Yellowstar was also mentioning we just weren't confident. That's something we usually are. Is that something that you've noticed in your own play as well? Does it have something to do with playing on this stage or in front of this crowd?
Not really. I just think that we are used to play some engaged champion, and Yellow played 2 times Karma, and I just felt like we didn't have any engage in the setup we played as well. So I don't know. I just think we have to play the same as we played against Cloud9, but without doing the same mistakes in the end.
Yeah, you guys are obviously not out of this one yet. Still 2 games to come today, 1 versus SKT and 1 versus TPA. What did you guys talk about? How did you try and motivate each other again to give it your all again today?
We just say that what I just said before, like we have to play the same game as we did against Cloud9, and without the stupid mistakes that we did. And I think we will be fine. Pick the setup that we used to play and play more aggressive, I think.
Play more aggressive. Of course, a lot of fans here for you, and I'm going to let you talk to them. Je te laisserai pas partir sans avoir dit quelques mots en français.
Vas-y. Merci à tout le monde de nous suivre. Merci à tout le monde de nous suivre et continuez comme ça.
A big thanks to all the fans out of here for supporting and following him. Well, good luck in your matchups later today, Soaz, and we're going to head back to the guys at the desk.
Thank you very much, guys. It's fantastic to hear the crowd getting behind the local talent. It is time to head into our second group stage match of the day as Cloud9 face the Taipei Assassins. Now, let's talk about Cloud9. They have already defeated Taipei Assassins in convincing fashion all the way back at the Intel Extreme Masters World Championships in Katowice. Both of these teams, however, lost to SKT yesterday, but TPA looked significantly better in their match than Cloud9 did. Cloud9 also did take down Fnatic by exploiting their mistakes. I still feel that had Fnatic not made the mistakes, Cloud9 may not have won that matchup. So how does Cloud9 become more proactive in creating opportunities? Also, we know Taipei Assassins makes mistakes, so can Cloud9 punish TPA the way they do Fnatic? Let's start with Crepo.
Well, both teams played a lot of champions at the same time. I mean, Cloud9 literally landed the same composition twice, so scouting-wise, TPA knows what to expect. I mean, they're probably not going to leave the same stuff open because they both junglers share the Elise pick that I think they both played in every game so far. So, well, we're going to see a new jungler come out for one of the teams at least.
Yeah, I also feel Meteos made a few uncharacteristic mistakes yesterday. Caught a
yeah,
little bit out of position.
It's a little overreaching in one tower shot. It was a very small mistake that actually led to a kill, but yeah, usually he's so solid and he doesn't make those mistakes.
The thing for Cloud9, however, they don't necessarily need to go out and make the big plays, make the big calls, because they don't have the normal shot caller. That's why against Fnatic we saw them rely a little bit more about what did Fnatic do. Could we then punish them? They can do the same thing to TPA. You said it yourself. They make mistakes. Cloud9 can pick something where they can punish mistakes and try and win the game this way, or they can try and trust in Link and his shot calling, because he is a very good shot caller.
Yeah, that's the thing. We can talk about, Fnatic had a slight edge in the early game of the game that Cloud9 played against them, but the reason why I selected Cloud9 in the first place was I was very confident that Cloud9 would be able to capitalize on mistakes better and would be able to turn it into a snowball and a win, which is exactly what we saw. And I think that Cloud9 has every opportunity to do that again, even if they fall behind in the early game.
Let's move over a little bit to the Taipei Assassins. I felt they demonstrated an ability to contain FLICKR early on. There was a concerted focus from Wins, ganking him in that mid lane with that Elise. It didn't matter though, because once FLICKR did hit 6 on that Twisted Fate, he was moving around the map with the Destiny, using it to great effect. I want to throw this one to Freak to get your take on TPA, Cloud9, and how the matchup might play.
So Taipei Assassins to me looks the most out of their element right now. Like, I'm going to say it over and over again, but like Achi's normally incredibly good in the GPL. And it's not just because he's facing better players like Going, but he's like actively making mistakes. Jay also, their support was like missing solar flares. And these aren't ones that you're dodging that like Faker's just juking all the skill shots. It's just like he's just actively missing abilities or like mistiming it on like a TF Destiny. Like you literally just count in your head and land the abilities. So if TPA gets unshaken, they'll look a heck of a lot better. Maybe they can win it, but right now they're looking so frazzled. They're not playing kind of the right game.
All right, well, it does look like we're moving ourselves towards the predictions at this point in time. It is the moment of truth for everybody on the table. I officially gave up apple pie yesterday and am on a diet, but I want to know where your allegiances lie. Deficio, where is it?
I'll go with the apple pie. I think Cloud9 can punish TPA and their mistakes and therefore also win the game.
It's going to go straight to your hips.
I got to go with apple pie as well. Cloud9 for me, I really think that they can just play the same kind of game they had against Fnatic, and they haven't really showed their hand yet. Same composition 2 times. It's kind of a mystery what else they've got.
I think Cloud9 is going to knock the wins out of TPA. Cloud9 is going to win this game.
Wow. I don't think we're a positive influence on each other.
No, Crepper, you're getting worse at it too. You should learn. But Cloud9 for me as well, actually. I think they're more consistent, they're better down the line, and I think they've got this one.
So the host disagrees with the analysts. Let's see how this plays out. You guys at home, of course, have been voting at lolesports.com, and 74% of you guys are saying Cloud9 are going to take the win. So once again, I'm the only one bucking the trend. Thank you very much for the insight, guys. Let's throw it over to Joe and Jat at the caster desk.
Thank you very much, Quickshaw and the guys. Cloud9 last faced the Taipei Assassins, of course, at the Intel Extreme Masters World Championships, catching them off guard and notching up a win. So TPA is coming in here, looking for revenge and hoping to shut down Meteors in the jungle.
我非常期待，因为我们上次在 IEM 的时候，我们输给了他们，希望这次我们有这个机会，可以让我们复仇成功。
Against TPA, I think we caught them off guard a lot last time. We came out really strong and we were able to beat them very dominantly. I don't think they'll let that happen again.
我之前有看过比赛，我觉得他们的中路跟 jungle 是比较偏他们的核心，尤其是 jungle。我觉得他 jungle 他不管是各种就是带风扇的力跟后期会战处理，我觉得细节还有处理很好。我觉得比较在意的是 jungle， 可我觉得只要能压制住他的存在，应该会不难赢他们。
Very clear game plan there for TPA. Focus Meteors, keep him out of the game, and win it.
Yeah, first things first, you got to get rid of his Elise, because that's the way to take him out of his comfort zone right off the bat.
So I'm still not sure why that's not been banned. We'll see if that gets changed this time around. He's played so many games in a row now with Elise. We'll figure that out in a little while. First of all, though, we're going to check out the starting lineups on the blue side. It's Cloud9 with Balls in the top lane, Meteors in the jungle, Link, their substitute here in the mid lane, and the duo of Sneaky and Lemon Nation.
And on the red side, it is the Taipei Assassins with Hachi in the top lane, Wins in the jungle, Morning in mid lane, BB at AD carry, and Jay on support.
Well, right now, Morning and Link will get some scrutiny here because we're going to take a look at the mid lane matchup.
Yeah, and this mid lane matchup is important because the success and the failure of the teams is heavily tied to it. I mean, I look at TPA, and we've seen Morning get bullied in lane 2 games in a row. He had a suspect champion pool coming in. We saw this.
Yeah.
Thinking, man, if he doesn't get Lulu or Ziggs, he's done for. But he got Lulu both games, and he's still done poorly. So this is really his time on the world stage to step up and see if they can pick up some wins at this event. Meanwhile, you look at Link, he has had the Herculean task of trying to step in and replace Hai, who is a Keystone member. And honestly, I think he's done a pretty good job.
Yeah.
His game against Fnatic, he did have the team go around at the right times. His calling was on point, and he's never really been one to dominate the lane on his own. this would be his opportunity to try and take advantage of Morning's struggles. And if he does that, they don't have to worry about all the shot calling stuff because they could just win the lanes.
Very interested to see what happens here in the bans and picks, which are coming up in just a couple of moments. So let's focus on them. Elise is my immediate focus in this one. Meteos,
I think so.
Played it through the entire playoffs, and he's had it in the 2 games here as well. At some point, you have to think about at least taking such a key member, especially since they've got Lincoln not high in that mid lane. Thinking about taking it away from him, putting him maybe onto a different champion where he's not as at home.
I think TPA is going to have one of their main focus points maybe on that jungle Elise, and I really have to wonder whether Cloud9 focuses heavily on Morning or whether they just let him play Lulu and go at him from there, since he hasn't been a force one way or the other.
Well, let's see, shall we? We're into bans and picks. The first one out of the gate here for Cloud9 will be Jax. Aim straight in there at the top lane. And an interesting choice there right from the very get-go. What are TPA going to go with? Will that Elise be taken away here? Possibly, but not this round. It's Lulu, which Link has played in both games so far. We should also mention that Cloud9 have run the exact same lineup 2 games in a row.
I think that also increases the priority of Ziggs even more so. Link is a guy who played a fair amount of Ziggs for CLG, even though Cloud9's not a team to play Ziggs normally. The Twitch ban makes a lot of sense, obviously, and we have to point out, since we were just talking about Elise, even though Wins plays a lot of mechanically difficult junglers like Lee Sin, he has 1 game on Elise in the entire season he played in the GPL, and it was a defeat.
Yeah, not exactly the ideal scenario.
Cloud9 is the ones who banned it.
Yeah, exactly.
All right, we're done here.
If we think back, he's played at least both games in this tournament so far as well. So a ban that maybe suits both teams, or that both teams will have wanted. The final ban in the end for TPA will actually be Kha'Zix here. So keeping the focus on the jungle with Meteos.
I wonder if they first pick Ziggs, because I feel like TPA would take it on the return. This is really a question about whether Cloud9 wants to fully go against what TPA has in their picks or just pick for themselves. And it looks like Cloud9's picking for themselves.
Picking for themselves and taking the jungler first of all. Lee Sin here for Meteos, who, as we said, there's no Elise this game, there's no Kha'Zix this game. Lee Sin is going to be his fallback champion. For TPA now, what do they go with? We see a few switches around. Morgana, let's touch on that, even though it's not locked in here, because that is another big one. Lemon Nation has, of course, played a hell of a lot of Morgana.
Yeah, he played it and lost with it, I believe, yesterday, which was the first time he's lost to Morgana in 13 attempts, if we count playoffs, regular season, and this. So those are some really nice picks early by TPA.
So that will be locked in. And LeBlanc is taken as well, so blind picking the mid lane. What do we think to that?
I feel like this is Morning's chance to make a statement. He has stuck to Lulu this whole time. He played 1 LeBlanc game in the GPL, and it was a defeat. It's a highly mechanically complex champion who needs to win the lane to do stuff. And if he gets lane bullied on LeBlanc, he would be even more than useless. It's a statement by him to pick it this early.
Yeah, played that in the Taipei Snipers Game 1 in the semi-finals over in GPL, where didn't really go to plan. 4-5-6 was his score, and that Cloud9 here locking in, and, well, I'm wrong talking about Lee Sin, of course. Evelyn now is locked in here for Meteos in the jungle, which means we're going to be seeing a Lee Sin in the top lane for Balls.
Yeah, it's got to be. How about that? So Balls, even though he sticks to the normal champions up top most of the time, is known for having really good mechanics. And a lot of the North American mid laners actually on the lower tier teams were the ones that were playing Lee Sin a lot and giving the top teams a lot of trouble with it. So that's actually kind of why we saw Dyrus playing it in the finals. He spent a large amount of time trying to pick it up. There is a lot of lane pressure value that he offers. Cloud9's going to try and use it to their own benefit.
I should have learned probably by now not to always just assume when you see those picks coming in. I mean, second half of the season, not much Lee Sin played anyway by Meteos. He played it a few times in the start of the NALCS. But let's move on from that. Lucian taken here for Sneaky. Obviously, he's been going for Twitch so far here at All-Stars, but that has been taken away. And we go straight to the other side of the game, because Nocturne locked in here, 4 wins in the jungle, and we're going to see BB taking the Jinx.
Nocturne was a big deal in the GPL. It's much more pick prominence over there. But I specifically want to talk about the Jinx because it's more relevant to what happened yesterday. After we saw Sun go off on Jinx in a very nice protective composition where the enemy team didn't have much dive, Taipei Assassins picked a Jinx into a very dangerous composition with many people who can close onto BB. And that's exactly what they did. He died many times in that game. He did not have good protection on Jinx. And it's really BB, I feel like, picking a champion that he can maybe carry the game with if he gets going, but not necessarily the right situation for it.
And he's a player who has, when he's got going, pulled off some ridiculous numbers overall. These Draven games earlier on in the GPL playoffs where he'd racked up 16 kills in one game, 19 in another. Obviously, Jinx, a little bit of a different thing, but can certainly get snowballing. We'll see how that all works out for TPA because Cloud9 have locked in their 2 final choices. Thresh for Lemon Nation and Orianna in the mid lane for Link.
It's amazing to think Thresh made it this far through.
Yeah.
And Orianna was actually one of Blink's first champions that he played in the LCS all the way back in Season 3, so he should be very comfortable on that. A fairly, I'd just call almost normal team comp for Cloud9. A lot of everything, or just a little bit of everything. Very versatile is actually the word I'm looking for. Versus the what is actually fairly heavy dive and not much protection coming out from TPA.
What is their final choice for the top lane here? A role which has failed to impress us, I think, so far from TPA's side of things. I think that's fair to say. It's going to be Renekton in this one, and you know, Renekton where you're going to be thinking about having that bullying early to mid game and hoping to scale well into later things. But as we said before, we've not been super impressed with performance throughout the game really from TPA on that front.
Now, Achi has not performed in the games. It's really been about their solo lanes not doing well and BB not being good enough to carry, or just the other teams being too good to let that go and just taking the 5,000 or so gold advantage they get from the solo lanes and steamrolling through the rest of the game. TPA actually hasn't gone much different on that. Things are very reliant on the solo lanes with this team composition, so we'll see if they can improve against Cloud9.
Some big questions to be answered in this one. Cloud9, of course, a win and a loss under their belt. A close win against Fnatic. Their loss wasn't really all that close, unfortunately for them. Obviously, SKT sweeping them to the side. For TPA, this is pretty much do or die. I mean, people are already looking forward to TPA versus Fnatic later on, but those kind of things could be decided before. We're going to find out, and of course, the teams are now loading onto the Rift, so why don't you guys let us know who you think are going to win this game. Send your pick to @LOL Esports and use the hashtag C9 win or TPA win.
And it's so important because we're coming into the second day of group stage here. This game really secures Cloud9 advancing out of group stage if they win. If they lose, there's a very large risk that that 1-3 record would lead them either into a 3-way tie or not making it at all.
We are in Europe, guys, I'm just saying, so ties are a very real possibility.
That's where the All-Stars are.
We're going to find out here. We are going into game. It's Cloud9 versus TPA. Who's going to get the early start? Again, I'm going to harp on about early aggression. That last game was a bit of an exception. It was just a bit of dancing and FLICKR dodging, which funnily enough turned out to be very indicative of how the game was to go on in the end. Will we see any aggression here from Cloud9 and TPA, a team that aren't scared to get dug in at level 1?
TPA had a ridiculous level 1 in their game yesterday against OMG where they came out on top. It didn't grant them a victory, but it did grant them an early advantage. The GPL was all about level 1, so if we're looking for level 1 experience, it's all on TPA's side.
And again, they must have been watching the last game. Dancing in the mid lane between Sneaky and Warning. No bombs to dodge or to catch, which is also a very real possibility when that happens. TPA have got a 3-man team down on the bottom side. From Cloud9's side, it's a little bit more spread out, let's call it. A full line defense covering all the main entries into the jungle on both sides of the map. And there is the vote. 84% of you thinking that Cloud9 are going to take down TPA, which is bigger by a considerable amount than it was with the LOLesports.com vote that we heard a little bit earlier from the analyst desk. So, TPA stacking up here by their red buff. Looks like there's not going to be much of an invade, and if so, it's going to come very, very late here from TPA.
Yeah, we might actually see that game without a level 1. I'm very surprised that it's such a one-sided vote for Cloud9. Obviously, it's probably a heavily American or Cloud9 fan base voting for this particular broadcast because knowing Cloud9 coming into the tournament without high, hopes were not high for Cloud9. And I did that completely unintentionally, Joe, I swear to God. And TPA, with the championship of the GPL actually came into this with an even stronger roster than they had during the season. The acquisition of wins from their sister team TPS was hailed as one of the best transactions that any GPL team has made in years, and it hasn't shown through so far in the All-Stars.
There's always time to shine while there's still games left to play as Lemon Nation here, being very aggressive onto Jay. You've always got to be very mindful of those bindings. Lemon Nation, of course, went for the Flay here at level 1. We saw that just a couple of seconds ago. We'll see how this all works out. Again, we see back to our old standard. Another game. Yeah. 2 versus 2 in the bottom lane, 1v1 in the other lanes.
I'm liking it, especially at All-Star, where there's so many players that are just best in role for their region. BB, as far as AD carry is concerned, is just the legend from Season 2, still the last remaining member from that championship team, captain and carry for TPA, against Sneaky, who, by the way, had the best KDA in the North American LCS, really best stats overall as far as AD carries are concerned. That's going to be one hell of a matchup down bottom.
And here we see Meteos. He was the key target for TPA. There's the hook onto Jay. This is trouble. They're going to go for Bibi, though. He flashes away. Now they go towards Jay. They've not got much CC to lock him up, but they'll force the flash nonetheless. Both flashes used by TPA and the heal from Bibi.
That is a huge move right there. Cloud9 burn absolutely nothing. So they will have a huge advantage in that game now, sending them both back to base as well. Next time a hook lands, it could very well be death.
So this top lane, Balls, had a very tough game yesterday against SKT, a game that he'll probably want to just forget, to be honest with you. So far, having a bit of a hard time being bullied around, but you can see keeping up with the CS on that front nonetheless.
Yeah, Lee Sin actually isn't a guy who can take on Renekton crazy early on in the game. He's mainly looking at Lee Sin so he can be more of a late-game assassin. He can teleport into fights and really jump around and punish squishies early, plus become a late-game split-pushing threat once he gets a whole bunch of lifesteal to outlast the tank Renekton who can't burst people down. That's the strategy of the Lee Sin pick there.
Oh, a hook coming through there. Nocturne had actually just showed himself. That's the first, I'm not sure if we can really call it gank from Wins. He just walked into the lane there, was spotted early enough from it. And we can see the Meteos actually replying to this one, just moving down again towards the bottom side of the map.
And an interesting choice by Wins there, going Spirit Stone. Oh, nice binding by Lemon Nation. That's a lot of damage.
Good combo coming in, wasn't enough in the end. There is the hook actually coming down, but they've got no follow-up here, Cloud9. We saw Meteos had already backed away on towards his Golem camp.
And to finish the point on Wins' item choices, this is the slightly nerfed Spirit Stone, where there's a name for this, the Wriggles Lantern, Feral Flare.
There you go.
It would be the nerf Feral Flare if he would have went that route where it takes 30 stacks to transform. Pretty much everyone was building that on Nocturne. He is most likely going for a Spirit of the Elder Lizard, a much older Nocturne build that he's going to be more comfortable with, because as we said earlier, the GPL had a lot more Nocturne picks than the other regions, and that's what he would have been using when it was popular. Doesn't see the need to change over to the Feral Flare.
See that Balls has gone back. We saw him recalling a few moments ago. He's picked himself up a second Doran's Blade in there as well. Wow, that's a max range hook onto Bebe. The Black Shield came down just a little bit afterwards. The CC wouldn't have followed through anyway, but Cloud9 on Lemon Nation in particular, can't fault him for his hooks up until now.
One of the results, though, of BB going back very early in the lane is he's actually got an item edge on Sneaky. Until Sneaky shops and gets a BF sword, they actually can't capitalize on those burned summoner spells. By the time Sneaky ends up shopping, the summoner spells may be back, actually.
Very, very possible from that one. He does have a big CS lead, though, does he? 39 to 23. Just watching this mid lane there, we saw a lot of damage coming through already from Link on towards Morning. If you look at the items, Link has been back, and there's actually the clone being popped. And Link, Flash, Ignite still available, same over the other side. We'll see if any more aggressive action. I can't imagine that will come out of Link. I think harassment and farming is the name of the game for him.
He's not a typically aggressive player, but at the same time, you do want him to try and take advantage of Morning a little bit. He's down about 10 CS. Getting the LeBlanc clone shows he's been getting a lot of harass on him, but that harass hasn't actually led yet to a farm advantage. Maybe once he gets a little bit more ability power after that Chalice and starts building up to the Athenes, we'll see more of that, but it's going to be tricky for Link.
Oh, Sneaky taking a lot of damage. Actually has to just dash away from the Dark Binding. That's the danger that you've got with Jinx Morgana in there. You've got the chain to really put down. Once you land that bind and you put the chompers in position, you've got a lot of time for basically free damage.
This will be the point now as well where Sneaky gets his BF sword. They went back into the double golem, so he's going to be coming back with that big item advantage. While the summoner spells will be back up for TPA, the advantage will be that BF sword. So it's not actually advantage lost, despite them not getting kills while summoners were down.
Morning is going to be gifted the first blue buff for him of this game. Wynn's just tanking that one up, and it does go over there to Morning. Meanwhile, Meteos, we know him as a player that loves to help balls in particular get going. We talked about this heavily yesterday. Spent a lot of time in that lane, didn't really get the results from it. We'll see if he goes for it here again.
Cloud9 often tries to make balls their top lane carry, and this gank is no surprise.
Low going down, Meteos coming in from the side, and he's just going to throw down a couple of extra hate spikes, but he was already back towards that turret there. It's going to mean the first recall on the TPA side of that top lane, gives balls a little bit of free time to farm.
Cloud9 loves to do repeat ganks or try and use even the harass to get up top to make plays in the jungle. They rely on strong solo lanes to make jungle plays. That's why he has the deep wards. He will do a deep ward into a gank. He wants to smite steal this red.
Oh, this could be dangerous. Here comes Meteos from the side, and there is a smite. Wins didn't even know what had hit him there.
Well, she was invisible coming in, but Meteos had the timing, and instead of waiting for it to be a smite battle, actually just used a bunch of spells with his smite, so to better secure it from Wins. Great job getting the deep ward off the gank that didn't work into a play that did.
Lemon Nation actually getting a ward down by the blue as well. Are they going to look to control that one next time around? Of course, it was taken a little earlier. Here we go, though. They're going to throw everything down onto Lemon Nation. He just wanted a ward in the enemy jungle, and what's going to happen is he gives up the first blood, and it goes on to Morning.
And that is huge. If we remember the games the TPA did win at the IEM World Championships, it's when Morning went off. He was on Ziggs there, but the first blood with the Nocturne gank goes a nice way to helping him against Link in the mid lane.
Bit of a setback as well, considering how well this bottom lane had really gone for them in the previous 9 minutes of this matchup. Sneaky was far and away in the lead. Forced to recall there after there's some damage coming in, and that's only a 10 CS difference.
And additionally, Lemon Nation didn't decide to go for the Relic Shield Thresh build. He's actually rushed the Sightstone, so he's going to slowly fall farther and farther behind Jay in gold, who's went for the very good gold generation out of him in the Frostfang now.
Meteos just refreshed his red buff, by the way, after stealing TPAs away with his smite, went and took his own. And we'll be just recalling back to home. Want to take a look at the top lane items as well. So that's been somewhat of a quiet lane for us. Good hook landing, but onto the black shield where it basically means very little, let's say.
No CC, but you could still actually jump to it afterwards if you wanted to.
Yeah.
It's one of the weird black shield interactions you'll get with that hook.
Oh, damage from Morning. Gets the chains off on towards Link, but again, no real massive damage to come through. Obviously, it was both players starting out towards that Athene's Unholy Grail. Chalice and the Fiendish Codex already there for Link. Just a Chalice in for Morning at this point of the game.
But he's trying to press a whole bunch harder, maybe saving up for completing it outright. There's a lot of similar item builds going on in these lanes, and it's just all about who can actually rush it properly. They go back and buy incremental, and then they trade advantages.
Oh, they're going to get baited into this one. There is Meteos from the side, and he's ultimate not really connecting, but they're going to land the Q there. It is going to be Meteos tanking up the turret. Ball gets a kill, and now they're going in with Morning and Link here. Oh, wow.
Way off right there by Link. He was hoping to get a kill. Maybe he can still get it.
I wondered why he'd come straight back into that one. Link getting a massive burst of damage back down onto him. Now Lemon Nation and Sneaky with that extra pressure across the map, actually stepping forward here in the bottom lane, looking for that hook. Didn't quite work out for them, but brings Cloud9 back level in kills and actually slightly ahead in goal.
Oh, the binding
here on the chompers, on the binding. That's a good play back from Lemon Nation. He's going to get ulted up though by Jay. The culling coming from the back here from Sneaky. Super mega death rocket. Flashed away from, don't think he was low enough anyway.
Still a nice trade of skills there. You can see that bottom lane is actually starting to even out a little bit because of that binding. But to get back to that mid lane fight, even though you miss the shockwave, the level 1 shockwave isn't actually what does the damage. It's the ball movement and the command dissonance afterwards. So when Morning came back in, he didn't necessarily take that into account, got bursted down anyway, and nearly died.
would have been a bad turn of events, really, for
Yeah.
TPA, considering that Morning did get himself that first blood. The farm in that mid lane is very much even as well at 100 to 95. This top lane, once again, who would have thought it? Meteor's coming back into the top to try and give Balls even more of a lead.
Another gank. I'd almost expect Wins to spend more time up top, but they're really leaving Achi completely on his own. Meteos going to be able to get into that brush, and Nocturne's going to want to gank bottom. There's a chance these ganks could happen simultaneously if the times present themselves properly. No ultimate at the moment on Renekton. It just came back up.
Oh, bit of a face check there from Achi, and they're going to dive it. Q landing here from Ball.
All they wanted.
Ultimate use there, and maybe that's all they wanted to bait out for him. That leaves him squishy here by the time it's run out. But look at this TPA. They see Meteos in the top lane. They say it's Dragon time.
Yeah, they're really thinking about his almost still running when they started this dive. This is real dangerous.
It is dangerous, but I think they're going to come out of it. All right, a flash was used there in the end. There is a Dragon going down, so they trade kill for Dragon here. Super Mega Death Rocket coming across the map. It could be good. It could be good. Oh, so close to Balls. So very close to getting the kill.
Nice shot, I gotta say, from BB, but it wasn't quite enough. The extra shielding of Lee Sin right at the end there was a bit too much. That's very much Cloud9, what they just did there. Willing to consistently gank top, so eventually they force the other jungler to do the same, and that's when Meteos tries to take advantage of him. They did get the Dragon, which means the gold is still incredibly close, but we have to see how Balls can deal with that advantage. Haven't seen him much on Lee Sin.
Morning actually just having a look for Lemon Nation there, just gets back off towards his distortion. Here's a blue buff spawning in. Link, of course, will be gifted that one. I'm interested to see whether Meteor's going to go to the enemy red, which of course he did steal on the last time around. And back to this top lane. Both players actually getting that Tiamat in. The only item difference between them, funnily enough, that single Doran's Blade.
Yeah, I mean, it's an 800 gold advantage, which can't buy too many items at this point in the game.
Morning throwing his entire combo in there, and Link's like, nah, you can't burst me down just yet, my friend. Oh, and what?
Just a full
again
camp.
Into that top lane, camping very, very hard. And Sneaky gonna step forward, actually dodging the Dark Binding. Gonna get some good damage on towards Bebe here as well. Jay, of course, a little bit tankier, can afford to take a couple of those hits. There's actually no one coming down to help. Nocturne's based here, so won't be in position to actually dive in with the paranoia if he needs to help. Meanwhile, Link again gonna be facing some pressure from Morn.
He's surviving a lot of those trades and still coming out pretty even on farm. And the bottom lane for Cloud9 has been doing spectacularly. It's really bad news for TPA if BB is losing that 2v2. That's one of the reasons Wins can't counter gank the top lane ganks, because he's trying to help out the bottom lane and getting sucked into other parts of the map.
Yeah, trying to bait Link in. Sadly for TPA, Meteos had already had a look there and spotted Nocturne waiting on top of that turret, and in the end Wins decides, okay, not really going to get him with a chance to do anything on this side, so I'm just going to back off. We've also seen Jinx backing away here as well. Bebe picking up that Bloodthirst. It leaves them pretty much even in terms of damage down in that bottom lane. There's just that, again, that single Doran's Blade that separates the two of them.
Oh, they definitely spotted Meteos out there. He was trying to sneak up, but I wonder if that's going to stop him. Yes, this time they're actually sending aid, but that's going to pull from other lanes. We were talking a bit about Wins earlier and how he hasn't looked great in the games, but he's actually made a lot of really great escapes. He's just constantly having to put himself in bad situations on Nocturne here, where he's got to maybe gank a Renekton who's behind, or just try and brute force a bot lane gank who is also behind. They're hard decisions to make, and while he can be great mechanically, you can't do everything if your lanes are losing straight up.
Lemon Nation getting a bit separated here from Sneaky. If you think back to the 2v2 matchup in the bottom lane yesterday, actually that was a result of or the start of a kill actually for SKT when they managed to separate Lemon Nation away from Sneaky. This time around, Sneaky down to half HP Bloodthirster, as I said before, so not going to have too much of a problem with getting himself back to a healthy position.
152 to 115. That has the potential to get a little bit out of hand late game. Luckily though, if you actually consider the overall gold of the lane, with Jay having that Frostfang, which has actually accumulated him nearly 500 gold, he's substantially ahead of Lemon Nation, and it could end up evening out. Just being down in CS because they're getting more gold from the support items.
Oh, flash in there, and flash away just as quickly from Lemon Nation. Meteos had already moved around. Hook got thrown out, but not landing really, and a bit of a catastrophe on both sides of things. The flash from Jay, Lemon Nation, good reactions to do that. Now they're pushing out. They must know that Meteos is here.
Yeah, well, Morning had roamed down once again. Or sorry, yeah, Morning had roamed down once again on LeBlanc, leaving the mid lane open. He still hasn't been punished very heavily on CS. I almost feel like if that binding would have landed, that might have been a counter gank for Meteos because it would have been right on top of the turret. Really, really tense game here, Joe.
Neither team wanted or really can afford to be making mistakes here. TPA in particular, of course, still chasing their first victory here at All-Stars 2014. Let's see if they can get that here today. Of course, they still have one more game to play after this, which will be our last game of the day against Fnatic. And well, that could certainly turn out to be a big deciding game.
Remember, Cloud9 still has to play OMG, who, even though they lost to SKT today, look very clearly like the second strongest team in the tournament. So this is kind of a must-win for both teams. Cloud9, because they don't necessarily want to fall into a tiebreaker game. TPA, because they want to stay in.
Hook landing again from Lemon Nation. Again, his accuracy with that has been pretty strong. Here comes the TP. They're all going to go towards Bebe. He flashes away. The calling will be enough. It's Meteos actually that gets it in the end. Now Jay's coming around. Here is Archie as well from the backside. That's a lot of damage that he's putting out, but he's taking even more back. And this may be a double. It will be a double. Meanwhile, Link is having to go. At Morning, flashes in. Get out, Wade. He's going to get the kill. Brilliant from Link.
Big cheers coming out for them right there because they killed 4 members of TPA, and the gank tries to come in from Wins, can't Link escape.
He's do a lot of damage. The Fear's pretty much going to seal his fate there, and that's a good reaction back from Wins. But in the meantime, Cloud9 pushed and took the turret.
Honestly, you kind of have to question why that Nocturne ult wasn't burned during any of the big fights which they just lost. It would have been rather useful for them. Cloud9 completely beat TPA and Wins to the punch, getting those kills, and now they're trying to take down this Dragon before TPA can make it, but they started it a little bit late. This could lead to a team fight.
This could lead to disaster if they're not careful. There is the Dragon going down, goes over to Cloud9. Meteos falls to flash, didn't want to risk. Jay coming in, super mega death rocket. Again, so very close. 60 HP left there. 60 HP is enough.
BB has been so unfortunate with those super mega death rockets, not quite finishing off twice now. That would have been huge for his overall scaling in this game because he's picked himself what needs to be a bit of a hyper carry. He doesn't have the big protection on this team with that Jinx.
Turret back for TPA though. That's their first one of the game. Still low scoring when we look at turrets and how the meta really is, but with that said, we have been seeing more and more of our older 2v2 standard lanes with the top laners facing off against each other, which I think Cloud9 aren't too unhappy about. They feel strong in their 2v2 and they know that Balls is always going to have basically a 2v1 lane because Meteos spends so much time there.
And when it's mattered most for Cloud9, they've actually been best at the standard laning phase games. I think back to their NALCS finals against Team Solomid, and they played all 3 games as standard as the lanes come. They've also wanted to do that in their games here at the All-Star.
Oh, Lemon Nation, how fast are you? Very fast, apparently. Manages to get the damage down. Morning going low here. The calling comes through. Wins is dead. Shockwave comes in. Meteos actually picking that one up. Gets the killing spree. Sneaky's taking the outer turret. Will they go for the inner? LeBlanc is so very low. There's no defense there for them.
Cloud9 is really starting to take control, fully invading the jungle right now. They have left the bottom lane slightly exposed, but it's because they took so many more advantages on the rest of the map. They are trying to take advantage now of that Ravenous Hydra Lee Sin and the pressure he can potentially create, knowing Achi can't go back to that top lane safely.
And he's in the mid, just pushing that one out there, giving that cover and making sure that there was no fast push on towards the inner tower. Bebe was thinking about recalling there. I think actually he turns around onto Sneaky. He's got a super mega death rocket. Here is Meteos though, and Sneaky just backs away. Meteos tanks up the rocket, and that's a kill for nothing. And a turret in the top lane from Balls.
I really feel like Sneaky took advantage of BB's need to carry games right there, because that was an unsafe fight to engage in for BB, even if he can win a 1v1. Sneaky knew he had Meteos in the back pocket. Classic bait, but it really preyed on the instincts of BB.
Oh, Lemon Nation, are you going to go down? That's a lot of damage from Morning. In the end, he spotted Meteos around the side. He's like, no, I can't really go that deep. Here is Balls, though. He's going to have 2 men coming around. That's a good finding. There's the third as Wins comes in. Can Balls get away from this one? He's feared up for what surely feels like a day. Kicks one back, doesn't get the knock up onto Wins. Flashes away from the binding. But there's the paranoia. His life stealing like a boss, but it's not enough to keep him alive. And now Meteos 1v1 against Morning. Morning just using the distortion to get away, but that wasn't a close duel.
No, that was Meteos popping out of stealth and nearly taking down Morning. Morning has started to fall behind in this game. In fact, he's going for the Deathfire Grasp LeBlanc build, which is single target. And this near escape by Balls, it didn't seem like it was going to come. He really looked dead to rights. Dark Binding into Fear. Finally, he can start running away. The kickback just barely missed Wins, but then he still had the flash, making the ult burn. And if he would have juked this last Duskbringer by Nocturne, he very well may have escaped.
I'll give Balls his due. He was in the right direction to juke it there.
Yeah.
But he was just too close, so that point blank, a little bit easier for him to land. Here's Cloud9 again up by the Baron area, and again on the clear out mission. You see that Link doing a lot more damage than before. Needlessly large rod. I want to actually compare that build over with Morning, who's gone for that very much blow up a single target with the DFG after his Athenes.
I kind of question it right now for Morning. I know that FLICKR's favorite LeBlanc build is the Death Cap afterwards, and he still manages to assassinate people because LeBlanc just has a lot of single target damage by default, but the wave clear and the map pressure in the team fight of the Death Cap is just that much higher. He's going to maybe use the Deathfire Grasp to get rid of Lee Sin when he dives in, because honestly the tank line of Cloud9 isn't extremely tanky, they're just fairly tanky, and if they can get the Lee Sin down through the Bansheesville, maybe they could take him out. But it kind of just, to me, screams that he's behind in the game and still trying to get enough damage to kill even one person.
Feeling maybe a little bit desperate, as we saw while we're looking at Sneaky and Bebe there in that mid lane. The fight that was baited earlier on, Sneaky was at half HP, but with a Bloodthirster, a Zeal, and a Phage, and was saying, okay, I can still fight you here. This is a fight that I want to take. Meteos came in there, and that was the 4th assist, actually, for Sneaky. He's not quite been as lucky here in terms of picking up kills. That was a very close hook to landing on towards Jay, and look at that, Bebe and Sneaky having a bit of an encounter underneath the turret. Here comes the paranoia. They're going in for Link. Have they got the damage here? They will do with that DFG. Actually, it wasn't even used, so forget about that one, but they get the kill nonetheless.
And that was just Wins burning his ultimate right there to finish off Link. The question then remains, can TPA make advantage of that? Because with the Nocturne ult down, a lot of their team fight initiation would be lost. And if they don't make anything happen, I feel like Link is going to be all right with that death.
So TPA themselves, after that kill, just trying to get a bit more control back over the Baron area. As Morning coming in. It does definitely hurt, there's no doubt about that.
But imagine if that was a Death Cap. Sneaky would have been much closer to death off of that one and far more scared back. He didn't even use the DFG in their actual kill. So he's got to pick up his game still.
Certainly have to press those actives if you're going to go that route, that's for sure. Sneaky just backed away after taking that damage and comes back off towards the lane. Balls, as he said before, the Banshee's Veil now in there for him as well, which is going to prevent either the first binding coming in, whatever the CC that could be landed from around it, part of the burst from Morning as well, which will completely break his combo. In the meantime, with Balls putting down all this pressure in the enemy jungle, they've basically just snuck straight in there and they're taking the dragon.
And I also think the Death Cap that's been completed by Link will be something that Cloud9 uses to force more of the game here. When they play these solo lanes, they're actually pretty good at taking the game to late game, or they have been. But that's when they have a Jax in the top lane. With the Lee Sin in the top lane right here, they're actually on a bit more of a timer. They're not going to win by as much because Morning will eventually get to a point where he just kind of kills Sneaky. I want to see how Cloud9 can make decisive moves now to win the game and not just know that they're going to be better late game.
I want to mention second item finished for Bebe, picking up the Last Whisper, that's the name of it, almost forgot somehow for a second there, on top of his Bloodthirster. Other side, of course, earlier on, definitely the Trinity Force was finished by Sneaky as his second item coming into this one. If you look at the junglers as well, very similar, in fact, almost identical build routes at this point. There's a Hook coming through. It's going to force them away from the tower. Good leash coming in down towards Lemon Nation. Meteor's going to take a bit of burst, but it's Jay that they really want from this one. Here comes Wins diving to the back. The Colin is ripping him to pieces. Wins is super low. Balls goes in. It's Aoki that's coming in from the back, though, and Sneaky's trying to run away. He's on his own, completely isolated. The rest of the team is low. Link is going down very low. Gets the kill as he dies as well. The flash on towards Morning, and that will be a 4 for 2 for Cloud9.
And that was a little bit messy. TPA always seems to be so close to winning these team fights in all of their games, and then because they've lost and made some mistakes early on, they just don't have the gold and the strength to actually win them. This gives Cloud9 the inhibitor.
Inhib going down, the first one of the game. Good push through from that one, and I want to go back to the point that you just made, that they've looked close each time. Yeah, I'll make my point in a second, because he's on fire again.
I mean, look exactly how close this one is. Lemon Nation got killed, and they get a reset for BB, so he can fly into the fight here with all the ultimates being used. And when Renekton came in, it looked like this fight was going to be turned, but they just didn't have the straight-up strength. BB couldn't quite finish off balls. Link came in from a flank, got a bunch of damage on it, and then TPA just kind of ended up having to fall back. If they were a little bit stronger, if there was a Phantom Dancer actually finished onto BB, or a Death Cap onto Morning instead of that DFG, because just damage-wise overall for the fight, they might have been able to turn that. All the low-health people on Cloud9 ended up steaming through and getting the inhibitor.
So back to my point then, because we've seen from TPA some moments of very, very promising signs.
Moments of brilliance.
We've seen moments of brilliance from them, but they've only been moments. We've not seen consistent, time after time, top level team fights, decision-making from them. And you got to feel that that's going to be costing them, or has cost them already in the games that they lost.
Yeah, inconsistency is unacceptable on a stage such as this with so many great teams around. Your mistakes will get punished. Maybe that's one of the big reasons their semifinals against TPS went to all 5 games. Their finals against HQ went to all 5 games. They are an inconsistent team that has moments of brilliance and moments of failure. Just too many moments of failure to actually win games here.
Oh, and this could be a moment of failure. Wins is not really paying attention to that one. Damage coming his way. Actually dives onto Lemon Nation. Renekton at the back is doing good damage, but will fall in the end. And that will be a 1-for-1 trade, but it's going to keep going. Balls in the middle of the team. Is wrecking faces. Morning goes down. 3 of TPA do manage to escape. Cloud9, though, only losing the 1. With the champions left, they're going to go Baron, surely.
Exactly. 2 main carries down for TPA. Just the support. Lemon Nation is absolutely fine with dying on this one if it means the Baron for his team. Everyone on TPA had to go back to base. Baron completely uncontested.
I want to go back all the way to before the start of this game and TPA's publicly disclosed game plan.
Yeah.
Stop Meteors from doing his business. 6-0-6 Meteors.
It didn't work. They weren't able to stop him from doing his business. And let's just take one more look at this fight, because Meteos leading the charge actually uses ultimate on the back line because the front line could be dealt with by Cloud9. They kept very good range of Renekton and then could just all come in afterwards. Balls wasn't even there at the start of the fight. Lands the Q, decides to go in and really just keep TPA occupied so that they could clean up Morning. They isolate him on the side. Sneaky focuses. They still have the good in-fight play from those guys, and it ends up giving them a bear.
Yeah, Balls is definitely looking a shade better than their loss against SKT yesterday. 4-1-5, you see there, so at home with the build that he's got there with the Randuins on, with that Ravenous Hydra. And all the lifesteal you saw in the middle of the fight, he's tanky enough to hold them off. And he's lifestealing away anyway, whilst doing good amounts of damage. So Balls definitely is, as you mentioned yesterday, the carry top laner that really Cloud9 needing to be. He seems to be getting back into that role here today.
And he's really bouncing back from the really tough game he had against SKT. He was pretty happy at the end. He did kill FLICKR and make him miss a bunch of skill shots, so he did say it was worth on social media. And speaking of social media, actually, it was made public by TPA early on in the All-Star when they were scrimming Cloud9. They 3-0'd them in one of the scrim sets. But what was unknown to the public is the next day, Cloud9 scrimmed them and 3-0'd them back. So it just kind of goes to show you how game time and scrim time can be so much different, and the results can vary because scrims are so strange. It's very, very foolish to take scrim results at face value and say one team is better, because Cloud9 is better here.
Cloud9 going in for the inhib turret. The TP was aimed out there, and well, they killed the turret before that could actually happen, and now with the inhib in the mid lane respawning, they're just going to go straight for that one. Balls gets hit with a binding, but as I said before, he just life steals that back up instantly. They take down inhibitor number 2 there, as we see. Aki is in the top lane, tried to recall back, to teleport back in towards his base, but in the end, can't really do anything apart from shove this lane down. We should also mention in turrets here, 2 is what TPA have been able to pick up, not being able to hold with Cloud9 on that front.
And their team as a whole actually isn't that good at sieging or playing the lane game. They're trying to go in for a dragon here. That's a big mistake.
They are far too late for the dragon. Wins dives in, but he is squishy as you like. They finish him off pretty much instantly. Jay is low. Jay is dead here. It's Meteos that picks up that one. Renekton coming in from the side with his Dominus running. Decides I can't even fight this one. Link's gonna go for Pepe. The shockwave gets him. And now they focus on towards Renekton, who's going down slowly but surely. And that, my friend, is going to be an ace here because Morning is trying to get away. And Ball says, no you don't. Cloud9 are going to push through here and go for the win.
They just finished this game after getting the lead. The crowd erupts. Cloud9 gets the second win.
And that is the victory that basically sets TPA up for a showdown later on in the day with Fnatic. That is, of course, if Fnatic don't beat SK Telecom T1 later, that could really turn things at the bottom of the groups a little bit more interesting. But for now, it's Cloud9 here that have got the job done. They go 2-1 in the table.
And that was just Cloud9 bouncing back very well from their defeat to SKT yesterday. It's going to be a question here on how well Cloud9 does when things go according to plan and how well they can adapt to change, because this is another game that went very according to plan to them. They got the standard lanes, which minimized the amount of movements they had to make around the map, which is their weakness without High, because they have inexperienced time together as far as never really playing with Link before this event. This game worked great though. 2 wins, that means they move on.
And we saw that Meteos, they actually, Cloud9 themselves banned out the Elise. Funnily enough, after all those games in a row where Meteos, I think it was 7 in a row, 5 from playoffs, 2 from Euro All-Stars, they banned that Elise themselves to stop Wins taking it. He himself played both games so far in All-Stars on that Elise. Then Kha'Zix was taken away and Meteos says, okay then, it's Evelynn time. And the thing is, you know, if you watch Cloud9 games, that he's going to spend a lot of time in that top lane. Problem is, when you can't see him, it makes it a lot harder to stop that from happening.
Exactly, and it's not like Wins could have just spent all the time up there, because if he did, they're fighting 2v2s against a Lee Sin, which isn't necessarily a huge advantage. They'd be wasting time or just kind of trading up there. And it's on Sneaky and Lemon Nation, who are honestly probably the most underrated bottom lane in North America. Everyone talked about X Special Turtle or Double Lift After with a Rush Hour and just hailing them, yet always, at the end of the day, the top of the table, it's Sneaky and Lemon Nation, and they don't even get ganked for. But they're always top of the table as far as numbers go. They're really good duo bottom. They beat up BB and J, and they're one of the big reasons that Wins could not support the top lane.
Well, a big victory here for Cloud9 over TPA. We're going to hand it over to QuickChart and the analyst desk, though, for more post-game perspective.
Thank you very much, guys. Welcome back to the desk. I just want to say that with that victory, we do have 3 of the 5 regions already locked in for the playoffs. Korea, China, and now North America. Depending on how the last game of the day goes, Europe may not be making it to the playoffs for 2 years running at the All-Stars. Let's start a little bit with the Taipei Assassins. I do feel, Freak, you've spoken quite extensively about the individual decision-making and some of the mistakes TPA are making. I want to highlight Wins. He did not pick up a trinket until 14 minutes and 32 seconds in the game.
New meta.
Was playing Nocturne. I also want to mention that he didn't go Feral Flare on Nocturne as well. What's your take on TPA?
Yeah, so, I mean, you know, being true to Nocturne, didn't want to put down a warding trinket. He wants to keep the lights off. So that makes sense. He's being thematic, at least. But yeah, so the Nocturne pick works fine, but generally speaking, we saw that he never really tried to gank. He actually out-CS'd Meteos for what it's worth. But yeah, not going Feral Flare despite farming non-stop for like 20 minutes and not doing anything there. And then on top of that, like, even though he had more CS, like, Meteos was still getting more gold from conservation. So even with all that, even with like minions going down, like, Meteos is still doing more things in the jungle, right? Putting more pressure out there just by being invisible, and right, you never saw much happen.
But it just seems like Cloud9's plan of taking Lee Sin early as the first pick, making TPA think it could possibly beat a jungler here, so they didn't pick up a jungler themselves, giving the Evelynn then over to Meteos, and with 4.6, the Feral Flare nerfs, he was left with Nocturne or whatever kind of jungle he would have picked up here. And it didn't work for them, because yes, he farmed a lot. With the Filthy, he could have been very strong. However, he bought the Elder Lizard. Nothing really came from it, even though he was so farmed. And I feel like Cloud9, in the first start of the Champ Select, just really played it so well. I think they tricked TPA as well.
Yeah, I think they really did. I want to talk about actually the kind of turning point of that game as we move into a replay here where we saw those kills come down into the bottom lane. So let's go ahead and pull that up actually, because it's quite interesting. And I think it really shows a great decision-making, instance of decision-making from Cloud9, because they were really ahead of their opponents right here. And before we start rolling this, I want to point out already that we can tell that Balls is backed off on Lee Sin up in the top lane, which sets up the teleport in the first place. And then there's also a ward in the river brush right there, so that Link can follow Morning down into the bottom lane and zone him out. So let's get this rolling right here. And right away you see the teleport coming in, which means a delayed teleport, but Meteos was already set up right there, so it makes it quite easy to get the first kill, and then turn around onto Jay. Now in the mid lane at the same time, we're watching Link and Morning duke it out, but that prevents the LeBlanc roam to pick up any kills at all after that. And indeed, the ward in the brush allowed Link to see past to get that damage down and then pick up a kill onto Morning as well. So it's just that power of the decision-making. You can see the setup and the power that exists in having the plan in place and forcing your opponent to react. So they were just really set up for that. They knew all of the possible outcomes, and then they just turned it really quickly.
Yeah, I agree with Krister here. Cloud9 made a plan and they executed. If you look at TPA, I don't necessarily think their composition was really bad. I think they could have played it a lot better. Their bot lane underplayed their matchup. Top lane, Renekton should be able to hold his own. And if all the lanes hold their own, then Feral Flare and Nocturne can farm up a Storm into the late game. The Morgana Jinx lane should do fine against Thresh. The Morgana Lucian lane should be fine against... No, I'm messing them up. TPA's lane, Morgana Jinx, double trap combo should beat Thresh Lucian, or should at least be going equal. And they weren't beating them. They were getting hooked. Then Black Shielding afterwards. They just weren't playing their matchups correct. And then Wins was completely invisible on top of that. I mean, he didn't even buy a trinket. He was on tilt. TPA just didn't have a plan.
Well, closing thoughts from Fischer?
Well, it was pretty much the story of the game. Cloud9 didn't even need the shot calling. They didn't need to rotate around the map or anything. They just outplayed TPA individually. And it was the whole thing going in here. So now, as a European, for Fnatic, I actually believe Fnatic will win the game, and I hope now Eurobucks can go to the semifinal.
Well, every time you voted for them in the past, it hasn't worked out yet.
It is day 2.
Just letting you know. Anyways, guys, we are ready for the interview, so let's send it over to Sharks, who's sitting by with Link from the victorious CLG Cloud9.
Thank you very much, Quick Shot. Of course, CLG Link sewing in here for Cloud9. Congratulations on that victory. That's the second one for you guys here. Tell me about this matchup, because you went for quite a safe pick on Orianna.
Basically, we knew that they were going to pick LeBlanc, and they were kind of prioritizing it really highly in the scrims we played versus them. And I was just basically picking a safe mid champion that could just farm, and that'll be really, it'll do really well in lane, and it'll do really well in team fights.
Yeah, absolutely. Did very well in team fights. The coordination most certainly seemed better than it was yesterday in that win versus Fnatic even. Has it overnight changed a lot? And do you feel like you've integrated with the team better in that day?
I think the more and more I play with this team right now, I'm just getting more and more comfortable with them. I'm just slowly understanding, especially when you're scrimming versus like the best teams in the world. Like we've been scrimming versus SKT like nonstop, and we're learning more and more every single day. And today, like yesterday, we were getting stomped, and then today we were holding up our ground. And so I think we're just getting better and better slowly.
Yeah, absolutely. You talked about scrimming SKT, and it is of course a great opportunity to get a lot of experience here at this tournament. You got to play versus FLICKR yesterday. What was that matchup like for you?
Simply put, FLICKR is basically the best mid laner I've ever lane versus, and that's playing versus every single other mid laner I've played versus. He's just really good at what he does. He basically makes you fight for the CS that you're trying to get. Like every time you want to auto attack, he's gonna just be up in your face and throwing spells at you, harassing you down. And the best part about him is that while he's doing it, he's also never missing a CS, which makes him like, it's really like, it's crazy how he does it. So it's fun to play versus that, and I'm learning a lot.
Yeah, I can imagine that. What I also wanted to ask you is, of course, you get to be a little bit of a spy here in Cloud9 as well. I wanted to ask you about the play of Meteos, because synergy versus jungler and mid laner is so important. He seems to be prioritizing top a lot. So how is that compared to playing with Dexter?
So Meteos and Dexter are fundamentally completely like two opposite people. Like the way Dexter plays, everyone on COG basically calls him and tells him what to do. On the other hand, Meteos is literally like the opposite. You don't tell him what to do. He wants to make his own decisions. Like, sometimes I want him to like come gank mid, but like I remember like the talks we've had before, and it's like just let Meteos do his own thing. So it's kind of weird because like when I was on COG, like the one thing I was trying to improve on was calling my jungler, and now like I don't have to call him at all. So I'm just kind of like letting him do his own thing top and bottom, and you know it's working out well. So.
Strong, independent man, Meteos. Thank you very much and congratulations, Link. Now we're going to head back over to Captain Quickshot and crew at the analyst desk.
Aye, aye, matey. Thank you very much, Shocks. Before we get to the Twitter question that we have been asking and getting replies from you all day, I have a very quick question for Monte Cristo. We heard Link saying that he's getting in deep with Cloud9, learning their strategies. Shocks called him a spy. Have you got your questions for him when he returns to the CLG
Of
camp?
course, he's going to be thoroughly debriefed once he gets back. You know, it is really valuable to have these players have your players have different experiences on different teams, especially when you know they're coming back, because you can really sift through what works on that team and what doesn't. So sure, yeah.
He is coming back, right?
I guess. I hope so. He's a great player.
Yeah, we'll find out soon enough. I'm sure Summer Split is just around the corner. Anyways, let's check what you guys have been saying on our Twitter question of the day. Earlier in the broadcast, we asked you, which player impressed you the most on day one and why? Here's the responses that we've selected. Keep them rolling in as the day goes on. First of all, hello to a fellow shoutcaster at Unheard Wolfcry. He says, Going has been absolutely in everyone's face for OMG, and he'll be a force to be reckoned with. A dangerous beast. What do you think, Freak?
Yeah, Going is an exceptional top laner. He's an aggressive player. Right? You've heard some of the stats during the stream overall. He's got ludicrous win rates on the aggressive lane bullies, and unfortunately, you heard Impact say like he felt like the guy played a bit nervous and that he's kind of expecting more from him. And OMG, they're a lock for the playoffs. We're going to see them tomorrow as well. I think they're going to continue to be impressive.
Well, we'll see how they do. Next one comes from @LolYamazua. What's up, buddy? I was impressed with Bengi. He says, to play this aggressive and still not die, is that man even mortal? What do you think, Crepo?
Yeah, he is. He had his bad games, but he's definitely playing better than he was doing before this event, and you could really see that like people were saying his micro level play was a little bit off, you know, just his mechanics, but we had him go toe-to-toe with other people and just come out on top in these 2v2 trades. Then his game reads were really good. He counter-ganked earlier today, turned that top lane around and just made Impact a complete beast. So he's reading the game properly. His vision control is really good. He even went for the Ruby Sidestone relatively early, I believe, just to completely go for complete vision dominance, and it's been working out.
Sounds like you've got a crush there, Crepo. Next one comes from @JBoo. I have to go with all, that of course being Alan with his Thresh. 100% kill participation is just godly. He carried the carry and got them fed. Defisha, as a fellow support, ex-support, what do you think?
I have to agree. I mean, Alan, he's the playmaker when it comes to starting the fights and getting your carries fed here for OMG, and he showed it yesterday. Today on Nami, his laning phase was very solid, but when it came down to the team fights, it didn't work out for OMG. They used the Nami a little bit too aggressive, in my opinion. But it's how it is when you're used to having this guy always duty engages. He normally plays Annealy or one of these things. If he can get his hands on them next time to play SKT, I think we could see a different match.
Well, we'll see if he does go for those aggressive champions. Last one comes from @Stella06. He says, Piglet is the true meaning of fear. He like a matrix dodges every single skill shot. He is the one. What do you think, Monty?
I think Piglet is the true meaning of fear is only a sentence you will hear in esports. But yeah, definitely. And it's worth noting that in spite of SK Telecom's slump, if there's one person who's really just kept performing, kept chugging along, it's been Piglet. Even in their losses, he's had insane KDAs and has pretty much been the reason that they've been sticking in to a lot of these games for as long as they have. So couldn't agree more.
All right, we'll keep our eyes on him as the tournament rolls on. Remember, guys, to keep sending your thoughts to us at LOL Esports using that hashtag All-Star. We do have to take a very quick break, but when we respawn, we'll get right into our next matchup. It is Fnatic versus SKT T1K. We'll be right back.
Let's go.
teleport.
Oh, I'm teleporting.
Yeah, TP. I'm on ward. I'm on knockdown.
I'm on the block.
Careful, I'm peeling Renekton. I'm on the back line. Yo, Renekton. Kill LeBlanc. LeBlanc. Space. Got him.
Nice. It's only more.
You can push. You guys can take it out. Yeah, go for it. Good job.
our coverage of All-Star Paris event. We're winding up for our third game, Fnatic versus SK Telecom T1K, and that crowd looks phenomenal. Now, Fnatic has not played SKT before, and judging by the performance yesterday, you really have to consider them the underdogs in this matchup. Yeah. I do want to talk about the one thing that stood out for me was FLICKR. He's played well in both of their games, hasn't necessarily been controlled in the laning phase. His CS has been good. Unfortunately, he has been picked on a little bit. Freak, talk to me a little about that.
Yeah, so he's got like like a 94 average CS at 10 right now, which is probably the highest in All-Stars so far. Like, okay, FLICKR got a game at 101, but like FLICKR is consistently playing well individually. The big problem for Fnatic is that they're right now making these snap decisions incorrectly, but like individually things are generally working for the team.
Well, they have the right IDs, but they end up greeding a little bit too much. If we go back yesterday against their game against Cloud9, they disengaged very well. They had Soa split pushing in the bottom. They were about to win out, and then they got greedy. They tried to engage again, got caught, lost all the members, and lost an inhibitor. And that's pretty much what's happening. FLICKR really solid in the laning phase, but overzealous in a lot of these things, and Fnatic as a team as well.
Yeah, but that's, you know, we're not in Season 2 anymore where you can just farm your way to a snowball and a victory. What separates the better teams these days is the ability to actually take a lead and not overextend and not deal with it in that way. And I think that Fnatic and xPekke's play overall, well, okay, first 10 minutes of the game he's doing fine, but after that it just the wheels come off the car, you know?
Yeah, at this point in time, Fnatic are very seriously facing not making playoffs for the second year running as far as the European region is concerned. Let's talk about the team on the other side of the rift, SK Telecom and T1K. They have been playing with a lot of confidence. They're now 3-0 in the group, taking down, I was going to say arguably their toughest competition, but I'm going to drop that. Taking down their toughest competition, OMG, earlier today. They guarantee a spot in the playoffs. FLICKR is just, well, FLICKR's being FLICKR. I mean, Monty, do you think they need to do anything special? They need to be aware of anything Fnatic could cause them ruffles this game?
I mean, maybe FLICKR will get camped again like he did in the TPA game, but that's the thing. FLICKR, when he's left alone, will be able to win his lane even under adverse conditions like we saw in the OMG game where he had not the most favorable matchup of Orion to Ziggs, but he's very comfortable with a wide array of champions. And so how do you beat this team? And the thing, too, is when we've seen him held down with TPA, he still did fine in CS, even though he died in lane. And there's always somebody else on SK Telecom. There's always that next man up to take over. It was FLICKR in the last game. It was as Piglet and Mondu didn't do too well in the laning phase and Impact. So you can make plays on one side of the map, but the other two lanes end up winning.
Yeah, that was my initial thought as well. Let's shy away from FLICKR and maybe get Reckless and Yellow start rolling. But then you're like, well, FLICKR maybe expect it can go even, but then there's Impact in the top lane, and then Bengi knows where to go. You need 2 junglers to keep SKT1 down.
Hey,
if it was
done.
Hexakill,
Hexakill's
maybe
done.
Fnatic a chance. But I mean, it is always Fnatic, but it's very unlikely.
To be fair, let's also highlight the fact that earlier today, Sun and Alan did a very good job at getting in Piglet's and Pumandu's face.
Yeah, Reckless and Yellowstar are awesome, and Reckless like put the last half of the season on his back for Fnatic, and like if I could choose the 2 guys that are going to carry Fnatic here, it's yes, FLICKR, who's been laning phenomenally, and that's you need to do that to have a chance against SKT, and then Reckless, who's been able to carry games, and even in the fact that the team is losing all their games so far, is still putting up decent scores for the losing team. So those are the guys I'm looking to bring Fnatic up here.
Well, all eyes are on Fnatic because they can only surprise us. Let's be honest, everyone is expecting SKT to win this one. And of course, talking about SKT, you can't talk about the player that many consider the world's best, FLICKR. We received this tweet after his performance yesterday from @Sora Ryuzaki. That flash over the race was a hashtag things FLICKR does. Now let's send it over to Deficio at the Telestrator for more on this incredible play.
Thank you very much, Quickshot. And as you just said yourself, I think we can agree, or most people will agree, FLICKR is the best mid laner in the world. And Cloud9 yesterday decided to leave LeBlanc open against him. It's a champion, he's 8-0 in professional play. He's never lost on it in professional play here. And this clip here, what I like about it is it really shows his decision making and also shows how confident he is in his plays here. And he knows exactly how much damage he can do. A few things to say before though. He is level 15. SKT here are very far ahead at the moment. That's one thing. Level 12 here on Sneaky. We have level 11 here on Meteor. So of course they are going to be squishy targets for him to take down. You see he has Death Cap, he has the Fiends down here, almost completed his Void Staff. So he's very, very far ahead compared to them. However, there's still 2 members and we actually saw Sneaky kill him 1v1 earlier in this game. So for him to go in for this fight here, he still needs to rethink a little bit and make sure he has enough damage. Otherwise they might actually turn around, kill him and instead take a tower, which could potentially, or was something Cloud9 really needed at the moment to try and get back in the game. So, first thing, or last thing before we start rolling the clip here, is going to be the fact that we don't even see FLICKR in the picture. And that's the thing for Cloud9. They don't expect him to jump them, because normally on LeBlanc, you don't want to do your double jump just to get in range of the enemy targets here. You want to either have your Q, or your E as the one you can use your ultimate on, so you get the extra damage here. So FLICKR is going to surprise them and still have enough damage to actually take down Sneaky and after Meteor. So if we roll the clip now, we see him coming in the bottom of the picture, jumping in here first, W, and then he takes the next one, Q first, and then he takes the next W actually in the air. So he activates it. He gets the second W, and then he activates his Q onto Sneaky and just pops him down with the chain in the end. So he just instantly dies. Meteors though, he needs to run away. He knows my AD carry is gone. There's nothing I can do. FLICKR is just going to chase me. And there's just one thing to say. If Fnatic leaves this champion open here for FLICKR, then he's going to think, you know what, Fnatic? Boom, and you are just going to die over and over. So Fnatic, please, for the sake of Europe, ban LeBlanc against FLICKR. Back to you, Trevor.
Thank you very much. That was the most sincere please I've ever heard from Deficio. Before we get to the game, let's take a closer look at the roller coaster ride that Fnatic endured during the spring split of the European LCS, going from winning their first 7 matches against every European team in the league to losing 8 games in a row against every team in the league, ending at the All-Star Paris.
We performed really well at Worlds, even if it was a bit unexpected for us. But then afterwards, we changed a player, and during the LCS, we started to practice a lot.
We were like really hyped. Everyone thought we were gonna do good, and we did really good.
Yellow's gone in! Got flash screen, and Timbers on towards him, but there's not enough damage coming out, and now Yellowstar gets pulled in towards the tower. Diamond joins them at the top here. This could turn out horribly for Fnatic. It's gonna be a double kill! The super mega death rocket!
Everything was working really well.
You went to every game thinking you're gonna do good.
Fnatic gonna push on through the final. Nexus turret will go down, and Fnatic's win streak continues. They will be 7-0 in the LCS.
And you do kinda good until at some point maybe you do something bad and it gets in your head.
We got kind of over cocky, and it kind of backfired pretty hard.
Losing 8 games in a row, that was not fun at all.
It was really hard for all of us, I think, to deal with it.
We were not aiming to win, we were rather aiming not to lose.
The thing is, everyone knows like what we are doing wrong, and everyone knows what mistakes they are doing, since we are not like such bad players.
So we were just playing kinda scared, and at some point something will go wrong and we will just collapse after that and play even worse.
Alliance gonna go in there, take down the Nexus turrets, and keep up their miserable run here from Fnatic.
We just never realized that we were losing that many games, I think, in a row, until the point where people were just telling us like, dude, you're losing 7 games in a row, you need to make something happen, right?
Pointing out the mistakes is really easy, but correcting them is really hard, and it takes a lot of time.
We speak a lot with each other. What can I do better on my position? What can you do better in your position?
We ended up our low streak against Gambit.
Nexus gonna be focused, and Fnatic finally do it. They pick up a win after losing 8 games in a row.
And that win was more of a relief than a win for us.
So it was just around that time we started to win again and get our composure together.
I think Paris popped into my mind when we actually managed to get second in the ladder. It was really close. It was like 1 win difference between first, second, third, fourth, fifth, and sixth. So then you actually felt like, okay, the wins we have now is really important. Imagine if we lost that game or lost that game.
The better I see we are doing, of course my expectation change. Okay, we are doing really good. Why will I just be okay with staying in the LCS when we are doing really good and we can come to All-Star?
Not many people are really expecting us to win, and it's after all, this tournament is like a mini Worlds. Like there is the best team from every region, so it's really huge.
I think it's gonna be probably the best event of the year.
Well, a very heartfelt video considering the ups and downs of Fnatic. It is time for us to read the tea leaves, as it were, and predict who you feel will come out victorious in this next game. It is Fnatic versus SKT T1K. I'm going to throw this one down the table. Deficio, you made a plea. Are you going to put your faith in Fnatic?
Can I answer for everyone or just one? Well, I'm going to go SKT. I'm sorry, Fnatic, but SKT are the clear favorite here.
Wow, Monty is speechless at that vote. Crepo?
Well, I have speech left. Sadly. Yeah, SKTT1 is, well, my vote as well.
Yeah. Freak, I'm not as fanatic as Monte Cristo, but I will also go for the Korean team. But SKT1.
No. Moving along. Let's take a look at the LOLesports.com vote. According to the vote, 61% of you guys are calling this one in favor of SKT T1K. Thinking about an upset. We'll see if they can do it. It is time to get to the game, so let's throw it over to Kobe and D-Man to take us in.
Thank you very much, Quickshot. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. I am Lee D-Man Smith, and alongside me once again is Sam Kobe Hartman Kensler.
I'm very glad to be here. Not only is it a pleasure for the players to scrim against SKT, I like watching SKT and casting them.
I mean, that game earlier on against OMG was mind-blowing. Absolute fantastic stuff. Let's check out the starting lineups, though. On the blue side, it is Fnatic, the European hopefuls. So as in that top lane, Cyanide in the jungle, Peke in the mid lane, Reckless as AD carry, and Yellowstar in support.
And on the red side, it is SK Telecom T1K. Up top, Impact. Bangi jungle, FLICKR mid, Piglet AD carry, and Fumandu support.
Yeah, and you can tell the crowd's kind of cheering for Fnatic this time around, and no surprises there. With that, though, let's get to our featured matchup for this game. It is the two junglers that have very similar styles for their teams. Fnatic Cyanide versus SKT's
I can't really hear you anymore, D-Man. Both of these players are historically low-farm junglers who support their lanes. And Bangi has gotten a lot of flack for SKT's recent slump, but he played well yesterday in his 2 games on Evelynn, and despite a couple of small mechanical mistakes, we saw him successfully ganking the mid lane and working well with FLICKR, something that hasn't been happening a lot lately. And again today, in his game on Lee Sin, he established strong vision control, and he was able to gank mid with FLICKR. The only small mistakes did look like they were coming from miscommunication, I think. A gank down bottom, not quite in sync with Mandu, and then going a little bit too aggressive and deep into the base. But everyone says that Fnatic wins when it counts. And despite their losses, Cyanide was playing well yesterday, only dying once. In their game against OMG, he got the double kill to start it off, and then he had a Baron steal to keep them in the game once they had already gotten behind. And now Fnatic are 0-2 in the standings with their backs against the walls, and it's just where it really counts. So they're going to need more flashy plays from the jungle.
And reading the body language as some of the moments there, Bangi is really relaxed right now. I mean, they've won what effectively was their big game. You saw them after the OMG game. They jumped up and celebrated. They were happy. They realized what that game meant. It's a potential finals matchup. Fnatic, they really need to pull out a win here.
Yeah.
Obviously, there's a chance, last-ditch effort against TPA. That's the final game of the day. But to pull out a win, to pull out an upset against SKT, that's got to give them huge confidence if they can do it.
Yeah, I mean, OMG, going into that game, they were probably one of the only teams here that are so confident going up into SKT that they'll say, yes, we are going to win. But Fnatic, for their sake, after that video, you really got to hope that they're not letting their earlier mistakes get them down and they're keeping their heads in the game. They have to keep morale high here because SKT are a fierce opponent.
So here we go, picks and bans underway. How will this work out for them? We'll find out. They're keeping us on edge.
Yeah, so likewise, with Fnatic playing SKT and having a problem with coming back from mistakes, we've seen teams like Cloud9, when they made a couple of mistakes against SKT, it's very easy when you're playing a team like SKT, who are considered just such a good team, very high above everyone, to say, oh, we made a mistake, oh well, it's SKT, we're probably going to lose anyway, and like, not be able to continue to give it your all for the rest of the game. They can't let that happen. They have to work through the adversity if they do have hiccups early on in the game.
Yeah, they got to see if they can pull out anything to give them confidence, basically, in this one. As you heard, you know, that 0-8 slide, it was not pretty seeing it happen in person. The 7-0 slide was fantastic for them. It was a fantastic win streak. So, picks and bans this time are underway, ladies and gentlemen. So, first bans coming through. Twisted Fate popping in there, taking that away from FLICKR. We saw him playing it in day 1. Of course, Lulu also taken away, and that's going to be removed. Peke and Soaz, that's technically from.
Now let's look at the junglers here, because that's the featured matchup. Oh, it is the Evelynn ban, so he won't get a repeat Evelynn performance here from Bangi. I like that ban from Fnatic, even though Bangi also had a very strong Lee Sin game.
Well, there's a Lucian taken away as well. Both Reckless and Piglet been fighting over that one. But Piglet not going to be too worried. He's played a couple of Twitch games, a couple of Vayne game as well. There is the Twitch ban, actually, as we mentioned it. So that's going to be taken away from
Yeah, these are basically the 2 most picked AD carries. These are the ones with the biggest hype here coming in.
Wow. So we'll see how this one works out. There, the final ban, Graves.
Another.
They really are focusing Reckless and Piglet in this game. That tells me both these teams know exactly where the fight's going to be.
This tells me that SKT have a really, really good team of scouts because Reckless actually, these are 2 of his favorite AD carries.
Soaz looks devastated.
He doesn't, yeah. Reckless does not have the biggest of champion pools when we're looking at AD carries. These are his top 2.
LeBlanc is open.
LeBlanc is open. Deficio's pleas were not heard by Fnatic. They have first pick though, so they could take it away from him. There's still that left.
Where are you going to go, Soaz? He's flicking through. It's going to be the AD carry, of course, with those bans coming through. You assume that will be the focus with 3 AD carries already taken away. Of course, the jungler could be an important job. He's just typed something in. We'll see what it is. It's not going to be the Heimerdinger, I'm afraid. It will be Cassidy. Wow.
So yeah, a lot of focus on LeBlanc being still up, but Kassadin is still up. This is a Peke special. I would really like to see him pull out actually teleport just for old time's sakes, but it probably won't happen here. So many bans though being used on the AD carry position. 3 is a lot for Champion Select nowadays, that mid lane things were left open.
And top lane, and more importantly, a Jax getting locked in for that top lane for Impact, who has been a beast throughout this tournament, honestly. Alongside him, Lee Sin as well for Bengi.
Now, when you're already facing a Jax and you haven't been able to use any of your bans on a top lane, really the only thing that can handle it 1 versus 1 is Renekton. However, we see a lot of lane swap situations happening, so I don't know what they're actually going to try and go into this. He's also been quoted as saying that Lulu beats everything. So maybe Soaz will go back to his Lulu top lane.
Well, it was banned out. Shyvana has been locked in. So, well, I mean, it's Renekton or Shyvana. It's who you go with, really. Kha'Zix also picked up by Cyanide, and a quick lock-in by Piglet. It's Vayne once again.
Very happy to go back to his signature champion, and he's really daring Reckless because they spent 2 bans to force him off of his main 2 AD carries.
Well,
all right.
Faker, playmaker. We've all seen the Zed highlight video. We've all seen what he did to Ryu. He has locked in Zed once again.
We were looking for more SKT skins, right?
Absolutely true. We'll see whether he pulls that out.
They can have the Jax one, they can have pretty much all of them here if they really wanted to. Fnatic want to steal away the last SKT skin. Yeah. They're breaking the strategy.
That is exactly where the boos have come from. Yellowstar may well go for Zyra, which would steal away Mandu's final skin.
Oh my!
Reckless could go for Caitlyn. Of course, Caitlyn, one of the champions he's played a lot of throughout the European LCS. We'll see whether that gets locked in a moment, though. This could upset the crowd.
Yes, Caitlyn really is a 3rd string AD carry for Reckless. So I was talking to him earlier, and he's not really that big of a fan of her because of the fall off of the champion. And Caitlyn as a champion, you have to take. All right, I'll give you the 5 SKT skins here. Everybody's very happy that it actually came to fruition. But the Caitlyn is a champion that you really have to make use of the strong laning phase, and that's really hard now with so many people switching around.
You know, I want to say it right here. You know, Fnatic made it to the semi-finals. A lot of people said if they got to the finals, they would put a good fight against
They're locked in already.
SK Telecom is saying, okay, we'll play the comp that we played at Worlds. Bring us your best. And, well, we'll see how it works out because Peke's on his favorite, Cyanide's on his favorite, Soaz not too happy. I would say Yellowstar's pretty close to one of his favorites, as is Reckless.
Yeah, when people kept bringing up all the SKT skins, I kept saying, oh, they're never going to get those champions. Like Jax?
Yeah.
People do not give away Jax in the current meta, but it slipped through with all the focus towards mid lane and picking up this Kassadin. First pick Kassadin. Will Peke on his signature champion be able to handle it?
Wow, fantastic. Okay then, so let's think back. Obviously to Worlds, SK Telecom came out World Champions. What would have happened if Fnatic would have made it through to that best of 5? What will happen in this best of 1?
Different patch, but we get to actually see the match.
We'll find out who it works out, ladies and gentlemen. The game's about to go live, so head over to Twitter and let us know who you think will score first blood. First blood, remember. Send your answers to @LOL Esports and use the hashtag FNC or SKT.
And I have to say, It's already through. The game is loading, so Peke will be bringing the classic teleport. Kassadin with teleport, Peke. This is such a good matchup here. We get to see everything that fans love and know about these teams. This is quintessential Fnatic and SKT.
Double teleports, of course.
Exactly.
Double teleports.
Double.
Yeah, so as Fnatic. This is literally how Fnatic were playing at Worlds. This is going to be an interesting game.
Plus, as far as our featured matchup with the junglers goes, both of them got very high priority junglers. The Lee Sin for Bengi and the Kazakhs for Cyanide. Very happy to go 1 versus 1 with those two champions.
Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to get underway. Fnatic as the blue team up against SK Telecom in all their skins as the red team.
Now, Fnatic have an extra ward here. They've gone with the true ward, the early ward that they can place. So a slight advantage for the level 1 if they want to try something, and they definitely do.
They definitely want to try something. They're all in that jungle, but SKT know that they are here, and they are moving in their position. Fnatic may well get pincered here.
Watch out. Everybody being in that bush, you could get a 5-man Jack stun if SKT could collapse at the exact same time. But Fnatic run him off from the backside because he's separated from the rest of his team.
Yellowstar not quite in range for the Zenith Blade to lock down Impact, but look at SKT. They moved into position. Oh, the death bush, but it was given away. They knew they were there. Bengi is there. They're still all in the death bush.
Now Fnatic. Oh, here's the stun.
Oh, 2-man counter-strike. Cynide's getting caught out. Soaz is separated from his team. Cynide's going to go down to the Ignite. No, the heal comes through. He gets away with it. Soaz separated now. Yellowstar getting locked up. He's going to take some damage from Piglet. And Fnatic have to back out of the fight.
And they didn't even get their ward down in SKT territory. Uh-oh, FLICKR sticking around, wants to stop as many backs as possible. The timer, minions are about to spawn. So if they can delay these backs, keep the low health bars, then it would be a huge benefit.
Exactly what they're doing. They've just pinged their own blue. You can see Impact already making tracks down there. They're going to try and steal both these blue golems away at the very start.
That Jack's stun earned SKT a big lead in this game. Even if they didn't get a kill, they do get a good summoner lead. Heal having to be used in the bottom lane and flash from the jungler Cyanide, just for the ignite of Pumandu.
So we'll see how bad that will be. Cynide's going to move in. If he can get close enough in time, he will have Smite. He will be able to steal it away. Impact, remember, of course, only having to do it, but you can see he's going to sneak around there.
Impact actually just timed it up for him.
Cyanide tanked it down, and, well, Cyanide gets away with it, steals it away. We did see Bengi actually went around to the large wolf as well, so I think he's taking that one away from him, sticking around that mid lane.
Great reaction from Cyanide, making the best of a bad situation. Now, the early invade did result in 2 top for SKT. They've got their support as well as AD carry up there, and it is going to be the lane swaps. We're also seeing the same rotation here. Jungle,
that's
top
a
laners
risk
going down
teleport.
bottom.
Impact teleporting back onto that turret. There's a big wave here. He's going to counter-strike instead on Soaz and Yellowstar. They're not going aggressive. Now they are. There's the Zenith Blade. The Ignite goes down. Soaz is coming in for this one. It will be taken down. First blood for Fnatic.
And Soaz still has his teleport. So Soaz can go back and heal after they take this turret and then teleport top lane. There's only 2 members top lane. Fnatic could actually get the first blood and a turret lead if they can get the defense in place.
Well, the crowd are certainly loving it, that's for sure. Instead, they're going to hold off on that turret. FLICKR now putting pressure down on towards Peke. The crowd, now they're excited. There we go. A little bit late on that one. They were cheering. Let's trust you guys. They are a lively crowd here. Peke's got to be careful. Bengi is around that red buff area, which is why they're backed away. There is the first turret of the game going down for Fnatic.
Right, Bengi hasn't been able to get much done here in the time where Fnatic get their first blood and their first turret. Now we're going to see Soaz. He's not teleporting into the turret. He remembers last time where there was a dive from the 2-man Piglet and Pumandu on Vayne and on Zyra, and they were able to get the kill.
So this game is definitely started off lively. It was the same with the OMG game. SK Telecom certainly went at it for kill, that's for sure. I think that ended up in pretty much 30-odd kills plus. I'm not sure whether this game's going to reach that same standard. Sign at the moment. Oh, they didn't clear out the blue puff. That's only just being cleared out now at 4 minutes 20. So keep your eyes on that one at the 10-minute mark, 9-minute mark.
I am a fan of that strategy, but that's fairly quick clear there from Cyanide coming back to check it. So won't be delaying that from Peke for too long. Now, Soaz, he has gotten up to the turret, and he's gotten some extra experience here. So all in all, the level 1 invade, even though it went poorly, Fnatic were able to pick up the pieces. And because of the play down bottom, where the teleport in from Impact resulted in first blood, they now have the lead.
FLICKR may have to use his flash to get away from this one. He does. It does help him to get away. He's already used that teleport as well, just teleported back into lane. Impact now coming around actually to have a look towards this mid lane. They're looking at pressure.
Wow.
FLICKR down. Pumandu also making the journey down the river.
So it's very dangerous for Impact to go to a long lane like that without a turret to fall back on. He needs to make something happen elsewhere on the map. Deciding to send everybody mid here, Yellowstar actually gets caught trying to make his way through the jungle.
Looks a lot of harass back on towards Bengi. That shield of Daybreak doing its job, keeping him stunned up, and they actually saved the turret there, so well played Fnatic.
Fnatic are in such a good situation here. They have a free farming AD carry down bottom. They're getting experience in all 3 lanes. As long as this 3-man squad with very, very little wave clear can handle experience around this turret and salvage a little bit of CS, then it's going to come out really good for Fnatic.
Let's see how that lane control works. Remember the Cloud9 game SK Telecom did. They managed to hold that wave up. We'll see whether SK Telecom can do the same thing. That wave has been pushed heavily in towards that inner turret. Impact is already going over there, and look at the damage on that top turret. Piglet's done a lot of work on that. Soaz is not going to let him recall there, I don't believe.
Well, he doesn't have a ward in there, so he's not sure that he's recalling, and it's dangerous to go around base checking when he's that low. So Piglet does get the recall off. And also, for SKT's sake, the call was interesting. Because they know that there's this mid laner with low wave clear, this Kassadin, they send more people to pressure there because they don't have any other options. But look at Peke. They haven't been able to keep him down. They weren't able to get too much damage on that mid turret. And now that Rekkles has gotten his full solo lane farm, he is extremely strong, heading up level 5 to this mid lane turret. Caitlyn, I said she had to make great use of the early laning phase, and they are doing just that.
Yellowstar running interference duty there. That turret down to half hit points in the mid lane as well for Fnatic. So, FLICKR trying his best to keep him away. Of course, has hit level 6, hits that ultimate level earlier before Pekka. Yellowstar's going to be so careful. He's only level 3 going that deep in the jungle, blind.
I like the move, though. He's getting great ward coverage down. They can see any sort of transition from SKT going to the bottom side, where they have their Jax freezing this lane. Impact, he loves this type of game, though. He wants to get up that massive CS lead by freezing that lane deep as long as possible. It's up to Fnatic in that case to make a play. They can either shove down mid, or they can go try and kill.
Well, they've got the lockup on him. It's not enough with that Living Shadow available, though. And they do force him away again. Soaz is in trouble, though. He's been condemned on the wall, and you can see Mandu's coming around the side here. He's got the backup support of Bengi. Will they try and dive on towards him? Soaz is considering stepping away, but he's hanging around a little bit longer.
Pekka's teleport is coming up, and he saves this turret, coming into 2-man defended. Meanwhile, because of this massive ward coverage, wow!
Oh, they're going to force them to jump away. Rekkles actually gets jumped on by Impact. The counter-strike coming out will stop the basic attacks from Rekkles. A lively opening, but Fnatic are looking good so far.
Because of the ward coverage on the blue side that Yellowstar went to go to very early there, they can continue pressuring this lane. And Impact trying to freeze it, they can break the freeze by sending their very strong AD carry, this early game Caitlyn, who got a whole lane to herself, over there, and they shove it up to the turret. Now making their move, rotating back to the mid lane where there's no one to defend it, so they'll trade that turret for top.
So top turret goes down 1-1 at the moment, but the mid laner turret, as you mentioned, will go down to Fnatic. 4 members in there, clearing that one down, no problem about that.
So one teleport was used to save that top lane or delay the destruction of the top lane turret. They still have one in their pocket. You mentioned in the beginning, this is the Fnatic style to run with 2 teleports. They still have 1 extra to answer Impact's teleport. Even though SKT have been keeping that one in their pocket, letting Impact freeze that lane, they still have an answer here. Soaz can actually do the same thing. He now is the one who's deep in his own territory, and he's going to start building up his CS. He needs to be able to catch up to Impact, because Jax with a lead on Shyvana is very dangerous if those 2 meet up.
Big differences. So actually, let's take a look at those items, because we haven't really had a chance to just yet. We can see the Seeker's Arm Guard now for Peke, Bilgewater Cutlass. So we're going to see Blade of the Rune Kings on FLICKR and Piglet. We'll see whether Impact chooses to go the same way. He hasn't yet to go back. He's got that 56 CS, so it's working out very well for Impact, actually. Despite all the movements he's had to make in lane, he's actually kept ahead of Soaz.
And both top laners will have huge purchases when they do go back, because they've been sitting at those lanes for a very long time. Now what you want to watch is what each team decides to do with the big lanes. because Soaz also is building up a big minion wave, but Impact's right here. It looks like Fnatic are going to be under a lot of pressure. Everybody from SKT trying to work with this giant wave and this cannon minion to make use of it and go for another push.
Oh, Yellowstar tries to get away. The ultimate coming out from FLICKR. They get locked up on that tower. That's going to be inbound. Reckless gets pinned on the wall. He gets dropped as well, and they just both completely melt. Soaz considering jumping in here. Is he going to come around? He's got Peke with him. They're just simply running defensive duties. Impact actually gets caught out, goes aggressive. Counter-strike is not going to land. He leap strikes away to FLICKR, and now they're going to close on towards it, but it's a 3v5. They can't surely push.
Yeah, just a few seconds too slow there from Fnatic to be able to get down and defend that. And the teleport was not enough. They got Soaz in there, but now they're going aggressive as the rest of SKT are backing off.
Impact shows himself in the top there. Cyanide jumps in with the stealth running. Is it going to be enough? Cyanide goes down. Pumandu going to get taken down. Peke can't get the kill on towards him. Peke's in trouble. He gets taken down as well. So is the last man standing. He's going to get dropped as well. And just like that, it's another bunch of kills for SK Telecom. Fnatic just too slow to the party.
Far too aggressive for Fnatic. Not only do they give away kills, but they give away another bunch of CS to Impact. He teleports up the top lane and he's getting another lane of farm, but they're also trying to get 2 objectives for that. A little greedy here from SKT trying to get Dragon and bottom turret at the same time.
Yeah, risky play. The Dragon's going to get reset, but they're going to try and collapse on towards him. Remember, there's no tower here. Peke and Yellowstar. Peke using that teleport. FLICKR and Bengi both very low. Reckless is going to keep them in vision. Peke chases around. Piglet may try and escape. Ace in the hole. Takes Bengi down to nothing. Peke instead is going to chase on towards him. Reckless is going to be careful. He's got 2v1. FLICKR goes deep on him towards him. He jumps away. Cyanide leaps in. He gets one. Now Bengi's running for his life. Can he get away through the jungle? He's got the support of Mandu just off to the side. He can safeguard away to him.
Dragon. Peke's there to hold him though.
Peke going to try and chase on towards this one. Will have another Rift Walk. It's going to cost him a lot of mana to try and close that gap. He's going to come around the side. Will have his force pulse available. Gets caught by the grasping root. Bengi's still chasing away. He's going to surely safeguard to Pumandu, who now gets focused by Peke. Peke closing in towards him. Cyanide coming in behind him as well. Cyanide puts the ward down.
Soaz is not moving.
Double. He jumps away. Gets caught out. Gets himself 1. Gets himself 2. Gets himself 3. And Fnatic get the 3 kills in a row.
That was almost a 4-minute long fight, D-Man, starting in the bottom lane and ending on the other side of the map. And that whole time, Soaz was just farming the lane. He had the confidence in his team to get those 2 kills after that long chase. Soaz was actually the one building up a large CS, and he's caught up to Impact here. They even got the kill on him.
And now they're going for Dragon. FLICKR is just off the side. I don't think they're going to get involved in this one, so Fnatic will take the gold lead. It's just 1,000 gold. It's still very tight between them at 7 kills to 6.
What a game here from both teams. Starting up just from Champion Select, you knew this was going to be an exciting game, and they have not disappointed.
And the thing is that SK Telecom clearly having a little fun with this game. They know they are close to being top of that league, and a loss here, though, could be a big difference, especially for the likes of Type A Assassins and Fnatic.
Yeah, it does mess with the group stages a little bit. Here we go. This is the Fed Jax going on Shyvana, really winning that trade fairly easily. Now it's dangerous for Soaz to remain around because all Impact has to do is charge up a full passive stack so he gets the attack speed, 2 auto attacks for his ultimate, and then he can go aggressive on Soaz once again. Soaz sitting on his ulti though will have an escape.
Blue buff for FLICKR. So we'll see how this game develops. At the moment, Piglet's down the bottom. He's got the help, support of Pumandu always at his side. Peke is down there alongside Yellowstar. Peke is going to stick around for a little bit longer, and that's actually leaving a dangerous combo in that mid lane, Reckless up against FLICKR.
And this is the old Fnatic that we were looking for, that we were wondering if it was going to come back out. Double teleports, solo lanes, split pushing. Pretty much just classic Fnatic here. They're waiting for the teleport to come back up from Peke, but Soaz is still sitting on his. Now he's returning to his fight with Impact, and like I said, this one is very dangerous for Soaz. He's also going back into this dangerous fight blind, 0 ward coverage on the top side for Fnatic. Bengi's making the correct call here.
Yeah, and he may well sneak all the way around into the tri-bush here. I think Soaz is well out of position. He has got Dragon Descent available, no flash though. Bengi is going to continue go deep. Is he going to ward out? Yes, he is. Just behind the blue. He's going to start off with Larry White on the side here, and we'll see whether he chooses to go for Soaz.
We were talking about there's a lot of things to keep track of in Hexakill because there's so many champions and you have to time all these different things. But again, against Fnatic, you have to do a lot of timers as well. Keep track of 2 teleports, not only all of these flashes. Looks like we'll have the attempt at the second steal here. Cyanide's not close enough to steal it away, so Bengi will be able to deny that blue buff from Kassadin. It's very huge for SKT to get back in this game.
Yeah, remember FLICKR had already taken his own, so not available for Fnatic. As you mentioned, it's going to be FLICKR getting jumped on. Didn't manage to lock up Impact, and that was a fairly even trade in damage this early on.
Impact has finished his Blade of the Ruined King, so he's feeling extremely confident right now. And going up against Kassadin, he has a lot of magic damage that he can shield against. Not going to help him that much versus Jax, even though he has mixed. Cyanide going super aggressive.
Very aggressive one towards him. Is it going to be enough? Piglet running that ultimate to try and get away. Cyanide doing some good work there and wards out that blue buff. Not too sure it's going to be available just yet. Soaz takes a blast in the face from FLICKR.
Top lane pushing here for Fnatic. They've decided to distribute in a 2-2-1 split push here with Kassadin down bottom trying to hold off Jax. Meanwhile, up top, they can't get much done on FLICKR, so another move, Yellowstar trying to clear out vision. They know that this is SKT's biggest strength. One of the best things about this team, Bengi with the early sight zone, just puts it back down though.
This surely starting to be a problem. Oh, I tell you what, Bengi going to get locked up here. The Zenith Blade does land. He will get away in time. What I was about to say is surely a problem, the fact that nobody really can go solo with Impact this early in the game.
Yeah, as I said, he's feeling confident, and it's for a reason. We'll have to see how this plays out. Who can actually split push against Impact? Because FLICKR right now, he's just trying to grab CS and avoid taking too much harass in the trading process.
Bengi using his ulti kick, punting Soaz into the Baron pit there. FLICKR doing a split push, Impact doing a split push, everybody else farming quite happily. Piglet is feeling fairly confident in that mid lane, and Bengi's just trying to create opportunities and stealing any part of the jungle that he can. You can see Cyanide and FLICKR, again, trying to close an Impact, but he reads the situation.
Yeah, this is the thing about Kassadin. You can continue to chase even if they see you with a pink ward. Cyanide's coming back in. Yellowstar with the double stun.
Solar Flare, ace in the hole. They're going to lock him down. They will get bounced by the Stranglethorn, but Mandu has not got enough to save the life of his top laner.
Great roaming here from Yellowstar, making use of those mobility boots. He's done a great job. We talked about him combating the vision from SKT earlier down on the Baron pit side. He's made it all the way up top to make a play on this Jax. Your question was, who will deal with Jax? It's going to be 3 people, D-Man. They're going to converge from all different sides and chase him down.
Oh, FLICKR's going to find Soaz in the bush. Soaz not too sure if he wants this fight at the moment. There's going to be the ultimate pulled out there. Uses the Dragon Descent at just the right time. Flash comes down from FLICKR. Tries to catch on towards him. The Living Shadow not enough to close. But Piglet's been caught out. Pekka's managed to find himself another target. The AD carry goes down.
This is Fnatic making use of their mobility, and that means 5-1-2 Peke Kassadin with teleport. This will be the story of the game for Fnatic. Peke in the driver's seat.
You know, I was talking to Fnatic on Tuesday when we had the players dinner. I was with them and I was like, you know what your problem was at Worlds? You pulled out Kassadin too early in the group stage and it got banned away from him for the rest of the tournament. This time around, Peke does get it. He's got 5-1-2. We always used to say at Kassadin, if it gets going. But is it the same with this new Kassadin?
It is not the same. There are many differences. Towards the late game, he's actually even stronger than he was before. But his main strength is against mages, and SKT do not have a true mage on their team. Fumandu is a support. Here we go. FLICKR, though, gets it turned around on him. Soaz going aggressive. Almost has his ulti charged.
He's got no energy, but Impact joins him in the party. Soaz can't close that gap. Peke comes in, though, to save his life. Manages to get the silence down. Soaz is in trouble. He's going to get locked down. Tries to sidestep, not enough. And now Peke's in trouble. Mandu comes in. Peke comes in. Not able to get away. And that's a double for SK Telecom.
Fnatic take down FLICKR, but a good collapse from SKT are able to avenge him and take out both solo laners, both teleports, takes away so much playmaking ability from Fnatic. And you keep mentioning the Kassadin that got through for Peke, how SKT let that one through. They let it through because they focused Reckless in the bans. They took away the 2 AD carries, and they forced him onto the earlier game-oriented Caitlyn, which awarded some towers for Fnatic, but we have to watch how this plays out. Will Reckless be okay late game? Because Piglet actually is the one under fire now.
He's coming in. He tries to use the stealth. The Zenith Blade lands. He tries to sidestep in there. Reckless catch on the condemn onto Cyanide. Not enough. Cyanide gets himself the kill. Teleport comes in from Impact. 3-man stun there. Now you can see another teleport coming through. Soa's coming around the side. There's going to be Cyanide dropping though. Faker manages to get himself the kill. There's no teleport available for FLICKR just yet. Soa's going to get caught out. Impact gets himself a double.
There were multiple baits by both teams in the last fight here, and both teleports being used. FLICKR is not back up yet, so he could not turn the tides of that one. But SKT did a great job backing off as soon as they see the teleport, and then they already had everyone else converging down to the bottom lane because Piglet had gotten caught out. And, okay, so let's watch this again. Everybody converging from SKT. You can see them 3 moving down because Piglet is caught. Teleport comes in. They think they're going to turn this one around. And the second teleport shows from Fnatic. Now they think they've turned it around on Impact, but Cyanide goes too deep because of that confidence, and this is when the reinforcements finally arrive. So the second wave from SKT is able to clean up.
And you know, just like the OMG game, you could argue that's down to poor vision. They had no clue of what was coming in that jungle area, just like OMG did. They went way too aggressive. Yellowstar going in on Faker, getting the double stun lock up there. Not sure he wanted to go that deep on that one, but the top tower is being taken down, and this may well be Fnatic getting their 3rd turret of the game.
That will get it very close back to even gold here. So
they're
Fnatic,
baiting it.
Even after that last loss, they're trying to use the low turret as bait, and they do it successfully.
Bengi, though, uses that safeguard to get away onto the ward. Soaz goes in. Impact gets a good lock up on the stun there. They're going to go in towards the turret. Now they might try and turn it around, but again, look at SK Telecom's positioning. They are all moving through the jungle. Are they too late this time around? Impact gets taken down. Mandu comes around the side there. You do see Faker. He's coming across. He's just used his Living Shadow to try and close the gap, so he can't do it once again. Cyanide's going to take 2 tower hits there. Peke will take 2 as well. Peke may be in trouble. He's going to have a Riftwalk. He's going to teleport. He's teleporting away. He's gone out by the wall. He gets locked up. He gets taken down. Faker gets in and gets the kill.
Peke knew that he could not Riftwalk forever. It had already charged up, and it was going to cost too much mana. He wouldn't be able to finish that escape and was going for the desperate teleport. Great job by Pumandu locking him up. Meanwhile, in the bottom lane, Piglet had been shoving in on this Caitlyn, and Reckless has to be careful. In 1v1 with the Vayne, he can no longer take Piglet. He's completed the Blade of the Ruin King. Piglet is ready to duel people.
Piglet is getting himself the farm that is needed, as is Reckless. Both at 160 plus CS, working out well for them. Faker, well, no surprise, massive amounts of CS. He's the first person on the board to pass 200, as well as being 4-2-5, 7-3-3, and the Zonya's Arrow, that's importantly built by Peke now, up against Faker.
You definitely need armor against this team, and you definitely want the added benefit of being able to use the active to nullify that ultimate from Faker if he decides to deathmark you. So it's a great pickup for him. But worried about all of these duelists on SKT. They have so many options for people holding their own in side lanes. Everybody with a Blade of the Ruin King is a strong duelist.
Well, at the moment, they want to make sure that turret goes down. It was so close to dropping before. This time around, Impact still jumps on Soaz. So confident that he can just pounce onto Soaz's head and not have to feel the consequences about it. Peke back down that bottom lane, keeping that farm going. Cyanide is building up a fairly tanky Kha'Zix right now. He's got that Randian Zoman in there, as well as the Elder Lizard, whereas opposed to Bengi, who's just gone for that Hex Drinker.
Yeah, I like the build here from Cyanide, but Peke is getting engaged on. He's going to have to Zonyas.
Zonyas, is it going to be close enough? It will. There's going to be the ultimate pop in from Faker. Living Shadows gets away.
Now this matchup used to be a little bit easier for Cassidy because he had silence. No longer the case against Zed. He's just got to run away, and he had to burn his active as well.
They're not done yet. Solar Flare goes in on Faker, but again, lack of vision. They do manage to lock him down. Stranglethorns comes out. Cyanide once again leaps into his prey. Bengi using that ultimate to kick him away. Peke trying to catch on with the Riftwalk, not quite close enough. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, you can see Impact closing around there. Bengi's going to get locked up once again. Stranglethorns closes Yellowstar out once again, though they just can't quite get close enough. They can't chase on towards them. They do manage to leap in there. Bengi's going to get locked up. Cyanide gets himself one, gets himself a second as Peke gets the kill. Now Impact's got out of position.
The vision control you're talking about that Fnatic needed last time, they got caught out. Now it's SKT!
Soaz putting some damage down on Impact. He has to leap away. What will happen though?
So
SK Telecom got the mid turret.
They got very aggressive in the bottom. After they scared off Kassadin, they felt like they had control of the bottom lane, but they didn't have the deep vision to push that far up. and Fnatic played it so well. Cyanide hiding behind that wall, waiting for the perfect opportunity, and Yellowstar hitting everything that he needed, locking up FLICKR, and then being able to chase. With Kassadin, you cannot run away. He is so good at chasing people down, and that is FLICKR with 9 kills now.
FLICKR trying to bait in Piglet there. His buddy coming in, Cyanide alongside him. Piglet fancied that one. FLICKR was very low on health, and he is wisely going to back away from this one. Yellowstar already making his way down there. Face of the Mountain completed by him, but look at Mandu. He's going for the Haunting guys.
Yeah, and they're going to need a lot of wards, so everybody filling up their inventory here with small pieces, little items. They need basically vision of the entire map. With the amount of mobility from everybody in this game, all of these little skirmishes and people getting caught out, they would love to have just vision everywhere, but they need also the small combat stats that you get from these little items, like those spell penetration from Pumandu. He's going to try and have a bigger impact on the team fight.
They're still worried with the Jackson, and now got that Trinity Force complete along with Blade of the Rune King. The Randian Zoma will probably follow. Suddenly it becomes a brick wall, a big brute force damaging brick wall. There's not a lot for Fnatic to counter that as we start progressing. We're at 25 minutes now. This game is looking to go long.
Yeah, and if it does go long, I expect even more armor here from Fnatic in all of their builds. You can see multiple Rando and Nomans being built, and a Zanya's already that you talked about. So they definitely have a clear path because there's so much attack damage on SKT and so much attack speed. Those attack speed slows are going to do wonders for them. But again, the wards, I think that we'll see those sight zones upgraded more often than we usually do. So the sight zone on Bengi and the sight zone on Pumandu, they can get those up to Ruby sight stones. It will help them out since they've already switched over to 3 sweepers.
Well, Dragon's going to be up in just 10 seconds. You can see SK Telecom moving into position. Impact is not there. We've got teleport available, as does SOAS. No teleport for FLICKR. I tell a lie. It's just about to come off cooldown any second now. But FLICKR fancies going aggressive. He goes in towards him. Remember, Zonya's Hourglass is built by FLICKR, expected to be used any second just to prevent it. That's going to be down. The ulti was used by FLICKR. It's a pretty short cooldown, but it may not be up for the next Dragon.
Another ulti from FLICKR, another Zanya's active.
Oh, goes back in.
FLICKR, and another return of aggression. This time they do not get the jump on FLICKR. No CC to speak of.
Yeah, I think FLICKR was caught out by the just sheer ballsy aggression that FLICKR showed, and Cyanide was ready and waiting. I don't think he's looking to pounce into this Dragon Pit to try and smite that steal, but instead he will step away, and that's good turnarounds from SK Telecom. They're looking in control now as the gold starts to bleed their favor.
At this point in the game, it's one single mistake turns into an objective for the opponent. So FLICKR right there getting too close, cost them the turret. And now they're going to be able to move on mid because it's 9 more seconds until he comes back up.
Yellowstar having to lock up, but Impact again. Solar Flare being used. That's a little too aggressive, I feel, on Impact with his team so close by. They do manage to shut him down. He has to teleport away from this one to try and splash away. Teleport coming in down the bottom. FLICKR is going to come in around the side. Cyanide pounces on towards Impact. Impact's going to get taken down. Now Bengi's going to get locked up by the Zenith Blade. He's got no support from his team right now. Now they're collapsing around it. Elite comes out from Cyanide. Look across the map. The rest of SK Telecom are fleeing from this one. As Reckless closes around the side there. Bengi is running them a merry chase, but I don't feel he's going to be able to get away.
Yeah, he's definitely cornered. They're going to take him down. The question is, what will Fnatic do with this? 2 main members of SKT off. Baron is up. That's the jungler and the Jax down. However, you got to keep track of teleports. Name of the game here. Once Impact does come back up, he'll have his teleport. They can turn it into a 4 vs 5 at Baron. If Fnatic are not careful, they will take too much damage from Baron.
They have to take this Baron down fast. You can see Mandu off the side. He's got Stranglethorns available if he wants to just throw it in there for some interference. FLICKR's looking to maybe try and make a play. He's gone in. He's gone for Cyanide. He wants to try and pop him down. Maybe enough. He gets Cyanide down before the Baron drops. The Baron is so low. It's going to get stolen away by FLICKR. This is tragic for Fnatic. FLICKR is going to get dropped there. What sublime play by the Season 3 World Champions.
I told him they got to keep track of the teleport there. SKT just made that mistake. They had FLICKR killed, and they were keeping track of the death timer, but they didn't expect the teleport. Fnatic went aggressive early. As soon as FLICKR gets back up, he teleports in. They get advantage, but then they make the same mistake, and they don't respect the teleport from Impact. He turns it into the 4 vs 5 at Baron Pit. FLICKR here comes up with the plays, though. He targets the jungler, takes him down, no more smite, and then he goes back in for the Baron as well. It's pretty good chances for Zed to actually get the Baron as well when there's no smite on the table because he has that passive.
He took a hit from the Baron as well just before the ulti popped, which knocked him just that ever so lower. I think the ulti may well have took him down anyway. Now, though, look at SK Telecom. They have big damaging items in there, and I'm not sure if Fnatic now have the defensive capabilities to stop the onslaught that will be coming with that middle inhibitor down.
What an exciting game. And SKT now actually have a pretty commanding lead. A Baron buff on Jax is one of the most scary things in the game since he benefits from all of the stats on it, since he is a hybrid champion. Plus, he's already extremely fed in this game, and he's got his core items. This is a very, very scary impact on Jax, and it's going to be really hard. They don't really have a single person that can deal with him, so Fnatic have to make a move and coordinate their teleports.
So, SK Telecom, what will they do? They have the Baron. It was a Baron of opportunity, I think it's safe to say, by both teams. Not really one that everyone sieged over, so we'll see whether they try and push that favor, that aggression they have been showing throughout this game. 18-16 the kills, just 30 minutes into this game. Certainly suits both of these teams' playstyles, I feel, the high aggression games, because Fnatic certainly are used to playing this style, and SK Telecom, well, if you only need to watch some Korean games to show just how aggressive the Korean team can be.
And needless to say, they're very comfortable on these champions. And they're comfortable at this point in the game because they picked up 2 of the Last Whispers. Crucial items for this team that is so AD heavy, and having Fnatic already building so much armor, now they have the penetration. And with this Baron buff, that will give them the confidence to take the rest of the base.
Well, we'll see whether Fnatic choose to defend this one or whether they let it go down. So as gets harassed and poked by FLICKR. That tower, the most satisfying noise in the game, as Jax pounds on it with the Summoner's Cup as he works it down, just rubbing it into the face of Fnatic that we are the world champions.
Such a great start to the game for Fnatic, and then a great comeback for SKT here. Extremely exciting both times around, and both teams really using those teleports effectively. So as getting chunked down to half HP before they go on this low turret is going to be really hard for Fnatic to hold.
Yeah, they realize he's gone back to the fountain. Impact thought about going in with that counter strike. FLICKR does get a little bit of poke on FLICKR, but again, with that Baron buff, it will just generate back up there. FLICKR dropped to half health. He needs to go back to the fountain.
Still trying to use the last bits of this Baron buff, though. SKT are not giving up the push. Double super minions on Nexus turrets and drawing away the AD carry.
That's going to be the tower going down. Impact leaps in, gets the counter-strike on them. Yellowstar caught out. Bengi goes very deep on that one, but that's going to be Soaz dropped in as they move towards the Nexus turrets. The Nexus is taken so low. Piglet will get locked up at the side. He gets dropped. It's going to be Yellowstar that manages to get himself the kill. FLICKR tries to step away. Impact clops down the final Nexus turret. The Nexus will be the target. Cyanide leaps in to save the day. Yellowstar comes in with him. Reckless does manage to get himself one kill, but you can see SK Telecom, they're not done yet. They're not going to step away, or will they? They will back off from this one. No, they're just trying to make it out, but Reckless is not falling for it this time around. Mandu and Bengi
hit it!
Finish it off. Bengi goes in, gets a Reckless, uses the heal. They're going to try and finish the turret. The super minions are pounding on it. I don't think it's quite enough to lock down for SK Telecom. Reckless has to defend it. He gets one. The minions are all over it. Mandu misses the ultimate there. Oh, the passive, sorry. Bengi gets locked up. He backs away. They have to defend these turrets.
It's no line.
Taking it down. I'm not sure. I think they've just about cleared the way. One more hit is there. Yellowstar blocks it with his body. And Fnatic survive for now.
Whew. Cheer goes up to the crowd as Fnatic hang on by a thread. SKT trying to end it there, a little bit indecisive whether to go for the last hit or not, and they just barely do not get it. This may be a little bit of breathing room for Fnatic, but it's so hard for them because they have no turrets to defend with. And SKT have these such strong duelists. Oh, FLICKR!
Teleports back towards the finish. That's gotta hurt against Peke and crew. A backdoor comes out from SK Telecom on Fnatic. What a game, ladies and gentlemen. 22 kills to 19, and really SK Telecom putting on a show for the fans here in the Zenith in Paris.
Wow, that SKT skin tricked me. I thought that was FLICKR, but Impact with the teleport. What a sneaky ending, and what a way to end a game against Fnatic. The team known for teleporting in and backdoor Nexus.
Yeah, that's gonna hurt, that's for sure, but Fnatic, I think they can take something from that game. They look pretty strong, and SK Telecom, while they're having fun with the game, Gotta be careful, things like that don't slip away from them. They are, of course, now going to be topping the group. They are 4-0. They are clear favorites in first place. The question is, who will they face? Will it be now Fnatic or Taipei Assassins? Because that who is their potential targets in the semi-finals. Will we have just seen potentially the semi-final for tomorrow?
I don't know. Our last game of the day will be TPA versus Fnatic. Looking forward to that one each side.
Big game, that's for sure. I'm not too sure how much you can analyze, how much you can read into that game, because you can tell SK Telecom are having fun with that game. The fact that they went with all 5 skins, all of the champions they played, it's what you guys at home, I know, wanted to see. I know you wanted to see it against Taipei Assassins. It wasn't to be, but SK Telecom, even on a fun game, still looks scary.
That was a game really tugging at the heartstrings here. Peke with his teleport cast in, SKT with their classic champions. And it was really fun to watch, too, because both teams made a lot of good plays and had the upper hand at one point.
I think it shows that if Fnatic had have got past Royal Club, it could have been an epic final between the two of them. Who knows? We'll never know, that's for sure. What do we take from this? For Fnatic, looking at this game, they obviously got a couple of champions they wanted. They had the double teleport. Do we see them look into a team that could take down TPA after TPA's performance with Cloud9?
Yes, I do think that. I think this game actually gave them confidence. Playing this well against SKT, you know, going back and forth with the champs. Cloud9 talked about how fun it was just to get stomped by SKT and just to take scrims off them once in a while. I think that Fnatic will feel more confident after this game than they did after their first 2 losses.
Well, for now, though, we are going to head back over towards that analysis desk to take us through with the panel of experts to break down SK Telecom T1K's 4th straight win.
Thank you very much, T-Man and Kobe. I'm glad you two survived that game because that was chaotic. I do want to kick this one off talking about the fact that that was the very first time FLICKR has elected to pick a skin and use it. It's his 2nd ever skin used in competitive play. This is not a lie nor a joke. Monty, do you briefly want to explain the story?
Oh, yeah. So he accidentally used a skin during the Champions Winter Finals up against Ozone, where basically the person who was testing his computer was playing Riven, and then he picked Riven, and it was defaulted onto the Battle Bunny Riven skin. So this is the first time he's intentionally used a skin.
And what a way to do it. It was dramatic. I want to talk about Fnatic's team composition. They went old school. They had double assassins, double teleport. I mean, you played against Fnatic when they were in their prime, winning with this comp. What was your take on Fnatic and how they started the game?
Well, so first of all, Kassadin pick here. It's been banned by SKT in every single game, but because they wanted to play Zed here with the skin, of course, they left it open so FLICKR could pick the Zed into it in the lane here. Otherwise, I don't think Fnatic would actually have gotten Kassadin. However, they used it well. I mean, the replay we're going to bring up now here on your screens actually really shows how Fnatic played earlier on. So let's pull up the replay and really see how the game was with chasing and everything. It starts down here in the bottom lane. FLICKR, I believe he might actually have already gone aggressive onto Peke here, but let's just roll the clip. Yeah, he's already gone into Peke. Peke's used his Sonya, he's used his flash to get away. He stays to farm a little bit, and then Fnatic just goes aggressive, gets the first kill onto him, and then they continue to chase. And this is what they did all game long. Whenever SKT were looking for fights, overextending, Fnatic would be there with the Kassadin, with Cyanide on Kha'Zix, and just chase them on. I mean, Kassadin is still probably their best champion in the game, actually, when it comes to chasing, and it's what they did here.
Well, this is just a great example of how Fnatic played the entire game. They chased, they chased, they chased. They got more kills, they got more kills, they got more kills. It never equated to towers. Yeah, that was great, it was exciting, but it wasn't control.
Yeah, well, we have to preface this all by saying that the game didn't matter for SKT, but it also didn't matter for Fnatic. All they have to do is win their next game to stay in the race. I do like that Fnatic actually ended up picking a Brawl composition. No more poke comps. So as earlier said, yeah, how composition was bad. Still don't agree. They just didn't play the poke comp right. But these Brawl comps, this is typical Fnatic. They seem to go a little bit too far sometimes, but somehow it ends up working most of the time. And especially in offline environments when you have the crowd behind you, this will be a really big boost for them.
Yeah, I think they're looking a lot better overall. And kind of you were talking about the fact they're getting kills, but not anything else out of it. Basically, SKT's lanes were all, I mean, not literally, but like they're all kind of winning, right? Like no one's going to actually beat up Jax 1v1, and he was pushing the whole time. Like Caitlyn's not going to fight Vayne after your first big item. That's just not a matchup you win once the laning phase breaks down. So there's no situation where Fnatic gets to like push their waves up steadily. It's just like, well, mid can shove, then he can roam, but like there's nothing to do after that champion dies. You've got like 3 waves to push through, and you can keep getting 600 gold at a time, but that won't win you the game, which we saw here.
Yeah, it's again, the tempo was always throughout that game in SK Telecom's favor, and they were, I think, rather unconcerned given Mandu's choices in itemization, which included a death cap on his support that game, about how that was going to turn out. Yeah, legit.
It works out. Something that we do have to highlight, as exciting as that was, even though it felt like Fnatic were in control, if you didn't look at the bigger picture, and the bigger picture was the later this game went, the less and less likely Fnatic's chances were at winning. They had very little wave clear, and they had no answer to a Vayne or Jax who could split push.
They needed an exhaust as well.
So had they got even,
no exhaust.
I mean, talk me through this. Talk me through exhaust and talk me through the split push. How could they have won, considering there was a Vayne and a Jax, which are just ticking time bombs?
Right, and that's the thing about it, is that the Kassadin pick was very intentionally baited out, and this is something where we've seen Zed fall off because of the buffs to exhaust where it cuts the damage by 50%. It's so strong on some of these assassins. But if you're going to make the most out of Kassadin, you can't run exhaust on him, and then they chose not to run any exhaust at all. But when we're talking about dueling in a 3-lane split push with a Zed in one lane, a Vayne in the other, and then a Jax in the last one, not having any kind of exhaust, I mean, there's no way to stop that.
Nope.
They almost had too much split push though, because they can only put one split pusher in each lane, and then one of them needs to hold mid at least. The only thing working against SKT was somewhat their lack of wave clear. So we, in a real close game, we needed Vayne to like pick up a static shiv and start clearing. If they had an exhaust and they made good picks and they used their teleport correctly, yeah, Fnatic had a chance. But SKT1 was always in control of this game. You saw whenever Fnatic takes a kill, they don't translate it into any objectives or towers. And the one time they do try with Baron, well, it happened.
On cue, we just so happened to have a replay of said Baron fight. I mean, it's Crepo, it's like you've done this before. Let's pull up that second replay on your screen. Baron, I don't want to use the word desperation, but I think you could... Opportunistic for Baron. Monty, you felt quite strongly about this play, so let's throw this one to you.
All right, let's do it. Let's actually get this rolling right here. So you can see 4 members with Yellow Star joining. And the ward comes in down over the side. And as Deficio points out earlier on, Cyanide probably shouldn't be clearing that ward.
No, I mean, even they can... Everyone else but the jungler should be clearing the ward here, because once he goes over to the wall to actually clear the ward, he's in position for FLICKR to just ultimate him over. FLICKR didn't even have to shadow over to kill him here. It's just so easy to pop him down. Then with Pumandu, of course, with all his AP and his ultimate, killing him. So... a little bit of a mistake by Cyanide, but Fnatic didn't need it to get this Baron.
Right, that burst is pretty severe, and especially when you have a Zyra who has itemized for a little bit of magic penetration and a little bit of AP. When you have all that shred on you from Baron,
and in the Baron pit as well, like
the perfect size.
Oop, knocked off as well.
Cyanide's really good at smiting, but it's very hard to smite when you're dead.
You can't smite through death, right?
You can't smite through being smoked.
Well, very, very exciting game. SKT go undefeated in the group stage. They guarantee themselves that first place seed going to playoffs. We know that OMG will be battling Cloud9 next. They'll be looking for that second place. In terms of Fnatic now, their hopes all lie on the very final game of the day against the Taipei Assassins. The winner of that advances through. Freak, what would your take on this be, knowing that TPA looked a little shaky in the previous game, and Fnatic, while it was exciting, they definitely had some moments that they could be proud about?
So TPA did some things right this time. Jay's Morgana I actually really like. I think it's the best champion I've seen him play right now. So I like that he went off the played Morgana, right? It lets him make BB carry, and that's like how TPA wins if they're behind, is like BB just gets gigantic and plays Jinx or Twitch or something gigantic and wins with that. And so that was smart. Achi is still playing really miserably, and that's unfortunate. He had like a 0-5 Renekton game, so that's still not working out. Whereas Fnatic are like individually actually firing quite well. Like all their individual players of Fnatic are doing nicely, and like you could just win the game by winning the laning phase and just constantly being like constantly pressuring the map, and I think that's probably how that matchup plays out.
Definitely worked somewhat similar for Cloud9 earlier today. We'll see if Fnatic can make it work for them. We do have to move on with the show, though. So up next, it is the North American champions Cloud9 versus the Chinese powerhouse OMG. You might remember the awesome stick figure spotlight, Lee Sin versus Teemo. This is a video from the All-Star game last year, and we're very excited to share a brand new one with you, and that will be coming up right after this.
do it successfully.
Bengi, though, uses that safeguard to get away onto the ward. Soaz goes in. Impact gets a good lock up on the stun there. They're going to go in towards the turret. Now they might try and turn it around. But again, look at SK Telecom's positioning. They are all moving through the jungle. Are they too late this time around? Impact gets taken down. Mandu comes around the side there. They have to take this Baron down fast. You can see Mandu off the side. He's got Stranglethorns available if he wants to just throw it in there for some interference. FLICKR's looking to maybe try and make a play. He's gone in. He's gone for Cyanide. He wants to try and pop him down. Maybe enough. He gets Cyanide down before the Baron drops. The Baron is so low. It's going to get stolen away by FLICKR. This is tragic for Fnatic. FLICKR is going to get dropped there. What sublime play by the Season 3 World Champions.
Draven. Draven. Yeah, yeah! Noxians. I hate those guys. Who wants some Draven? You belong in a museum. Tive mon nuclease. Oui. Mordecai es muy irónico. E reportou.
Big targets are the best.
Imagine if I had a real weapon. Weapons are for the weak.
Embrace the night.
Pen or sword, the shield is mightiest.
Twilight fade!
Absolutely fantastic. Those videos are terrific, and they're actually created by Eric Kwan and his team of fan animators at Juan's Dojo, and they really do a brilliant job of capturing the unique essences of the champions just by using stick figures. I love the animated weapons. I think it's not fair that Kennen had an hourglass. Nobody else had weapons. Nobody else had activated items.
Kennen OP.
I think that's not fair.
I think he did catch the essence of the champions. I think Ezreal's was in flux a little bit, but overall it worked out nicely. I had to. You said essence, and it just
the
sparked.
one thing that confuses me: how would the law department feel about Diana and Leona, making buddies and being friends at the end there? Because I mean, that's a little uncool, multiple enemies and all that.
They're from the same. They're from the same place, right? Like their ultimate goal is actually the salvation of their own homeland. They just have different ideas of how it works out. If they actually they both knew the truth, they'd be friends. I'm just saying.
Well, I'm glad we could have this discussion. We'll get back on track, guys. So welcome back, everyone. It is time for the 4th group stage game of the day with Cloud9 taking on OMG. Now, OMG is coming off a loss this morning to SKT T1K, and they are now 2-1 in the standings. If we talk about that loss, their solo laners struggled a lot. This is OMG we're talking about. However, Sun, and Alan had a very good game. Deficio, what do you think?
Well, as a dual lane, they've been shown throughout the entire tournament. They're very, very strong. Picked up some kills against SKT in the bottom lane here. Also actually died once to them. Got a little bit over-eager, I think. But overall, especially Sun here, he's their carry, actually, in my mind, even more so than Si Young in the mid lane, because he's the guy they often build comps around, where they pick the Nunu jungle, for instance, so he scales even better into the late game, and as long as he's doing well, as long as they give him enough farm, he will be able to do a lot of damage in the team fights.
That said, I mean, they really fell behind in the Vision game against SK Telecom, and that's something that they need to fix very quickly, or else they're just not going to have as deep a run as they could here.
Well, we'll have to see. We know individually they are quite talented, but we have been talking about OMG's decision-making and vision. On the other side of the coin, it's Cloud9. They won their game earlier today, so they are now 2-1, tied with OMG. The winner of this game will, of course, take 2nd place. Going into the playoffs, the loser will take 3rd. I want to talk about 2 players that really stood out for me in the previous game. Meteos, his ability to gank for balls in the top lane. It's something that the North American LCS has seen time and time again. He had a phenomenal game in Evelyn, breaking that streak on Elise that we've been seeing running. And the first time we see balls pulling out Lee Sin. Crepo, what do you think about their synergy, and is it enough against OMG?
I just want to point out how smart Meteos goes about the games. If you listen to the interview Link did, he told us that, yeah, Meteos wants to gank where he wants, and he doesn't want to be told where to go. And you saw that. He went bottom to put a little bit early pressure, and that allowed Cloud9 bot lane to secure the victory there. Then he transitioned all the way to top, knowing that they had the stronger 2v2 and better sustain. Just kept sitting there, kept renekting down, not allowing the enemy team to snowball into the game, and then they closed it out with good vision control and just nice carry jungle. And I really like the progression Meteos has made from just sitting in this jungle to even playing more mechanically adept champions. He's been working on his Lee Sin. He said at the start of the season, yeah, my Lee Sin is really bad. Started practicing. Even when you meet him in solo queue, at first he couldn't insect. Now his insects are pretty smooth. So he's definitely developed as a player, and he's really smart about the game.
Yeah, I mean, you gotta expect he's good at insect with all the Kazakhs he plays. But seriously, I think he's making the case for being the best jungler at the Invitational. I think he's incredibly skilled, right? And we talk about him making a lot of great plays. I know you talked about his top lane synergy with balls. I think it's unique in that C9 seems to be the team that's most willing to gank the top lane. Of all the pro teams that are really C, this seems to be their big strength. And you know, the only loss we saw from Cloud9 was balls screwed up a whole bunch and started the game 0-4, like went in a 1v2, died a whole bunch. Like outside of that, they're otherwise very, very strong as a team. And I want to see if those two kind of work in tandem a lot better, then you've got a really strong team in your hands.
Closing thoughts, Crepo?
Yeah, I just wanted to point out, what he said about Meteos is like he's willing to gank top lane. Just wanted to compare that to a certain jungler from a certain coach. Said, I only gank bot lane. Bot lane is the only place I go. So as Link said in his interview,
well, we know which style is the winning style, isn't it? Guys, I do have to catch you off. Sorry. One very quick note. Both of these teams will proceed to the semifinals tomorrow. In those matches, the first seed, SKT, will play the 4th seed, which will be either Fnatic or the Taipei Assassins, depending on who wins the last match today. So that does mean that Cloud9 and OMG will play each other as the 2nd and 3rd seeds are matched in the semifinals. So whoever wins here will be able to get to pick their starting side tomorrow and give us a taste of what we can expect in that semifinal. So we are moments away from the game to decide the seeding for playoffs. We do need to lock in your predictions once more. I said I'm on a diet. It didn't work out for me earlier today because the sugary apple pie worked favorable. So I think I'm going to go with apple pie. How was the rest of the table voting?
Well, I have to go with OMG because I think individually, I will always go opposite of you. I will always disagree with you. However, OMG for me, I mean, I think they're just going to win by being individually better. And then, of course, the lack of shot calling from Cloud9.
Yeah, I think OMG, they are that cohesive team. They are #1 in the LPL, and they are here in full, right? So I think you have to give them the edge.
Yeah, complete lineup for OMG. I hope they improve their vision game, at least in this match, if they ever want to stand a chance. If they do get to the finals against SKT T1, other than that, they still have the superior players, in my opinion.
Yeah, for me, I got to go OMG as well. I mean, I already said they'd win at the beginning. I've already got the scarf courtesy of Monte Cristo, so I can't back down now. It's too late for me. Like, even if I wanted to, it's too late for me. I've got to just keep going for OMG.
At least your commitment is good there, Freak. We'll see how it works out. And we have crunched the numbers on lolesports.com. We see that you guys at home have picked Cloud9 to win by 53%, so feeling it's a whole lot closer. Now, you've heard what we've had to say, but now let's hand it over to D-Man and Kobe for the play-by-play as Cloud9 take on OMG.
Thank you very much, Quickshot. Let's get right into it with the starting lineups. Over on the blue side, it is Cloud9. That means Balls is in the top lane, Meteos in the jungle, Link in the mid lane, Sneaky as AD carry, and Elimination on support.
And on the red side, it is OMG. Going up top, Pomelo in the jungle, Xiyoung at mid, Sun AD carry, and Alan supporting.
So coming into this game, we have decided to turn our focus towards the jungle, where Meteos, of course, is facing off against Pomelo. Yesterday, we saw Meteos pick Elise twice, which took his streak of playing her to consecutive 7 games in a row. But earlier on today, he picked Evelyn against the Type A Assassins. Meanwhile, Pomelo, of course, mixed it up with Nunu against Fnatic, Kha'Zix against TPA, and also Evelyn when he played SK Telecom.
Yeah, that Kha'Zix you're talking about, I don't think that one is going to sneak through today, but what really was impressive from Pomelo yesterday was the Nunu that he used. He used it very effectively to punish Fnatic for their weak early lanes, and he actually counter-jungled extremely well against Cyanide, despite Cyanide's 2-0 start, who is a level 6 to his level 4. But with that being said, when Cloud9 are at their best, it's usually because Meteos is in their opponent's jungle with the support of strong solo lanes. He's laying down wards, he's counter-jungling, and of course, camping that top lane. We saw him earlier today, stealing away red buff as Evelyn and ending that game 7-0-9, as I mentioned.
And we just heard Trevor talking about the fact that this is basically the semi-final that will be happening tomorrow, OMG versus Cloud9.
Yeah.
So do they give anything away here? Do they have fun with it like SK Telecom just did?
I think that side control is actually pretty important, the choice of which side you pick. So they are definitely going to try in this game. As you said, this is not the same as a game that's going to kick you out, but I think it does still hold importance for them.
Yeah, and of course with OMG, like you say, losing to SK Telecom, both teams have lost to SK Telecom. As you mentioned, side control could be a big factor. But what do you feel is the most favorable side these days? Because this is an interesting one between the two teams. Will it be blue? Will it be red? Some people like to counter. Some people like the first pick.
Yeah, I mean, percentages would say blue side. But yeah, that's been what a lot of teams have been choosing. Plus, you get that first pick.
So, picks and bans coming through. Syndra being taken away from Xiyoung. We saw that against Type A Assassins yesterday. He's also gone very big in it in the LPL, as well as the Kassadin being removed. Well, I think everybody was just reminded by how deadly a Kassadin can be by Peke. So Link, I don't believe would have played that, but he's going to get taken away from anyway.
Yeah, and also I like the Syndra ban, first one coming out from Cloud9, targeting that mid lane as well. Both of them respected to champions. Xiyoung had a really good performance on that Syndra, completely bullying his lane.
Yeah, Xiyoung also going to have LeBlanc taken away from him. Let's see what the final ban, the second ban, sorry, coming in is that Kha'Zix. It's actually OMG that banned it away. Meteos probably wouldn't have gone with his first choice, I don't think, but Pomelo certainly may well have, but they banned it away themselves.
You mentioned that. Cloud9 actually banned the Kha'Zix last time, so, and he went with Elise. He's gone with multiple champions, Evelyn as well. So maybe not the highest priority for them, and they can use that last ban on the Jax. That just gives away that they don't want to first pick at 4 balls.
Well, we saw how big impact could go on Jax in that previous game. It's the first time it's snuck through for a while. So Thresh being banned out, no Thresh, and that's Alan again. So it's OMG that's banned it away, and shock horror, it's Elise again.
Well,
Meteos.
every support really likes Thresh. He's a very strong support to play with, and again, Cloud9.
100% kill participation. You can't argue with that when there's about 16 kills for your team.
Well, we'll see what he does on his secondary support here. Hovering over Leona definitely would bring that hard engage that OMG like to go with. I mean, that would follow the team fights that they want.
Obviously, he went with Nami in the game against SK Telecom, and as we heard Deficio and the crew talking about,
it's a little slow for hard engage.
It wasn't quite strong enough for the hard engage, so Leona will be the choice, and Pomelo is going to go with Elise in the end.
So our featured matchup already determined. Meteos right back to that Elise, the favorite of his. not really worth going over again. He does have different builds though, now going more heavy cooldown reduction and super tanky with the Elise with all the changes to her. Whereas Lee Sin, that could shore up some of the vision problems from OMG. He's going to probably get an early sight stone and get more wards down, so Crepo might be happy about this jungler pickup.
And look at the delay though here. Cloud9 known for locking in very quickly. They are clearly, obviously, something has upset their rhythm or changed their style. This is a big, important game to them, but there are the lock-ins, Twitch and Lulu.
So the farm-heavy mid laners still being up Lulu and Orianna, they were probably going to choose one of those. This time around, they do go with the Lulu, which could actually still go support. So it's a little bit more of a flex pick here, but that's probably going to be linked back on his Lulu. As you're talking about Cloud9 being a little bit slower at their picks, I mean, you don't give away much with the jungler and the support pick right off the bat.
Oh, Zed's being hovered over right now, along with that Sun on Jinx. Jinx, of course, being a strong champion. Sun getting multiple kills on that the other day. Those executes coming out from the Rockets. Actually, it's an Orianna switch. I was surprised, actually. I was seeing Xiong hovering over Yasuo and Zed, and those melee assassins are not normal champions he goes with, so he's going to stick with what he knows. He's gone with Orianna.
I mean, it could have worked with this, but that would have meant that they definitely were an all-in team-fighting team here, and they do not decide to go with that. Like I said, the Lulu and Orianna, the two safe mids, the farm-heavy mids. This is going to be a battle between the two wave pushers at mid. Both of those have good wave clear for if there are swaps. They could defend those mid turrets much easier in the early game if those early turrets on the side lanes do go down.
And as I mentioned, Sun picking up some huge stats yesterday against Fnatic on that Jinx. What are we going to see from Cloud9? What will they go with? Quick lock-ins this time around. Elimination going back to Morgana once again, and Sneaky this time with a smile on his face. He's going to be playing Shyvana in that top lane.
Very, very quick lock-in for the Trundle to answer that Shyvana. Being able to steal away tank stats in the late game. Jack keeps mentioning it, how great that Trundle does scale. And last game, the analyst is talking about how scaling is extremely important. The AD carries in this situation, though, both scale really well. The only problem for them are getting caught. So if there's any focus that can get put down to them, neither of those have built-in escapes. They're going to have to get that from their mid laners, those support-heavy mid laners.
You got to feel that with the Twitch, it's always the same. He's going to be that sometimes assassin jumping towards the opposite AD carry. No escapes for Jinx, only the flash heal. He's got to have Alan sticking close by him.
Yeah, I mean, Alan can also use it a lot for the engage. So if Sneaky pops out a little too close and he doesn't see Alan, then he's going to get Leona ultimate right down on his head. So we'll have to see. This bottom lane is actually a lot of dealing with Leona when she charges you for Cloud9, because Lemonation has to be quick with his black shields, and he also has to watch his positioning. If they do end up in a 2v2 lane, whenever you have this duo of Leona versus Morgana, you have to watch your positioning because she can change targets, as one of our analysts, Crepo, learned the hard way.
Well, we just saw how strong Leona was in that stick figure spotlight. We'll see how it works out for Alan. The champs are locked and loaded, so head over to Twitter and tell us who you think is going to win. Send your picks to @LOLesports and use the hashtag C9win or hashtag OMGwin. The Men in Black, of course, are the favorites, I think it's safe to say, coming into this game. Certainly for me, they've put on some fantastic performances, but we can't deny how well Cloud9 have done coming into this. The fact that High was taken away from them, injured in hospital, Link comes in, absolutely brilliant support, coming into that position to change it. The fact that he's got to be the shot caller to come into a team is incredible.
And I like the discussion that they talked about, too. Yes, he's coming in, he's trying to fill an overall shot calling experience, but it's not him giving directive in the early game, like telling individual players where to go, like Meteos, calling for jungler support. So it has worked out pretty well for Cloud9, but of course they are not their old selves.
So here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Just 2 more games to go in the group stage. Cloud9 as the blue team up against OMG, the Chinese representatives from the LPL. The Men in Black, how they're known, and this is a fight for second place. They're going to be playing each other in the semifinals regardless of the result here. The question is, who will be the #1 seed going into that game?
Coming into this game, it is Cloud9 with the ward advantage on Morgana, picking up the extra ward. So it tells me, I think Alan probably going a lot more points in defense here. Might be a little bit more tanky, but we'll see if Cloud9 can make use of this vision I would really love to see standard lanes because we're probably going to be seeing a lot of balls versus going in this game. And I'd like to see it just from the very beginning. These guys are extremely good top laners, both in their own rights. And I'd love to see them match up just straight 1 versus 1. Going such a huge part of this OMG team. Everybody's talking about Young because he got all these MVP votes and he makes really good performances 1 versus 1 in the mid lane when they're left alone. But Going plays a crucial part in this OMG team as well. And he has been playing that tank role very, very well, flanking in when needs to, and also peeling for the immobile AD carry or the less mobile AD carries that San has been picking.
Late invade potential coming from Alan and San here. Don't think we're going to see the full support of this from OMG, though. They will pop the cork onto balls on the back there, but we're not going to see Pomelo or Gogoin joining him, so that's simply a ward.
They feint the invade. Interesting little adaptation here. They're actually going to start at their own red buff and take the blue second. They're still going to go for the invade, it looks like, because they do have the ward down on and they see nobody's going there. But the interesting adaptation here is they'll be able to get those 2 buffs extremely quickly and probably be able to have everybody hit level 2, both getting the double buffs and the second wave push if they need to go for it.
Yeah, so double buff's going to be for Pomelo. Meanwhile, of course, Meteos is only going to have his red because we just saw the blue buff being taken away by the duo pairing of Sneaky and Elimination. Meanwhile, Link
early level 2.
That's an ignite going down. It's not quite going to be enough, but a lot of damage coming out from Xiong early on Link.
Funny, that's a thing that Hai is really known for, is the early level 2 mid lane rushing with an ignite. And Link is on the receiving end of that one. He doesn't go down, so he's up a summoner spell now. And he can keep that one in his pocket, maybe for a later engage visit from Meteos. It doesn't look like OMG are going to go for that fast push. They haven't really been trying to shove those turrets down that quickly. They're okay with giving them up, actually, in a side lane, and then having Going, that guy I was talking about who's crucial to their team, farming deeper in their own territory.
Yeah, they built up that double stack lane with the Siege Minion going in there. Balls, of course, with Meteos, though, will clear this wave, defend it cleanly. Meanwhile, down the bottom, they're not pushing either, so Cloud9 making sure they don't go too aggressive, and they're going to be quite happy to sit. So no 4-0 splits, no 3-0 splits that we sometimes see in the start, and it's actually something that's pretty much held true throughout the whole day so far.
Yeah, basically the story of the early level 1 is because of that, there's not that much early pushing, is the junglers. It was a 3-buff start for Pomelo. Featured matchup, he's got the early edge here. Even though Meteos was able to soak up some lane experience up top, he is down that buff. And it is going to have Pomelo not only having the early experience advantage, but also the timer to be able to return for more invades.
Well, he got the double buffs. He didn't get the 3 buffs. Because there was the invade, of course, from
Sneaky was, okay, yeah. Okay, Sneaky was given away.
Sneaky snuck in there. He's that sneaky.
Yeah.
You didn't even see that Sneaky ran. Of course, he does have stealth. That's why you couldn't see. Anyway, Sneaky does manage to put down that slow on towards this bottom lane. And this is identical so far. Meteos came up in towards that top and supported. This time around, Pomelo's having to stick around for quite a while against Sneaky and Elimination this time to defend him. So they will, so far, stay equal. Of course, Meteos without the blue buff on Elise is a pretty big factor.
Yeah, he did just start with the red buff and giving him the blue over to Sneaky. Yeah, too much talking about jungle. I was already wrong on one of the buffs. Let's move on to the duo lanes, because this is the older style where we did have
2v1s,
2v1 switches in the past that would actually be 2v1s and not 3v1s or 4v0s.
You can see that the 2v1s in the moment is in favor of Sun. Sun ahead by around about 10 CS so far. Well, it's 8 if you want to get technical in this one. Link has backed off himself the second Doran's ring in there. Meanwhile, some magic resist coming out from Xiong early on with that Mercury Cape.
Plus a ward for him. Because the junglers are not visible, because it was a slower swap on the sides, this is not the normal situation for him. He's used to having alone time with his lane opponent, so he's gotten extra vision as well to shore up that side to make sure he doesn't get ganked. And he could continue to increase his CS lead. Already 10 CS lead at 5 minutes 40 seconds here on Link. He's doing a great job once again, the Chinese mid laner showing up pretty big.
Of course, I meant the Null Magic Mantle and a Mercury Cape. I'm just so used to it, only ever seen it building into Mercury Dreads.
I wasn't going to call you on it, don't worry. I wasn't going to say anything.
Freddie Mercury, I don't know. He always used to have a cape on, who knows. Alan's going to come around the mid lane, and Link is actually a little bit out of position. He has the speed buff advantage if he needs it, along with that shield, but you can see Xiang already shutting him down. That attack move will be back off cooldown in just a moment. Xiang's going to get close. Clear to Lance comes through. Flash, vital for Link to get out of the Zenith blade.
Now that's a good reaction from Link, and it makes it even more impressive that he just shot out Glitterlance, so his mouse was on the wrong side of his champion for the flash, and he quickly moves it down to flash away in the opposite direction.
Lemonation getting caught out. Pomelo's there. Alan
Double
has
cakes from
rotated
Alan.
all the way down from the top lane to the bottom. Zenith Blade on Lemonation. They do manage to land that Sonic Wave, but they're not going to follow it through, and they may try and turn this one around. Sneaky got that damage going down. Hasn't hit level 6 though, so rat-a-tat-tat is not available, but instead he's going to keep that poison ticking. Can't quite close on, but that was a great turnaround by Cloud9.
Alan has really been making use of his roam time here. He went all the way from mid lane into a second gank down bottom. And by the way, sidestepping that small juke of the binding saved his life. That would have been a dead support. It would have been first blood for Cloud9. We've seen how important sidestepping is and dodging these skill shots throughout the All-Stars. Now, if you guys at home want to get better at juking things, let's see, it is going to be a red side invade here from Meteos, though. Just wants to get one of those
It was
buffs.
spotted. He walked straight past the ward. Xiang is already moving into position. Meteos is not having any of that at the moment.
Yeah.
Gets reported by Link that his mid laner is stepping away. He doesn't want to get involved in this.
So he was trying to do the same thing that he usually does.
Yeah.
Red side steal and then try and alleviate pressure up top. However, OMG are on this one and they do collapse very quickly. But that story I was talking about, for if you guys, oh, never mind. Alan's going to go for a gank here on Balls.
Well, Balls will step away in speed here.
Yes,
he
a
should be able to
gank.
walk away from that one. Yeah, it's just walked and strolled away at the moment. And Balls, well, he's doing pretty well in this top lane. There's no doubt about it. He's got some good farm. And if you compare it with what Goin's doing, 46 to 18 in the difference between these two.
Oh, Shockwave mid!
Shockwave on Link, though. They're going to try and pull him in there. Pomelo comes in towards him. The Ignite is down. I think this time Wild Growth will him save his life. No, he's going to dive in. It's first blood for Pomelo.
First blood, and that is going to exacerbate the Cloud9 problems in mid lane. Already he is losing in CS. Already he was getting attention from support ganks. Now the jungler comes in, and it's going to be a hard game for Link. He has to regroup and hold on, because this is crucial for OMG. This is one of the biggest parts of their game, is a very strong mid laner, Young, going to have high impact shockwaves.
So that top lane turret will go down. Sun's just going to let the minions do their job and take it down. 77 to 71 between the two AD carries, who have not been up against each other just yet. Those minions will take it down just about there. So blue buff going across the Link. This time around, Meteos won't take a blue buff, I don't think, in this entire game, unless he manages to go steal one away. Sun does manage to get, actually went for the average blade again. This is something he did yesterday. So instead of going towards that Vampiric Scepter, which would have been another 80 gold, I believe, he went with the BF Sword and the average blade.
Yeah, going for that late game, sacrificing a very small amount of lane power here. We'll see how it ends up costing him if there is aggression down bottom. It will have to be one of these bindings landing. And in this 2 versus 2, if one of the bindings does land, then it's actually the Cloud9 team that can go aggressive on them. And Sneaky is not going with any gold generation, of course. He's trying to rush that Blade of the Ruin King, so he's got the ability for extra slows, extra CC. Sun's going to have to watch his positioning.
Yeah, Link is having problems in this mid lane. We haven't really focused on it too much. Oh, Dark Binding will land on Sun, but they're not going to follow it through. But it's a 73 CS to 49. Link has been having some serious problems up against Seong, and Seong is honestly getting quite a lot of free farm going, which is a problem when he's on an Orianna.
Yeah, and that, it's not only due to the ganks. I mean, yes, Link has been the recipient of multiple ganks mid, but it's also, Seong had a CS lead before those were even coming in, so you have to give him props as well.
So we'll see whether they works out for them. Blue buff, of course, for Seong and Link. It will be the first time they actually can have a fairly even fight, but of course you can see the level difference so far. Link has got to be careful. Pomelo waiting around the side. Meteos doing the same thing over at the Wraith, so we'll be able to repel in if he is required, and Pomelo is going to go for this one.
He has his flash and ult.
Yeah, Link is just going to sidestep. Simple enough. Instead, he's going to put down some abuse back onto Young there. That worked out very well for him with the Glitterlands and picks.
So they're able to foil that mid lane dive just with a nice sidestep again. Oh, another transition for my sidestep story. Well, if you want to practice, there's two parts to dodging skill shots. One is predicting them, just knowing what champions will be wanting to throw out skill shots when, so you can get, you could be waiting for it and expecting it. But the second part is the mechanical part. If you want to train for it, try walking around, playing a full game, keeping your mouse pointer right next to your champion. It makes it hard to move around because you have to spam clicks, but having it closer to your champion makes it easy to change directions. And you can dodge skill shots much easier.
Well, speaking of skill shots, them Dark Bindings are landing on Sun constantly so far from Elimination since he's come down to this bottom lane, and we talked about the CS advantage they had. That is dwindling right now with Sun managed to be pushed back by Sneaky.
Well, they were also calling in support here. Meteos heading in through the bush, whereas Pomelo is heading up top. So action for both teams on the opposite sides of the map.
Yeah, they're going to dive in. Alan's going to get maybe locked up here. The ultimate from Lemonation is just about out of range, and they can't quite get that Rat Attack that close enough. Ballsy's trying to get away with the Dragon Descent. That speed boost is not quite going to be enough here. He does have Flash available if he can just reach the edge, and he does get through there. Will anyone follow? No. But now he's got the support of Link. He should get the speed buff off Link there. Along with the shield, he is safe.
Wow, nobody wants to flash over after him, and he does get away, escape from balls, but also was escape down bottom from the duo lane, which caused Cloud9 to move right over to the Dragon, and they're getting it down!
The teleport coming far too late. They took it. All right, man, lock up. Sun with the ulti coming through. Link now gets away. Alan on next to no health at the back there, but that's only one kill for the Dragon. That's not enough for OMG.
Yeah, Cloud9 pretty happy with that one, only losing one person to that 3-man Leona ultimate. Lincoln was almost able to turn around there on Alan and pick up a return kill, but the objective goes down for Cloud9, and it also gives Balls time to go back top and get more CS, plus he's got pressure on the turret. What a beautiful combo from the bottom lane, though. Shockwave, I believe that Shockwave just whipped everything from Young as well.
Yeah, and we saw, of course, the trophy being stomped down in between them, just trying to keep them in place a little bit longer. Ball's doing good work on this top turret, though. Of course, the top one of his own was taken down by Sun and Alan earlier on, but he's working it down at the moment. Cloud9, despite the fact they're 2 kills down, are actually looking very good in the early stages of this game.
Yeah, as I mentioned, Balls, after all that craziness, made his way back top. So he was getting minions up at the turret once again. And look at this. This is the matchup I was looking for really early. The 2 top laners, Balls has a tremendous CS lead now on going, even though they are even, oh, the ward here. Meteos thinks he's being very sneaky, waiting around outside of vision, but going is very well aware of his position.
Yeah, not sneaky enough. You can see Pomelo's just taking down the golems. He's ready, waiting in the wings, but he's going to get spotted out by the Troy bush right now. They know that Meteos, well, actually, they're not sure whether he's still here. They did see him skittering up the lane, so they're pretty certain
he's pretty sure Meteos is still up to something there. They know his tendencies. They know he likes to get gank top lane. They know they want to snowball Balls. They know he wants to increase that lead, and it's a good job of OMG playing around that. Very smart ward right there.
So, Pomelo actually out of position here. Are they going to make a move? Sun, meanwhile, down the bottom. There's going to be the rat-a-tat-tat coming out from Sneaky. Gets himself one. Lemonation lands the Dark Binding. Alan in all sorts of trouble. He's going to get taken down. It's a double for Sneaky in the bottom lane.
We didn't get to see really how that one started out, but it might have been a binding from Lemon. Regardless, double kill for the bottom lane. This is huge for Cloud9. The gank up top wasn't successful, so bottom lane makes it happen themselves on the other side of the map. Switch with the Blade of the Ruined King. He used the active there. That was all. Okay, so he just snuck in. It wasn't even the initial binding. Slowing him down, and the Black Shield allows him to walk right through the Flame Chompers. Didn't even have to land the binding. Beautiful gank there from Sneaky. As soon as he gets that Blade of the Ruined King, everybody's got to watch out, because he could snowball very quickly with this.
And that's exactly what we talked about in Picks and Bans. The fact that he picked Jinx into this rat, we knew what was coming. They had no clean escape. And we saw with Alan even alongside him, he was helpless.
Yeah, Thresh being banned, he's not, Leona's not one to be able to help you escape from one of those situations. With Black Shield on, there's not much Leona could do.
So, fantastic start now. There's 2 kills for Cloud9. They now have themselves the gold lead as well. It's just shy of 2,000 gold as Lemonation is evacuating from OMG, who are pushing in and going to take down this middle turret. That's going to swing a little bit of the gold towards them and give themselves a big advantage in that mid lane, which has still stacking. You can see Link only just about to hit the 100 TS mark, meanwhile 130.
No ward coverage bottom here for OMG. Meteos is going to have alone time with Sun.
Is he going to be enough? It certainly looks like he will. All that damage going down, but he does manage to pop the cork. There's the execution. San is going to get excited off this one. Meteos is going to step away, and Sneaky comes in for the easiest kill.
Oh, no, not that easy.
Hasn't got the flash, hasn't got the heal. He can't gain the speed advantage that he needs on Sun. And now Sneaky is in trouble because there's three members of Cloud9 chasing. He's committed full on. And now he's going to get caught out. The turret catching on towards him. Meteos is with him, and they both committed suicide because Pomelo comes in behind, and that was not a good move.
Yeah, that's one of the plays where you have to type worth because it was definitely not worth it to chase that deep. Both Sneaky and Meteos get caught up in the chase on this one. Even though OMG didn't have ward coverage in their long lane without a turret, and their Jinx AD carry with no escapes is going up to push it, it actually didn't turn out that bad for them.
Look at the top lane going up there. The tower's low, and now Link is going to join him. There we go. It's a very big dragon chasing down going. He's got no escape from this one, and it's Balls with the kill and the tower in the top. But the rest of OMG, they're moving in.
Yep, they're getting converged on here, and this is the side where Cloud9 are weak. They don't have a tower to run back to. We'll see if Lulu is enough to get them out of this.
They're both in perfect position for the solar flare. Link's the one that dodges to the side, uses that flash again. The ball delivery system on Allen is enough, along with Pomelo kicking him back. It's going to be safety in numbers as Balls manages to step away. But look at this, the mid-turret objective is being taken by Cloud9, using the kill to their advantage.
Yep, every time you commit so many people to one side of the map, gonna make you pay for it. Cloud9 do take the last outer turret. This is very big for them, and it affords Sneaky more room to work with. Sneaky has shown more than many people on Twitch. He has a propensity for going for these assassinations, and we just saw it there. Sometimes it's a little bit too deep, but he still got the kill. So he'll usually get something out of one of these ambushes.
So Dragon up in 30 seconds time. There's really, really good vision from Cloud9. You just need to look at the map and you can see all across the Dragon area there's a bunch of wards, although saying that, they just time out the minute we switch to it. That's just how it is for casters sometimes. OMG moving in, I'm getting their own ward vision down there, so 12 seconds on the clock. They are in perfect timing, and I feel this may be the first team fight we see.
All right, yeah, teleport available for Balls, so this could easily turn into a 5v5. The spray and pray ready for Twitch. If everybody is at the entrance to Dragon, he can get a nice line and shoot multiple people. He's only got to worry about that shockwave, because after Twitch shows up and reveals himself, he's going to have to rely on his flash and his black shield.
The Dark Binding didn't follow, open up. That could have been the start there. There's the Cocoon coming out there. Cloud9 jumping towards it. It's actually a smite steal from Elise there. Then Balls goes in. He gets bounced in the air. He will finally get dropped to OMG. They're turning this one around. They execute coming out there. Sneaky managed to get down Sion. Instead, Going comes in. Going's taken so low. They're going to focus on towards him. Meteos around the backside. Sneaks in there. But Sun is still alive. And now he's going to try and run down Meteos and turn it back around. And Meteos pounces on towards him. The Dark Binding lands and the bangs come out as Meteos sinks himself into another. And that is a kill for Link at the end as well. It's the ace and the dragon for Cloud9.
Meteos with the smite on target, they get the objective, plus they win the team fight after. Sneaky is one of the most fearless Twitch players I have ever seen. So Meteos goes in. He doesn't even get the whole combo, just using the smite there. Balls, meanwhile, chased off the rest of the team. And when Sneaky opens up, he gets sucked in by the shockwave into the Flame Choppers. Really bad position, but he can shoot multiple people with his spray and play and uses the flash to get out. He does just enough burst comboed with a Lulu to be able to take out the high priority targets. And then he sucks in Allen, so Allen is away from the rest of the team, and it allows Cloud9 to focus down Going. Now they even it up, both top laners dead, but it's Cloud9 who get the focus here as Meteos another Cocoon landing. This one onto Sun, and Link backs him up. Lemon Nation backs him up. Two different kinds of shields. They're able to chase this one down.
And Meteos stayed in Repel for so long. He was the focus target by by OMG. Stayed up in that Repel, then popped back down, picked himself up a double kill. Fantastic stuff. We just saw the blue buff being stolen away. I think it was OMG that actually managed to collect that one. And they are going to take this tower, but at what cost? Because Sneaky is back down that bottom lane.
Is he going to open up on the solo top laner here?
You bet your life he is. Sneaky goes in. He's going to get bounced back by the Summoner's Cup, but going. He's got nowhere to run, but look, he's back in the river. It's going to be a four-man surely pylon. Lemonation caught out of position. That's a very deep dive and a shockwave coming out. Link is getting caught out. This is a great fight for OMG. They're just extracting their revenge. Sneaky comes into the side. Rat-a-tat-tat is running on through, but they're going to have to run away from this one. The pop, the cork lands on Meteos, pops him, slows him in his tracks. That's going to be another Dark Binding missing now. Alan's going to try and collapse in. Meteos land in the cocoon. Vital to his life still there. Oh, he repels back to the minion line, and Cloud9 should get out alive.
They still got to worry here. Alan is pretty close. He's going to have to get in range for Zenith Blade, though.
Oh, very good Black Shield there, preventing both spells coming through to him. Alan not able to get the stun down with the Zenith Blade. And I tell you what, just one death for that was very impressive for Cloud9.
Yeah, I mean, it was an interesting little bait and switch there. Going. He gets opened up on by Sneaky and then is able to teleport just a small distance, a couple of screens away back to the team, giving them the numbers advantage, and Sneaky not being there is a huge part of Cloud9's team fight, so they have to retreat. They do a good job of retreating, though, as you said. And the main thing I want to point out is the build for Meteos, which many North American players and even European players are very familiar with because he's popularized it on the LCS, but worldwide fans, he goes very cooldown heavy here with the cooldown boots and the jungle item first. And then he's also maxing the cocoon second. So these stuns that he keeps hitting that are barely coming off cooldown and barely saving people's lives are scaling up very quickly. The new Elise with the longer stun times, the more points you put into it, really paying off for Meteos this game.
Max level Phantom Dancer now completed actually by Sneaky. And you know, we heard Jat talking about earlier how Sneaky and Lemonation really have kind of gone under the radar as the #1 AD pairing, really. The AD duo kept pairing in North America. They've topped the table for 2 seasons running now and constantly are doing well. But here they are up against Sun and Alan, and they are doing a fantastic job. 4-2-4-1-1-6 up against the 2-3-3 and 1-2-4. They really have bossed that bottom lane.
And it looks like he's looking to go aggressive again, too. We could have a 4v4 in the mid lane. Sneaky on the front line once again!
Shockwave pulls Sneaky to one side, but hello, Link manages to get the kill on Si Young, and that's going to force OMG in retreat in the mid lane. Turret may well go down to Cloud9 here.
Yeah, they have complete control now. They took out the Shockwave. They took out the mid laner, who was a big part of OMG's strategy. Now they have the Pope, this Morgana plus Elise that Cloud9 love to run. It's one CC that can chain into another. They can kill people even under turrets because they have all range champions here.
Well, I think the analyst desk may well be eating some humble pie after this one, because right now American Pie is doing wonders against the men in black. 10-8, that's another turret fall into the wayside, and it's a 6,000 gold advantage now built up by Cloud9. They really should put faith in their own team.
They really should. I mean, the thing that's really catching OMG off guard is the wild card, the Twitch. And the reason is because Sneaky's playing him so aggressively, they aren't expecting it. They're getting too far out in these lanes. They don't have defensive pink wards up that can see him coming through. I mean, you have to ward so many places. Warding your flanks against invisible characters that are going to be ambushing you. It's the same idea when you play against Evelynn. But very hard versus Twitch. I mean, Sneaky just came through lane last time that happened. So you can't put a pink ward in lane or else the other team is going to be taking it out.
Yeah, and they're just going to see it straight there. Cloud9 wisely stepped away from that turret. They are lingering a little longer here because they're buying Sneaky time in that mid lane to get himself yet another wave of minions and shove it on towards the inhibitor turret. Dragon is up in 2 seconds time, and OMG is simply guessing as to where Cloud9 are going right now, and you can see where they are going. It's straight to Dragon.
Look, they've gotten so much confidence from that last pick, and now OMG are scared. There's very deep wards from Cloud9 is what we like to see in the games that they do win. OMG, they really need to make use of their team fighting comp here. They need to make use of some AoE. An engage from Alan, followed up by a good shockwave from Si Young to get them right back in this. They have Trundle. Trundle can steal away stats from the Shyvana. Shyvana's very buff right now, yes, but Trundle can answer that. If they get him in a wrong position, then Jinx can actually melt right through that Shyvana with the Trundle ulti on top of it.
So do you think we're really running the 2v1, top lanes, bottom lanes, Do you think that's really shoved Cloud9 into this position, or is it just simply outplaying, out-rotation? Oh, hello, look at that. We got the Twin Shadows coming out now. I think that's Link that's... No, it's not Link that's completed that. It's actually Elimination that has completed the Twin Shadows as an early item. Going to get that slowdown. Not going to work out in his favor this time, but it does keep them away from the blue buff, all importantly for Link.
Link wearing a blue buff, so he's pretty happy, though. I think that the ambush is really catching them off guard, have done a good job for Cloud9 keeping OMG on tilt here. Cloud9 have done a good job in the early game trading objectives whenever OMG would commit a lot of people to go punish one person who was out in the lane. Yes, they would get a kill, but still Cloud9 would push down an objective in answer. So even when they were losing small fights on the other side of the map, they're still always gaining something back.
So OMG, how do they respond? And something we've noticed throughout this tournament is OMG do not react well when they fall behind, and Cloud9 have a big advantage this time around as they clear all the wards around the Baron pit.
One reaction that they are making is the Static Shiv second there for Sun. He's got more wave clear for his team because they know they're going to be on the defensive and they can't rely only on going to clear out these waves. So a little bit more wave clear added from the AD carry. However, it has delayed his Last Whisper, and he still hasn't been able to complete it. If C9 can force a fight before the completion goal there for Jinx Last Whisper, then it's going to be very, very big for them.
And you would also consider that if Xiong does land one of those big shockwaves, now that the magic damage does start to stack up, if you can get in onto Sneaky, then you've got to wonder where the damage then will come through from Cloud9. Of course, Link does have some damage coming out, but the rest of the team is really all about tanking and sustaining.
Ball's trying to cut off Allen as well as Pomelo, but he just gets kicked in the face.
Oh, we're going to see the Twin Shadows chasing on towards Pomelo. It's going to slow him down. Balls is going to pursue on this one. He's going to have the speed boost. Sneaky is trying to get in towards him, but they will escape through towards their own turret. They may try and lock someone off. It was Sun.
Xiong is actually cut off from the team here too. So Cloud9, they do have the first step on this turret. They can close out and try and gain positioning on OMG. Xiong's being able to sneak in the back though. Cloud9 not able to make anything happen. Sneaky though, front lines once again. Will a binding land? No.
Not quite enough. There's a giant wave in that bottom lane. Teleport is not available. No,
it
follow on. That does whiff. That's the solar flare from Allen. It's not going to land. They should stop pursuing this one because surely Cloud9 are ready to turn.
Yeah, Link was heading right up there. That would have been a great 5v5 for Cloud9. If OMG forced that after missing one of the big crucial parts to their AoE teamfight, if without the Sona ultimate or Leona ultimate, then it's going to be much harder for them. They have to rely all on the Shockwave.
Oh.
And it's been used already on the tank.
The Shockwave already used on Balls. Balls just baiting the whole team in there. And surely this is OMG. They have to step away from this turret. This is going to be a hard siege maybe coming out from Cloud9. We saw that minion, the minions taking down the turret in the bottom lane. This is simple delay tactics. That's going to be another inner turret for Cloud9.
Cloud9 actually backing away from the turret. They don't want to risk Sneaky getting into a bad spot, even though they have the Black Shield to rely on. They're retreating it back to Baron to try and bait around Baron. However, little do they know, they've got a ward from OMG inside that pixel.
Well, they're going for it.
So they've seen them walk in. OMG know that they're walked in because they have that one river ward, but Link's trying to screen for the team.
Pomelo low on health already. He's below half hit points, and he's the guy that's got to dive in towards it. That Baron was taken so low already. Now we're going to Cloud9. They're going to try and peel for this one. Balls takes a big burst of damage. Remember, that Shockwave is still not available. He gets pumped up. The Wild Growth on towards Sun. Sun in all sorts of trouble. And now the big damage dealer is down for OMG. Going gets focused. They're actually not interested in him. You can see the Ratatatat they come through towards him. Allen's going to get locked up. He flashes away. The Dark Binding sidesteps up towards there, and he will escape as well. It's just 2 kills with going and Sun down. Will Cloud9 go back to Baron?
Just 2 kills is definitely going to mean an objective for Cloud9. They return to the Baron. Yeah, it's not just 2 kills. That is the tank and the AD carry, the 2 crucial parts here. However, jungler still left up. Possibility of a weird steal may happen.
Shockwave back up off cooldown. That's, like you say, a possibility of a weird steal. We already saw FLICKR managing to do that this time around. It will be Cloud9 securing that Baron, and they are in control of this game now with a 10,000 gold lead.
Yeah, what a great job. They gain a small advantage in teamfights with just cooldowns being used up top. They push up the turret, then retreat and bait around Baron, start up the Baron, and they almost even finish it. But you can see the shot calling from them is so decisive. Even with it being that low, they immediately turn and they use their engage of the Shyvana jump plus Lulu knock up very, very well onto the Jinx, who cannot be out of position in this team. We talked about in Champion Select, talked about there's not much that can help him if he gets jumped on by that Shyvana with Blade of the Ruined King.
We just saw there the Dragon Timer not on for OMG. They came into the pit 30 seconds early. It will be up in 5 seconds time, and Cloud9 well aware of that situation, but OMG have already backed away. It's gonna be a free one for OMG, for Cloud9.
Yeah, they're gonna increase, and this gold lead is kind of getting out of hand for Cloud9 now. They usually, you know, it's not very safe to siege up with Twitch because he doesn't have a lot of mobility. However, they can rely on Black Shield a little bit to at least shield him from the Sona ulti, and then he's just got to watch out for the Pillar plus Shockwave. And they might even just siege up with this because they have such good poke threat with the Lulu plus Morgana plus Elise. I think they'll actually have a much easier time of taking down this turrets than you would think.
And this, to me, is kind of showing, especially with OMG's current position, if they don't get that pick, that all-important pick that they want, which they have actually got throughout the tournament so far, they're kind of stumbling against Cloud9's team fighting.
Yeah, I think that they will continue to stumble just because the gold is so big. And they have been caught off guard by this aggressive Sneaky who's backed up by a support mid laner as well as a true support. There are so many shields for Sneaky that he can afford to play this aggressive. Lulu plus Twitch is a great combo, not just defensively because of shields, but also offensively because Twitch building a lot of attack speed means he gets to make even better use of picks on him. So his damage is even increased.
And with that last Whisper already completed, going in towards the next possibly Infinity Edge, there's next to no armor actually really built up by OMG. You can see just the Warden's Mail completed by Pomelo, who is going to have to step away from this turret. It's another easy turret for Cloud9.
Yep, they get the outer one, and the 2 teleports are up for the bottom guys there. The 2 top laners who are dueling it out. Unfortunately for OMG, Going has not been able to get going and catch up to Balls. He is still at a huge CS discrepancy, and it's showing itself, even though he is Trundle, and in his kit, he can steal away. Oh, they engage.
Solar Flare comes in. It's only Lemonation that's caught up. The Shockwave is only going to affect Lemonation. He does go down as the support. Sneaky trying to turn his fight around. And Sun just gets decimated where he stands. While this is all happening in the bottom lane, you do see Lulu managing to take down Going. They're on the inhibitor during the bottom lane and the top lane now.
OMG with the numbers advantage actually come out behind on that one. Down bottom, they were able to pick up the kill as well. On to Going. Balls plus Link doing work down there. Cloud9 just winning all over the map right now.
What are OMG going to do? They tried to kick Balls away from this one. Balls may have gone a little bit too far as he gets caught out. He hasn't got the speed buff coming out from Link. Link being chased away by Pomelo. Pomelo's going to get on towards him. Link is actually maybe going to turn this one back around. Puts the picks down on there. Balls tries to catch on towards him. Allen has to stun him up and they have to back away while this is all happening. Sneaky takes down the top inhibitor turret.
Yeah, wins on both sides. 2 inhibitors going down. This is definitely a huge lead for Cloud9, and they've got a clear path. Just run straight up that mid after everybody purchases. By the way, also Shyvana with the two activatable slows here. I really like this combo. Not only the blade slow, but also Randuin's for him. So people are not going to be able to get away.
Sneaky again! Sneaky going in, Blade of the Ruined King pops, he gets on towards him. Is he gone too far though? Gets flashed away from it, Solar Flare locks him down, and OMG may try and turn this one. No, they haven't got the damage in them. Sun tries to get close enough, but look at Allen and Xiang. They're gonna get popped down, Balls goes in towards it. Can't quite get on one, can't get on the second either. We do see the Twin Shadows coming out, Pomelo taking so low, going in amongst them. Shockwave pulls in 3 members of Cloud9, they're all so low. Sun is just off at the side, they have to focus him down. You can see Link coming back in full hit points. He's going to speed on towards it. Balls gets in there. It's a kill for Lemonation as well. Sun just trying to keep them at range. But again, not enough damage you feel for OMG because that was a good fight for them.
Yeah, that was finally OMG being able to punish Sneaky for opening up so aggressively. However, they're so far behind in gold at this point that when Cloud9 are able to catch up, they still come out ahead.
Whew, this game is heating up right now, or very much in favor of Cloud9. The Baron buff, of course, is now off the team, so which is why we're seeing OMG starting to be a little bit more aggressive. But with those 2 inhibitor turrets down, the bottom inhibitor has been taken out as well. OMG are on last chance saloon. But look at the timers. 1 minute 44, they are going to be the next objectives. Certainly for Cloud9, if not for OMG.
Yeah, and I think the dual ignites from OMG, instead of having at least one of those as an exhaust, is costing him against Sneaky's Twitch, because Sneaky's opening up so close every time. He is actually in range of being exhausted most of the time, even though Twitch can activate his ult and get so much range. If they had one of those, then it might have saved them from a couple more of these deaths. But they went for 2 ignites, wanted to play very aggressively, looking for the kills, and they have paid for it, because Cloud9 were the bottom lane that actually got heads up, do first 2 versus 2 kills.
Yeah, and of course with that 3v4 fight going their way, Cloud9 are feeling fairly strong right now. Pomino's going to go for this one, not really sure he should be taking that ride as he tries to back away. Lead Syndrome maybe kicking in towards him there. Chompers are going to stop Cloud9, they're just going to have to sidestep them. There's the Twin Shadows going out, they will be too far away to make an advantage, or will they? Balls tries to get that speed boost coming out from Link, but it's not enough to chase them down, and OMG will back away to their inhibitor.
We are going to see that siege here from Cloud9 there. They've got 2 lines of super minions, 1 inhibitor to take up top.
They are slowly going to work it down. Oh, Home Guard's coming out from OMG, trying to zip out of that base, but it's not enough. And honestly, I don't think they can siege this one out. They have to give it up. You can see they're trying desperately to find themselves a pick, find themselves an opening, but it is not working. They may well have locked down balls though. Alan's going to go on towards him, but Alan's taking all the damage. The Shockwave only hitting Sneaky, and it's just not enough for Sneaky takes down Xiyoung. OMG forced back towards the Nexus turret. Super Minions taking down 1. Sun gets deleted on the spot. The second Nexus turret falls just as quick, and the Nexus will go down. Cloud9, ladies and gentlemen, will finish second in the group stage as they defeat OMG.
Cloud9 showing up huge with Link, and I think that people in the future will not be giving them Twitch. They also have to think about this Elise and Morgana combo. Cloud9 love this combo. They go full cooldown reduction on both champions, and they continue to spam these skill shot CCs. One of them is going to land eventually, and they're on such short cooldowns, and they stun for such a long duration that you've got to take away one of these parts of Cloud9's strategy. They just use it so effectively.
Fantastic stuff from Cloud9. They came into this tournament simply hamstrung. Their mid laner, their shot caller, taken out, but Link has stepped in from CLG in his defense. He's done magnificent. You know, to come in and replace the main shot caller, the mid laner, is such a big job, and clearly he has done such a grand job, and more importantly, the team have clearly been that accommodating to him. You can see Charlie just stood behind him there, the analyst of Cloud9, doing a great job to his team, and it seemingly has worked. How far can Cloud9 now go in this tournament? Can they take down OMG in the semi-final? Because this is a giant confidence.
Yeah, well, how far can they go? They're at least going to the semis.
That's for sure.
Yeah, they're definitely
maybe more than Europe right now.
Maybe. Coming up next game, we will determine the last team to get through.
And just once again, you know, All-Stars North America doing a great job. Reaching the semifinals, they did it in Shanghai last year.
This does not sound like
one step further.
Great job, North America. What?
I love every team out there, that's for sure. I love aggressive games, and that's what it was. 19-10 in kills.
So you're a Sneaky fan.
Sneaky was fantastic there. 7-3-7. The Rat, he clearly chose it against SK Telecom. It didn't quite work out for him this time, but up against Sun, he put on a performance. 2-6-5 Sun. We've never seen him do that. He was, what, 8-1-5 plus, I think it was, against Fnatic. He dominated Fnatic, but this time around, he was completely shut down by the duo lane of Sneaky and Lemonation.
And I love what Cloud9 did. They ban out Thresh, they take away Morgana, and they take away Lulu. These are the best supporting champions really in the game to keep one of these less mobile AD carries safe. They know that Sun likes to go for the less mobile, really hard carrying champions. They take away all the support from that, and you know he's left with the aggressive support, Leona. If they get on the back foot, it's really hard to come back.
Question is, have they shown their hand too early against OMG? Of course, it's something we've seen teams do in the past during tournaments. They are the #1 seed. They will get the side choice. We'll see how that works out tomorrow. For now, though, we're going to head over to Quickshot and the analyst desk for more information about that game.
Thank you very much, guys. And I'd like to kick this one off by saying congratulations to Cloud9. They are playing with the substitute, as D-Man rightly pointed out. We have the top 3 positions in the 2014 All-Star locked in. The number 1 seed going 4-0 is obviously Korea, which is being represented by SKT Telecom T1K. The number 2 seed that has already beaten every other region except Korea is North America. And Cloud9 has done their region proud. They are, of course, going to the semifinals. They get the side choice against OMG in their best of 3 tomorrow. Let's talk a little bit about this game. We were discussing the lane swap early on. We've seen the 2v1s early on. And in terms of some of the statistics, it definitely benefited Balls. He was CSing very well. He seemed to be handling that position superior to his opposite number.
Well, so going down in the bottom lane here in the 1v2, I wouldn't say unlucky, but once he actually got a time to farm, once a wave actually hit towards him on the tower here, he could pick up some farm. OMG started a gank himself actually on the bottom lane. He ran away from the minion wave, tried to join in for the gank, and nothing came out of it. Like, they didn't get a kill. The minion wave got killed, and then instead it actually started to push in the favor of Cloud9. So he got completely stoned away for at least 5 minutes. It was a thing we talked about yesterday with Monte Cristo. He showed on the replay how the minion wave, once you can freeze it, it pushes it towards you. It happened for him. So he was stuck on about 17, 18 CS for a long time where Balls was just farming away in the top lane. And it was a big deal because every time OMG moved top lane to try and help him, once they swapped back to 1v1 and 2v2, Cloud9 just took a dragon, took a tower, took something else on the map because GoGoing needed so much help.
Yeah, not only that, but if we look at what happened later with the itemization, I think this really shows some flaws in OMG's mindset coming in. We were really surprised because as soon as Jinx swapped back into the bottom lane, she had BF, and then this is the curious part, an Avarice Blade instead of a Vamp Scepter, so she didn't have that sustain. So then Sneaky and Lemon were really able to push her into the turret, chunk her really hard. She wasn't able to stay in lane. So when you know your top laner's so down, you know, Avarice, of course, the greediest build, literally, and it was very questionable decision making because if they had been able to hold their ground a little bit better and stay in lane or provide some sort of map pressure, they may have been able to draw some attention to get going back into relevance. But that said, it was a really good read from Cloud9 to continue to press, and then they finished out the game beautifully.
I almost feel it's a little disrespect to play 0% lifesteal in the Leona lane because Leona doesn't offer too much zone forward. I mean, all you have is all in. At the same time, yeah, Relic Shield provides a little bit of sustain, but you need lifesteal either from your runes or from an early vamp, and if you get neither, you will get poked out. I mean, Morgana, Twitch is going to be able to poke you quite efficiently, and they can sustain up afterwards. And you saw that at one point they get poked so far down that the all-in is no longer an option because Twitch has so much raw damage output, or even Morgana can kill you. And I feel they're misplaying the bot lane.
Yeah, I'm happy you bring up the Twitch because it's the second time that we see Sneaky getting his hands on that champion. I know Hai was tweeting about Twitch being the Sneaky being the strongest Twitch player out of North America. He really put his carry pants on this game. 7-3-7. He seemed to be in the right places most of the time. There was 1 or 2 team fights you could argue he was too far forward, but his opponents had no exhaust. You never felt like Sneaky was not helping his team in those team fights.
So he was very aggressive with his engages. Sorry, Fig, if I took it away from you.
No, go for it. It's okay.
He was very aggressive when it comes to engaging here, but keep in mind, he was pretty much the engage from Cloud9, actually. They had Shyvana who could flank around as well, or could land a binding from elimination to start it, but they actually needed Sneaky to come in there, pop out of stealth, and then try and hope OMG would stay and get a lot of damage from it and maybe collapse onto him, and they could then finish off the rest of the team.
Yeah, and that's just kind of the way that Cloud9 plays this type of composition. Like, Twitch plays into the Elise Morgana comp that they run, and I know when we were off camera, we were kind of questioning, like, is Twin Shadows the right build for Morgana? But I think that's the composition. It's picks, and it's picks from places you don't expect. It's not, you know, out of nowhere comes a Thrashstroke or whatever. It's Twin Shadows will catch you, or a Binding will catch you, or a Twitch will catch you. Like, pretty much everyone there has an ability to find someone out of nowhere and get those kills. And you saw the kill score overall is close for a while, but the fact that any one of these guys can initiate a battle, get 2 guys off the map, then go start Baron, come back, get 2 more guys off the map, finish the Baron, right? That was how they won the game. It's just get 1 or 2 guys off the map, whether it's Sneaky on Twitch, who did a phenomenal job, or the rest of that lineup.
So there's 2 things I want to touch on there that you've just hit on, Freak. Cloud9 seemed to gain control longer, maybe it took them longer maybe to get control of the game than you maybe would have expected, considering they had 5,000-6,000 gold lead. I want to ask Monty about the OMG vision control, and then talk to me a little bit about how Cloud9 were moving towards finishing the game off.
Yeah, this is actually what really impressed me was how they identified their proper win condition to come out. Because if you look at the advantage, they know they have that big lead onto Shyvana going into the late game, and then because of the farm difference, not because of the matchup, of course, in an even matchup, we'd call Trundle to have the advantage in that situation. But you're not going to be sieging with a Twitch against a Leona. You're just going to get hit. You pop out, and you're going to get hit by Solar Flare and then killed. And then Jinx is going to start resetting, right? So sieging not really an option. But if you get control over the Baron Pit with Vision with this composition, all of a sudden, they're so scared to go in because they have an immobile AD carry and the possibility of Elise or Shyvana coming over a wall right into your back line and then getting caught in a spray and pray and a choke point. So that was what they needed to do. They didn't have perfect vision control. They didn't quite sweep out the wards. They could have used, we were talking here on the desk about an earlier Oracle's lens, but they played the strategy right and they eventually managed to grind it out.
Yeah, I want to touch on that a little bit. I do think the siege was going to be rough for them, not because of the Leona as much, because they actually had a Black Shield that could counteract the Solar Flare within time. But the Orianna Wave Clear combined with Jinx, Rocket Spam, and even build a Shiv would make it impossible to siege down one lane. They could try and open up the map somehow and like move from one lane to the other quicker, but that wasn't going to cut it. They needed to Baron bait. However, they ended up getting the Baron, but it wasn't performed successfully. In my opinion, as Freak said, he picked up the Twin Shadows. That should have been an Oracle's Lens, and they should have just maybe an extra pink ward even, reposition the pink ward wherever you needed. Make sure they have absolutely no wards, because if you guys remember, there was a little bit of a standoff in top lane where it kept going back and forth and back and forth. That's because OMG had a ward around Baron area, and they knew when Cloud9 actually went in or out of the pit, and so they could stay in their lane nice and safe. They didn't have to face any brushes, and that's where Cloud9 dropped the ball a little bit. However, they never did the Baron unsafely. They always knew 100% sure that it couldn't get stolen by Smite. So props to them for understanding how to close out the game, going for the Baron bait. Once the mistake was made of not getting the Oracle's Elixir, they still played around with that almost perfectly.
And then also, I want to kind of point out how they closed it out the rest of the way. Was not a 5-on-5 siege where Orianna and Jinx just wave clear all the time. Eventually it was, I believe it was top lane or mid lane, right? It was Link and Ball's bottom lane, two-man pushing so that Orianna could be in one place, Jinx might be in the other, but like Lulu Shiv will dive one of those guys and kill that person. You saw the 2v1 going. So to close it out, once they had Baron, even once the buff turned off them, it was opposite sides of the map, split push in, they will dive whoever Squishy defends, not 5-on-5, and that was another key point.
Well, thank you guys for your insight. We are about to go to an interview. Before we do, though, I would like to remind every single person out there that this entire analyst desk did not vote in favor of Cloud9 to win this game. We will need to see how they predict tomorrow in the semifinals. We're going to send it over to Shox right now, as she is standing by with Cloud9's top laner, Balls.
Thank you very much, Quick Shot. Indeed, standing by with Balls from Cloud9. Does that hurt your feelings that none of them voted for you?
Yeah, I don't even know what to expect from that game, too. Oh, my God.
Yeah, it was definitely going to be a great matchup. Tell me about the picks coming in. You did phenomenal on Shyvana, and you went with Trundle in the games before, so why now Shyvana, and how did that play out?
Well, usually I pick Trundle against Shyvana for, like, team fight and stuff, but that game, our team comp was really good with Shyvana, and Shyvana was also a safe pick, well named for against anyone. And after we picked that, they just picked Trundle against Shyvana, I guess.
Yeah, they did. Game went very well for you guys. Obviously, Sneaky going huge again. If you look forward to the semifinal you have tomorrow versus OMG in a best of 3, what do you think you guys can bring if you know that OMG is known for picking away those things or banning away those things that are working so well for you guys?
Well, since this game really didn't matter, I think the next game or the best of 3 is going to be a lot different because now each team knows what they picked and banned, so they get to prepare and like strategize against what they're going to do and like the level 1 difference and stuff.
What are your realistic expectations going into the rest of the tournament? Obviously, you guys have beaten now every region, but not Korea yet. Do you think you get a chance to face them even and beat them in the final? Or?
Well, that one game against SKT, we got destroyed at level 1 early game. So if we happen to play them again, I want to like re-strategize and like play better that next time.
All right, well, thank you very much, Balls, and congratulations once again.
Thank you.
All right, we've got to recall the base, but when we come back, we'll get into our last game of the day, the Taipei Assassin versus Europe's home court team, Fnatic. Our coverage of the All-Stars Paris event continues right after this.
Very bot sneaky. Stand and try, okay?
Back out, back out.
Sneaky Scott, maybe.
Oriana? I'm on Chrono.
I'm dead.
You guys?
Wait.
Jinx?
Yeah, you have to kill Jinx. You have to kill Jinx.
Oh, nice. Yeah, I'm gonna go back top.
Repel in 5, repel in 5.
Nice.
Dead. Are we gonna steal possible?
Nice.
Back in
Should turn, no, definitely get off. Should turn.
Get off.
Okay. Should turn.
We're off.
Yo, they have no Oriole.
Can we catch? Yeah. You can go in,
You
boss.
can go.
You can go in. Got them. Jinx. Kill Jinx. Nice. Jinx is dead.
It's cool to face TPA as well because of the Season 1 versus the Season 2. I think that makes it a bit more exciting, and that match is going to be more about like see which one was the better champion.
Welcome to the lounge, gentlemen. I want to talk a little bit about this relationship between you that has grown here in Team Ice, playing together, practicing together, Doublelift. You mentioned that you really enjoy playing with Madlife. Is there a friendship developing there?
Yeah, I think we've gotten to be good friends. At the first day of All-Stars, I figured out Madlife spoke English, and I was really surprised because I've never ever heard him speak English. And I was like, wow, I see him like 2-3 times a year, and I've never actually gotten to talk to him, so it was really exciting. I was asking him questions and stuff, and he was talking to me back, and I got to know him. He was a really nice guy.
And Madlife, what about you getting to know Peter better on and off the Rift? How's that been like for you?
그러니까 이번에 더블리프 선수랑 많은 얘기 나눴을 텐데 어떻게 많이 친해진 것 같아요? 어때요?
네, 많이 친하고요. 이미 we are best friend. 이미 굉장히 지금 친해졌고 게임도 굉장히 잘 풀어내고 있습니다.
Yeah, we're already best friends, and we've been connecting through the game and off the game.
Yeah. So best friends, best friends are very nice to each other. Then I also want to ask Madlife, what is Doublelift's skill like as an AD carry, as you've played with some fantastic AD carries already in your career?
이제 되게 좋은 친구 됐다 말했잖아요. 그럼 이제 좀 냉정하게 말해서 더블리트 선수가 원딜로서 어떤 것 같아요? 여러 원딜을 같이 해봤잖아요.
일단 제가 했던 AD 플레이어 중에 굉장히 하이레벨 플레이어고요. 굉장히 할 때 뭐라고 해야 될까, 좀 스케일 레벨이 높으니까 스포터 할 맛이 나는 그런 선수인 것 같아요.
Among all the AD players I've been played with, I think Doublelift is one of the high-class, high-skilled AD player, and because of his AD skills, I'm really happy to support him.
That must feel like magic to your ears, Doublelift, hearing that out of the mouth of Madlife on this great stage.
I'm starstruck.
Totally starstruck. So guys, of course, you guys are in Team Ice together. You guys won a game, you guys lost a game. Tomorrow the pick 10 coming in Doublelift. How do you think that's going to go? Vayne are in there, Thresh is in there.
Yeah, Vayne's... coming into All-Stars, I didn't think Vayne was very strong. And then I watched Piglet play Vayne, and I was like, actually, Vayne's pretty OP. So he kind of showed me, like, even though she's my favorite champion, I didn't think she was very good. And then now, after seeing Piglet play her, I'm like, actually, yeah, I can do this. I can do what Piglet's doing, especially with Madlife. He's really, really, really good, and he doesn't make very many mistakes. So having that kind of synergy, it kind of reminds me of Afro. I think me and Afro have like better synergy, but like Madlife just plays really solid all around. So I think we'll do really well.
Madlife, how do you think you guys will do tomorrow if you're on Thresh and he's on Vayne?
내일 이제 드랩스 모드 때 스트레시로 어떤 활약을 할 수 있을 것 같아요?
일단 작년 올스타전만큼이나 굉장히 좋은 활약상을 펼칠 수 있을 것 같고요. 특히 더블리트 선수가 굉장히 라인전을 잘하기 때문에 그 라인전 페이지가 끝나면은 제가 더 많은 활약을 할 수 있을 것 같아요.
Like last year, how we won All-Star games last year, I think we can do a very good job again tomorrow. And Doublelift's laning skills are really fantastic, so I think we can do a very good job tomorrow. Yeah.
Wow, a lot of praise here for the both of you. Thank you very much, Madlift, and good luck tomorrow, of course. Now we're going to head back over to the guys at the desk for the final match of the day.
Thank you very much, Shucks. It appears every time we come back from the arena, someone from CLG is being talked about. Another question for the coach. How are you going to contain Doublelift? Because he seems to have starstruck eyes. Is he considering cheating on Afro move here?
He's in love, that's for sure.
Yeah, I mean, how do you
100%.
control that?
Well, I mean, we just let him go out and do what he wants to do during these All-Star breaks, so it's okay now. Afro and him are on a break for the moment. So.
Wait, what happens if we bring Madlife back home then?
No.
Oh.
No girlfriends in the house.
Oh, right.
All right, guys, we are about to head into the last game of the group stage.
Home then?
No.
Oh.
No girlfriends in the house.
Oh, right.
All right, guys, we are about to head into the last game of the group stage. It is the Taipei Assassins versus Fnatic. And the winner here will advance to a best-of-3 semi-final showdown with SK Telecom T1K. It is beautiful and poetic as the Season 1 champions take on the Season 2 champions to face off against the Season 3 champions. Now, both teams are tied at 0-3. We saw Fnatic putting up a spirited fight against the heavy favorite SK T1K. Individually as a team, they all stepped up. They went back to an older style of play, double teleports, assassin heavy. I do feel like SKT gave them those champions. I do feel like Caston wasn't banned away, and I think Fnatic were quite predictable in the picks and bans.
Well,
So here's the thing, right? So you could call it predictable, but it's like if you give a team like the best champions in the game in each role, or you're like, hey, so we're gonna pick Vayne into a blind pick AD carry, like everyone's gonna pick Caitlyn there so they can bully the lane out. So like it's either you can either kind of pull it one way, right? It's like either the champions aren't actually overpowered or aren't actually obvious counter picks, and then at which point then why are you banning Castle all the time anyway? Or they are obvious counter picks and it's not being predictable, it's just doing the smart things that are supposed to win, right? And it's got to be one of those two.
And we'll have to see how it works out. And secondarily to that, I feel that Cyanide tunneled a little bit on that Kha'Zix. Monty, what was your take on Cyanide and his performance on the champion?
I mean, we've seen some impressive plays. He has gotten some double kills on the dives. He has stolen a Baron, but I think the takeaway that I've seen from Cyanide is he's not able to truly carry even with a couple of kills. He's had a couple flashy plays, but that hasn't translated really into subsequent advantages. So I have to say, I'm not really impressed.
Yeah, I feel Fnatic as a whole has a hard time translating kills into objectives as a team. And yeah, they're just not playing very objectives-based. They're looking to brawl. They're looking to make picks here and there, catch a team off guard, lower their morale by killing them over and over again. But regardless who comes out of this match, I feel they'll have a bit of a glory match against SKT1, but I don't see what any of these teams can offer against our glorious Korean overlords.
at least one thing for Fnatic. They get the kills, and then they tend to just be completely over-aggressive. And I don't even think it matters which jungler they actually play here for Cyanide if he wants to help carry the team. It's more Fnatic. Once they get these kills, they need to just learn to back away, don't continue to chase, don't continue to go into team fights, don't start up a random Baron or something. Because in the end, if you do it over and over and over and over, it's going to backfire at some point, and it's what happened for them during the tournament.
Yeah, and the thing is, they actually had this like really good window here against Cloud9 where they were like, great, so I was split pushing on Shyvana, and he's getting turrets, and the team is disengaging and backing off. It's like, great, you're playing your strategy exactly optimally. And then they dived in for a 4v5, and I was like, that's not what you're supposed to do.
The carry said no flashes. They're like, yeah, we're going to go for it.
Right, we're talking a lot about Fnatic. Let's talk about the Taipei Assassins. They have also been struggling. I would say more so than Fnatic. Their individual decision-making, individual play, their team play has been on the back foot. I'm not particularly impressed with their objective control either. I think they're the underdogs in this matchup. Deficio or Cripper, quickly, what do you think?
Yeah, earlier we saw that their support was struggling a bit, and Freak said he liked him on Morgana and said he did better. I actually don't think he played that well because a couple of those hooks came out and he ended up being Black Shield after being hooked. The gank from Meteos earlier today as well. Too late. Misposition, out of position all the time, and just not playing the lane solidly enough.
All right, well, we do have to jump to the prediction game right now as the teams are getting ready very quickly. So, across the panel, let's talk about the final vote for the day and see if you can pick correctly for this one. Deficio, who are you picking to take home the final spot in the semi-final to face off against SKT?
100% Fnatic, and I'm very sorry if they lose now, and it's my fault because I keep taking them as the winner and they continue losing every time. So to European fans, I'm very sorry, but I take Fnatic.
I'm going to go with Deficio as well. I think that these teams have showed very similar flaws, but I have faith that Fnatic will be able to win the lanes and then translate that into a win.
See, I'm not going with these guys, but I think I'm going with the European crowd, and I'm also yeah, they'll have the crowd behind them. They played a decent game earlier. They went back to their old style, and I don't think TPA is individually skilled enough or strategically adept enough to break that, and I feel Fnatic is going to be constantly making picks.
Yeah, I'm going to agree partially with all of you. I'm going to say Vive la France. I think Fnatic's got this, the home crowd, everything. I think it's going to work well for them.
Well, we'll see if it works out in their favor. Now, let's see how our analyst desk compares to the fans and how you guys have been voting over at lolesports.com. You're actually calling this one for Fnatic by 76%, so another pretty one-sided vote. We'll see who made the right pick shortly, but to take us into the game, let's head back over to the casters with D-Man and Kobe.
Thank you very much, Quickshot. Let's check out the starting lineups. Over on the blue side, it is Taipei Assassins. That means in the top lane, it will be Achi. In the jungle is Wins. Morning in the mid lane. BB is the AD carry, and Jay on support.
And on the red side, it's Fnatic. Up top, Soaz, Cyanide in the jungle, Peke mid, Reckless AD carry, and Yellow Star supporting.
Well, with this being the last match for one of these teams, we turn our attention to the top lane battle between the French former 1v1 champion Soaz up against Achi for Taipei Assassins, who plays very similar champions to him.
Yeah, Achi actually played a top lane Lissandra with teleport, which is very reminiscent of Soaz style play. And he actually had a really good start on that champion. But earlier in the day, he got camped by Meteos up top, and he wasn't able to use his Renekton pick to go aggressive early. And also, yesterday, he first picked that Lee Sin, and he just got annihilated by Impact Shyvana. And he was not able to split push or create plays with the teleport. On the other hand, Soaz has had success on the Lee Sin and even drawn bans on it in the European LCS. However, he has also had his weak points today with an yesterday with an unimpressive Aurelia pick going into that ridiculous team fight zone control comp of Nunu, Thresh, and Lulu. And he tried to build the early move speed, and he wasn't able to utilize it to get anything going against OMG. It does show that he is still using new champions, though, and he is probably the most versatile top laner here at All-Stars. So this should be one of the most interesting top lane matchups as far as just pure champion picks go. Either of these guys can use many, many different champions.
Yeah, we'll see how it works out. And one thing I can tell you, they talked about how Fnatic are the home favorites. I can't overestimate how much this means to Soaz. Like these games, Yellowstar as well, obviously French player, but Soaz literally carries his heart on his sleeve, and he is emotional after every single game, even normal game in the LCS. Here in Paris, in front of his home crowd, he's 0-3. Absolutely, they want to win this game.
Yeah,
they don't want to go home.
We saw his
0-4.
emotion in that interview in front of the home crowd here. Everyone yelling his name right behind him. He was definitely extremely emotional.
Definitely a little bit choked up. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Picks and bans about to get underway for this final group stage game. One of these teams will be going home a loser and a 0-4 loser at that. Lulu being banned out straight away. Nobody letting Soaz they have that through, but that's actually a problem because Morning plays that as his main.
Yeah, and Morning's champion pool, people have been talking about that being a pretty easy target to go after. We'll see if Ziggs shows his face in the ban phase as well. If so, they're going to be chopping down that pool pretty quick.
Well, there is the Jax ban. She's not going to be able to play on that one. We'll see whether Lee Sin gets picked in early or banned out as well. Lucian being taken away by the Taipei Assassins. Reckless still not going to let that one through, which I'm still not sure whether that affects him too heavily.
I think it does, because as I was talking about in the SKT game, his favorite two champions, the Lucian and Graves, both banned out against him. And then going back to the Caitlyn, he doesn't like Caitlyn that much anymore. Talking to him just yesterday, because of the way that Caitlyn does fall off and the fact that you have to use her early game power to get something, make it happen. I think that, maybe TPA, no, they're not going to continue with that strategy and ban out Graves as well. But taking out the #1 pick, Lucian, is pretty strong.
But you talked about it with the Ziggs ban. That means Morning may well be in a little bit of hot water here. There is the Kassadin ban as well, targeted towards Peke. A lot of mid lane focus here. What the final ban be from Fnatic? We'll see what they leave open on this one. Remember, LeBlanc is out there. Morning played that one earlier on. We'll see whether they go with that ban as the final choice or whether it will be an AD carry. We'll see what it's going to be. It's coming in a moment. It is Syndra, I believe, that's about to come through, and Kha'Zix's being locked in very quickly. That's going to be Wins, I feel, in the top lane.
Yeah, or in the jungle. Wins, Wins in the jungle, very much a fan of Kha'Zix, as pretty much all junglers are.
Of course,
he chose it in the blind pick that got them here. That's definitely a first pick worthy champion for TPA. Pretty good start for them, but again, mid lane focus here. What is Morning going to play? Because they also ban out the Syndra, who's strong in lane and is a long range mage from the mid lane. We'll have to see. He's probably going to play something pretty safe, trying to farm. The Orianna is still up. Maybe the LeBlanc.
A lot of discussion right now between Cyanide and Yellowstar. You can see them clearly being the vocal one. So as pouring a word in there as well as Peke, trying to decide, will it be the mid lane focus to start with? Without LeBlanc available, it might well put Morning in yet more trouble, taking away every champion he can, and Yellowstar on one of his favorites, Leona.
So yeah, Link was talking about the TPA focusing on that LeBlanc pick. Fnatic take it away, and you get the other one. Orianna showing up. Defensive, she can farm okay in the lane, and we saw Link actually in that matchup did really well.
Ooh, Zac, potentially. He was played by TPA in them crazy best-of-5 series, but it is going to get switched away from Thresh. Would be the wiser choice. They are going to go with that one alongside Orianna.
Yeah, the Zac actually was taken by Morning, and he swapped up to top lane, and they had a Renekton mid lane to try and lane up against Fizz, I believe it was. But yeah, we won't see him switching around, doing that Zac, anything weird, going with the safe Orianna that we talked about.
Reckless currently cycling through. He's been through Graves, Jinx, Twitch, now on towards Vayne. And honestly, these are all champions he's had good performances on. If you think back to TPA versus Fnatic, back at IPL 5, where Fnatic went and won 2-0. That's when he was rocking the Vayne and actually went and beat Doublelift on Vayne himself. However, looks like they may well switch back. We're still clearly indecision about which AD carry because he doesn't know what he's up against. I'm guessing BB will go with the Jinx if it's available.
Yeah, I mean, they have looked at the hard late game carries for BB. They really need BB to get a lot of kills if they're going to look to win the game. Usually he has to get double digits. And there we go. He instantly locks in a hard carry for the late game, but it is going to be Vayne. I want to talk about TPA's comp here, though, because they lock in the Kha'Zix plus Orianna. They already have a good ball delivery system. Having that on Kha'Zix in the first place is going to help out because he will probably transition into that tanky build later. And it will even, he's a great champion for starting off that Shockwave because he can get in there so easily with the invisibility.
So Elise being picked up by Cyanide. We're just waiting to see what Soaz is going to lock in finally. But as you mentioned, the Vayne locked in there. Lissandra actually played this the other day. Actually worked out pretty well for him. It's probably been his best champion so far at this event.
Yeah, we'll see how well they can actually control those early minion waves because that's really been the story for all of the solo top laners. When all of these switches come in.
Soraka getting locked in. That's going to be Soaz, I believe, in the top lane. Now, cast your mind back. It was the playoffs. He ran it in the top against Alliance, I believe it was, and it was dominant in that top lane. How's that going to work against Lissandra, though?
Yeah, he can. The silence is very, very potent against Lissandra. We'll have to see, because usually Soraka shoves up the lane pretty easily, spamming, and we'll have to see how Cyanide actually supports that lane. This is all determined by where the lanes are playing out in the early game, though, because we've seen so many lane swaps due to different jungle starts.
Oh, the crowd are going literally bananas right now as they fling bananas around. So, Soraka in the top. Hai will be happy because he's been calling for this champion throughout the whole tournament because he's not here. That's his champion of choice. But unfortunately, he's not going to be in the mid lane for him, but he's still going to be watching at home. What do we make of these two comps? Because this is a pretty wild choice coming out from both teams, I think, especially for Fnatic.
Yeah, really interesting part is that there are no ignites right now on TPA going against Soraka, and this is Soaz Soraka who takes teleport instead of heal, so he wouldn't even be able to remove the ignite debuff if it was put onto him, since he's using the teleport instead. But TPA do not run with anything to burn through a target. So in prolonged team fights, the Soraka really going to give Fnatic a big edge.
Well, as we storm the Rift, drop by Twitter and tell us who you think got the better team comp in Champ Select. You can tweet us about your vote at LOL Esports and use the hashtag TPA or the hashtag FNC. So, here we go, ladies and gentlemen. The final game of the group stage. Fnatic or Taipei Assassins will be going home after this game. Who will move on to the semi-finals to face SK Telecom? We will find out over the next course of the Summoner's Rift. Taipei Assassins as the blue team and Fnatic as the red team. Massive home favorites here in Paris.
Both teams starting out with the early ward. Fnatic's placed very quickly here, getting the intel. Yes, they've seen where the ward from TPA has been placed as well, so they can work around this.
So Jay does come around towards the bush, doesn't manage to get it down there. Cyanide just skittering around in the bushes. And TPA actually will be going in towards this bush. Cyanide needs to be very careful about his next approach.
And I have to say, with the team shaping up like this, TPA do have late game insurance policy with the Vayne. There would be nobody really who could split push handle Vayne if they do get to that late game on even footing. Whereas Fnatic are really team fight focused here with the AoE AD carry Graves and Soraka, as we mentioned. But they also have pick potential themselves. Elise, LeBlanc, and Leona, great at punishing people for bad positioning. And as Crepo was talking about, Fnatic, they kind of lost confidence in their poke comps, so they've been running more hard engaged, been running more team fight oriented.
Yeah, I mean, Nidalee was available, and that's someone that Peke would have locked in ordinarily, but as you say, they've kind of lost confidence in themselves, despite the fact he still hits it hard in solo queue. It is LeBlanc he's gone with this time around up against Morning's Orianna. We'll see how that works out for them. No great differences in starting items. We do see, of course, the Ruby Gem for Jay, but we are seeing Fnatic hesitantly tiptoeing in towards the blue buff.
Alright, so we will see the common invades here. TPA actually starting off on their own side. And Fnatic are trying to go for a double buff start. Will they be able to get it? Cyanide can smite. Jay could pull off an Afro move though. Oh, he already used his empowered attack.
He's going to try and go in. The teleport coming
Teleport
through.
in!
Cyanide in trouble. He gets the blue buff, but he's going to have to flash away. Archie does manage to follow through. First blood will be going across the Taipei assassin.
Oh,
and
they
it
get
will
the
go
blue.
to Archie. And a blue buff for Lissandra is vital.
Cyanide got his blue buff, but then he immediately lost it. So Lissandra going to be very happy about that one. Since it's a switch anyway, it's not that bad blowing that teleport. Now they could oh, actually he recalls and he's going to try and defend here? Interesting. They also call over Kha'Zix. So Wins and Achi might be trying to go for a defense here, but they're already been zoned off the turret.
But despite that death, it doesn't actually set Cyanide behind too far because he's still going to get his red buff, which is all that Wins has got.
He got the experience from the blue.
He did get the experience, yeah, he got the kill in the end as well. And we do see Fnatic doing that push, of course, on the top turret. They're not going to go for it yet. Wins is going to come around defense, and as you mentioned, Achi is up here to defend, but they are only level 1 and 2 up against 3 members of Fnatic at level 2, and Cyanide is making his way across here as well.
So Soaz was able to get a blue too. So even though Lissandra can try and spam out wave clear here, they've got a Soraka with blue buff. The mana battery and the heal battery up there in top. If they wanted to play a prolonged siege, then Fnatic would definitely get the upper hand, and they've actually even called in Cyanide here.
Didn't see whether he managed to steal it away there, actually. You know, this play has to be made to count for Fnatic.
Dangerous. Why are they still staying here? They saw Cyanide already. What are they doing?
Achi and Wins, who's going to get locked up? He's going to flash across. Yellow Star run towards Wins. Wins is going to take on the damage, the punishment. The tower hit towards the Fnatic. They kite it so well. And that's a double kill. And surely the tower in just a moment.
They've seen Cyanide, they do not escape the turret. Fnatic picking up 2 kills here to answer, and that will be an objective as well. Let's take a look down bottom. What have BB and Jay been able to do here? They've built up a pretty nice wave, but not much turret damage.
Well, they didn't push too hard. They have got some damage down. Check this fight out, though. This is what you call, why didn't they back away?
Yeah, I don't know. Soaz and Cyanide coming in with double buffs. They've got the armor there from the Soraka heal as well. Makes this really easy for them to pull off. Beautiful play there from Fnatic, able to capitalize.
Very well played. You see the tower going down. This is the bottom turret as well. TPA do not quite take it down just yet, though. Jay and BB are going to have to push hard to try and get this one before Soaz gets back there. I think they should take it down, so it's going to be a turret apiece.
I don't know. So, Soaz was confident. He didn't use his teleport to get down there, just walk into lane as Soraka. He's coming to at least get experience from the cannon wave.
Yeah, he's going to clear it down with that siege minion there, as you say. The cannon wave will take the turret down. There it goes. FLICKR getting on towards morning. He's going to have a lock up there. In comes around. Yellowstar chaining that CC. He tries to flash away, but it's a kill for FLICKR.
Another kill for Fnatic. Roaming supports here. Yellowstar coming up huge.
And you've got to wonder about that flash. Surely he knew he was already dead. It's like wasted summoner, I feel, towards the end of that one. The crowd definitely starting to get behind the home team.
They've got a huge advantage top, now a huge advantage mid. And Soaz on that Soraka has a giant CS lead as well because he was able to stay up there. So he's actually okay down here in this long lane, even without his turret. They have a little bit of ward coverage. He's just hugging the bush here because he has nothing in the tri-bush.
So both teams actually trying to put a lot in the early pressure. You can see Double Doran's rings being bought all around. Everybody blinging themselves out so far, but it is Fnatic with that slight edge, with that 3-1 kill advantage, which transitions into a 1,000 gold advantage. Jay on Thresh hasn't really been able to make too much of an impact yet. He was all on his own down that bottom lane for a long period of time because Fnatic seemingly have a tactic this time around.
Well, yeah, he didn't have anybody to play against. He was playing against minions and a turret down there, so Jay didn't have too big of an impact. And it's basically going to be the bottom lane. It's up to BB. As usual for TPA, he is really going to be the focus for them. He needs to be able to carry this game if they have a hope. They're looking for that late game split push Vayne maybe. To do that though, they're going to have to get through a beastly mid game of Fnatic and avoid some of the picks. They've already been caught out once by Leona. LeBlanc is so good at capitalizing on any sort of gank. He even set that one up for Yellowstar to come in.
Well,
it's looking pretty bad for
ordinarily see Cyanide helping out quite a lot in this mid lane, and with Morning with the heal and flash both down, I would expect him to pay a visit. You can see FLICKR already starting to work down the hit points. Actually fairly even trade so far, but the pings are already going to the morning here. I think Cyanide is going to make an approach.
Cyanide coming
No,
in from the
just gonna go
side,
on the
but
back.
yeah. The ward coverage here on the mid lane now is fairly decent. He's got one up there in the top side pixel, and they have established that pink ward as well. So he's feeling a little bit safer, but like you said, no summoners available. Burn both heal and flash. Gonna have to watch his step and CS from afar.
Soa's feeling confident in that bottom lane. He's actually pushing in. Wins actually came back because BB had taken a fair bit of harassment, as you can see there with his hit points. And Soa's actually single-handedly pushing BB in towards the tower.
Man, the biggest story here for TPA is that their top lane, not only did they lose the turret, but they also got frozen up there by Fnatic's duo. This is terrible. They're losing out not only in global gold, but also in minion waves. Usually, the team that gets the early turret is the one who gets a wave frozen against them in deep. And so it kind of makes up there, and you have to watch how many minions are they losing for that turret. But Fnatic get the best of all worlds here, and this is going to be a massive Graves, even though their TPA is putting all their hopes on BB down in the bottom lane, giving them the one easy farm lane. Fnatic actually have pretty much easy farm lanes all over.
Yeah, and you can see that Reckless with that top lane wave, just holding it there. Yellowstar's going to come back up and help out, get some of that experience on towards him.
Oh, and that freeze is not going to break anytime soon. Reckless is doing a good job of nurturing that creep wave and not shoving it back. Oh, never mind. He does the poor job, misses the CS, and buckshots the wave.
Commentator's curse right there. Straight away, but he's going to make sure it doesn't get taken down by the turret. That's why he doesn't want to push it too heavily. You can see down the bottom, BB is trying to do a fairly similar job. Soaz doesn't want to get involved, and this is actually a blue buff invade from Taipei Assassins.
Right, so this is the common response to a wave being frozen that deep. You got to make something happen elsewhere on the map. They opt to go bottom, but their champions are fairly low level. Vayne has not bought yet, so even though BB is the hope for this team, he's got all the CS. He's sitting with a Doran's Blade.
Oh, Achi goes in. It's a hook on Yellowstar. He does manage to get away. You did see the blue buff was on Achi there, and actually, I'm looking towards the mid lane. I can see that Morning had used his shockwave on Peke, but it doesn't look like he's done a great deal of damage.
Yeah, it was fairly defensively, trying to get Peke to back off. Now it's going to be a giant minion wave, so see if they can actually defend this. Soraka can clear, but it's how dangerous does Soaz want to go? How close can he walk?
Yeah, it's a 3v4. Of course, Soaz, you can say, he can clear those waves quickly, which is what he's trying to do. And it will be enough with that 3v4. And of course, while that's all happening, Reckless is now shoving this top lane, the AD carry. There's the teleport. That's going to be Achi joining back in there. Finally, he's going to get himself some minions.
Yeah, finally some experience here for Achi. They spent a while jungling him and the support. See if they can come back from this, because there was a great early start there from Fnatic, and even though TPA decided to try and make them pay for that freeze, it was really late. And the buckshot there, Reckless was already trying to push that wave back. It was not a dragon pickup for TPA. It was nothing huge for them. They didn't get much out of that big wave bottom.
Well, TPA all backing away. They've left themselves fairly exposed for this dragon, and with Cyanide on Elise, he's going to send that skittering spider in there. TPA are going to try and react to this one. You can see Jay and Wins just off the side there. They have got BB nearby, but Achi hasn't got teleport. He's not going to be involved in this fight, and I feel it's going to be a dragon simply for Fnatic.
Yeah, because the teleport was used by Achi to go to that bottom. All right, you go for the steal attempt, but Cyanide definitely known for his smites. Good effort there from TPA, try and get back in this one. But again, the teleport was used by Lissandra to go cover that lane that they had given up on, and it was seen by Fnatic.
Very easily covered off. So, we'll see how this progresses at the moment with the gold advantage still in the favor of Fnatic. It's now built up to 2,000 gold. It's starting to stretch slowly but surely. Soaz got himself that giant minion wave in the top there. Achi's actually going aggressive, looking towards this mid lane. Yellowstar trying to make a repeat visit. Peke actually going to get away. Solar Flare lands on towards Achi. Achi now going to get focused down. Yellowstar's going to be the focus for Wins. Wins tries to bounce it towards him, gets the finishing blow as well with Taste of Fear, and steps away. It's a good turnaround by Taipei Assassin.
Yeah, great move there from Wins. They're able to finally come up with something. They get a kill in the mid lane, but how much pressure can they create with this? Mid lane, there's a Graves and LeBlanc here. Pretty good wave clear already from Reckless. He's got that Bloodthirster, just straight AD, does so much for Graves. It's really hard for them to push on this.
Well, the blue buff is potentially the focus. They really wanted to get in there, but Fnatic defending in numbers. See, Soaz has rotated down in towards that mid lane while Achi clears out that top wave. He's still got a gigantic CS advantage built up over Achi as well, but he's going to get focused out here. No escape for Soaz. Actually, the contempt from BB helps him on his way.
Yeah, so it does not walk close enough to the wall. And TPA do not get anything off of that kill. Besides the money from the actual kill, Dragon had already been taken by Fnatic, and they can't do any pushing. So still Fnatic definitely in the driver's seat, having a very good time with the way this game has started. They can use this strong team fight here to continue to control the map. And we'll expect Fnatic to be the ones making the early moves here. Unless TPA can get another pick, then it's going to be very hard for them to get back in this game.
Well, we'll see. Of course, TPA still have a fairly scary team composition of their own with actually going in. If you could lock them up, get them in the right place, Wins could be pouncing in stealth, of course, with that ball delivery system, along with that shockwave. There's a lot of damage able to come out of Taipei Assassins. Fnatic can't rest on their laurels. They have a good start, a good lead, but it is not over. Baby's got to be careful, though.
Soaz is going out into lane, though. This is the pick.
Soaz is going to get caught out in the top lane. He's already used that wish. Meanwhile, down the bottom lane, they're actually pouncing on towards him. Soaz is going to try and get away from this one. Actually does get him down in the end there. Now on in the bottom lane, you can see Yellowstar locking on towards Bibi. Cocoon coming out onto Jay. This is actually a haphazard fight by Fnatic. They have to step away, and Bibi's going to try and chase on this one. That was a really bad engage on the bottom lane.
Yeah, mismanaged engage, turret dive from Fnatic down bottom, and Soaz, he doesn't make TPA dive. He steps right out into lane. Great lockdown from Basandra plus Kha'Zix. That's everything you need. The CC as well as the execute damage.
So Reckless, he needs to get himself rolling here. BB on Vayne, keeping up in farm, keeping up in everything really, other than the obviously single kill that Reckless managed to pick himself up. Bloodthirster versus a Blade of the Rune King. We'll see how that develops out. Beckett goes aggressive on Morning, chunks down half his hit points and continues the flow with both of them on blue buff. They want to go aggressive.
Look at that top lane, though. They got the kill on Soaz. They took him out. They were not able to take the turret, so not converted into an objective once again. The pick just giving them a little bit more experience to catch back up, and that gold. Fnatic still feeling pretty comfortable. They're probably going to be looking to force some fights here because they have a much stronger team fight.
A mistake from Peke, and a very stern, serious-looking face on him right now as he messed up a little bit on that Wraith there. He's not going to be angry with himself. Maybe that is a sign of nerves. It's something we saw almost certainly by Fnatic up against Royal Gaming, but of course they are 3 times champions in Europe, so they certainly know how to perform when it counts, but this is a high-pressure game for them.
All right, so both teleports will be ready for that dragon in a minute and a half. Yellowstar's already laying the groundwork.
Oh, he doesn't quite get the leash in there. Cyanide tried to join him, but this is 3 members of Fnatic now in their mid lane. Ping ward's being cleared out by Yellowstar. They may try and make the move on towards his mid turret.
Yeah, I mean, you gotta watch out for cocoons, and the slow already lands.
Oh, the death sentence comes in, the shockwave, but Becky tries to step away. Wins gets back on, Taste the Fear comes out, locks him down on there, and now he's bringing the cause in towards Cyanide. He will back away from this one. Soaz had to back away. He had to defend that top turret, and it left Fnatic exposed.
Yellowstar's coming in from the bottom, though.
Well, whether he's going to get in towards that. Oh, he's going to start with the solar flare, locks on towards it. Reckless comes in, gets himself the kill. The cocoon landed on Wins. Wasn't quite enough to finish him off.
Man, it was almost starting to just roll in TPA's favor. That was the 3rd kill in a row that they had gotten. This one gets answered, though. Yellowstar, he abandons his ward clearing work. He's actually completed the objective, and then he comes over, rotates up, and gets the kill.
More importantly, gets himself the CS, the kill, as you mentioned, and the tower down. And now Achi's out of position. Where's he going to go? There's no shockwave available. He's going to get locked up. Tries to use anything he can to stun himself out there. Flashes away. Fantastic stuff. The ultimate coming out from Reckless, not enough to take him down.
That's that annoying silence I was talking about in the matchup. He actually stops Achi from getting away and makes him blow his flash. So they do get a summoner spell out of it.
So TPA, as you mentioned, had actually started turning the game in their favor, but Fnatic do respond quickly. It's still only a 2,000 gold difference, though, and the mid turret will go down.
And Fnatic really want to get in position for that next dragon. They want to take advantage of that objective that they can force a fight at. So everybody needs to heal right now, and they need to get in position.
Well, TPA are going to try and rotate down in towards it. They've taken the mid turret, they've got their vision advantage, and now they're going towards the Dragon. This will pull the gold very close in terms of difference between the two teams. And Fnatic, they're helpless. They can't respond to this one.
After that last fight, it was great for TPA. They answer the mid turret, plus they get the Dragon. Dragon provides bonus experience to catch back up, and they get the global gold. This is huge for TPA getting back in this. Now we're seeing some momentum swing back their way.
Serious pressure on Fnatic in front of their home crowd here in the European All-Stars. As FLICKR is going to get the blue buff. He needs that. He needs to get rolling on it. It's the second time he's had it in this game. But as of yet, on LeBlanc, he's yet to start picking up the skills. This tower, despite being left alone for a long time, has barely been touched in the top lane.
Yeah, you know, they weren't able to get much damage off of it over the early kill up there. But again, coming back with that Dragon is huge for them because TPA are the ones, as I said, with that BB on Vayne, he's got his Blade of the Ruined King completed. He's feeling more comfortable extending further out into lanes, especially when he has Jay there to save him with a Lantern or something. So this is not looking that terrible for TPA anymore. They're starting to ramp up that comeback.
So we see Zhonya's Hourglass now completed by Achi on Lissandra. Soaz is pushing on the bottom lane. Ooh. This bottom lane pairing actually may get caught out. Reckless and Yellowstar hiding in the bushes as BB pushes up the lane. He's going to be the focus target. They manage to land the Zhonya's on towards him. They're locking down with the solar flare, but Jay's going to try and turn this on. BB putting the aggression back down. Teleport's coming in, but it's going to be too late because Achi is already there and they've got the kill for BB.
Great initiative there from Achi, teleporting in first, gets the lockup, and now Soaz way too close.
So in trouble, Death Sentence just dashed out of there. Reckless. FLICKR had backed away, but he's coming back down to join the fray. You can see the Tribush is covered off. Morning is laying in wait as well. It's a 4-on-3. Fnatic is still pushing.
Now they actually have a lot of threat on this bottom turret, and it's pretty low. So even 3 versus 4, trying to shove it in.
Oh, actually taking some damage. Has got that Zhonya's, as I mentioned, completed. And again, Fnatic unable to take it with that wave. Will they keep on pushing because the pressure is still on there? Top lane is covered off. Cyanide's up there. They want this turret.
Uh-oh. Cocoon Dust lands into the battle of the junglers.
Oh, he's going to be trying to turn around, but Cyanide's taking some serious punishment from wins there. There's the bottom turret. Fnatic finally got it down. They are 3-2 up in turrets, but this game is very close.
Yeah, not that much wave clear once Morning leaves the bottom lane for TPA, so they have to give up the bottom turret. But BB, he could be working into a static shift there. He could be looking to supplement that wave clear.
Achi is invisible. He didn't have a ward there, so he didn't realize he's there, but nor did Achi!
Oh!
Holy smokes! FLICKR just melts Achi where he stands. That's the danger. Now his ability power starting to stack up. He can land his combo.
And Achi knew that was very dangerous to go for, but it's only 3 members of Fnatic down here. Even though TPA have 1 member dead, they can— oh, did he steal it?
Oh, yes he did.
Reckless.
Reckless with the steal. Nicely done on the red buff there, using that ultimate. While this is all happening, Soaz is continuing to push that top lane out. He's coming across towards the blue buff now, which Morning really wants, but the rest of Fnatic are there in numbers.
They can steal both buffs here. Amazing turnaround here. Fnatic actually invading the jungle. Now, they really want to get more wards down here deep so they can get more of those picks that we saw from FLICKR and Yellowstar. Lissandra knew that it was a dangerous bush to go near. Trying to just shove that ward in there really cost him.
Solar Flare lands, Bibby getting locked up here. FLICKR comes in to finish the job, and it's another carry down. But Yellowstar, he's going to get left stranded. There's going to be the wish coming out from Soaz. I'm not sure it's going to quite be enough. FLICKR's trying to land the distortion on 3 members. Not enough. He has to back away. Yellowstar, sacrificial lamb, buying time for Reckless in the mid lane.
So even though they lose someone for that pick, they create enough pressure by drawing everyone else down bottom to get some damage on the mid lane here. Reckless, though, is going to have to back off because he has no backup.
Oh, Jay throwing the lantern out. They're going to try and close up towards Reckless. They get him locked up. Flashes out of the shockwave just at the right moment. And he will get away scot-free.
That is going to be a pretty big cooldown there for Morning as well. Not able to take another team fight anytime soon. Really, though, their main objective right now is retain vision around their jungle. Fnatic are making invades all over the place on both sides. So TPA just have to be careful. about letting people get caught out once again. And it looks like BB will not be going for Static Shiv. He does not worry about the wave clear. He's going for the Phantom Dancer hard carry.
Well, we'll see how it works out. He's the man that Taipei Assassins have had to rely on to carry them through these sticky situations. Has not been able to do it so far in this All-Star 2014 Paris tournament. Can he do it this time? He's racked up some gigantic numbers throughout the Garena Premier League semi-finals and finals, as well as the quarterfinals, of course. He went crazy on Draven, but they are asking a hell of a lot to him. He is on Vayne. He is on a champion that will carry late. We're at the 22-minute mark, and he's got good farm, but he was ahead and even with Reckless for a long period of time, but he's starting to fall behind.
Yeah, there's a lot of pressure from Fnatic roaming around. It's not safe for BB anymore after that bottom turret went down. You also have to give props to Morning, though. He is shouldering that burden of wave clear, and he's doing a good job of it. He's actually caught back up in CS, so that's good news for TPA. Also, Achi with some timely teleports. The only problem is he has to watch out his positioning, because if Pekka gets a jump on him, we've seen what happens. He will be bursted 100% to 0 before he can do anything. It's going to have to be a very quick Zanya's activation if he wants to stop that from happening.
Speaking of timing, Fnatic ready for the Dragon Spawn, but as are Taipei Assassins, they actually swept the bush, didn't quite catch the ward just off of the side there, which is why Taipei Assassins have got themselves some vision in this Dragon area. Both top laners still away in the top lane, keeping on pushing. Teleport will be available in just a second. Fnatic going deep on this Dragon. A lot of damage coming out from this one. Smoke screen goes down from Reckless. They
bait in the team fight.
Wins goes in. Solar Flare lands on towards it. Jay takes the brunt of the damage from Reckless. Actually gets in there. Sonya Zalgas is a great shockwave coming out from Taipei Assassins. They try and turn this one around, and they may well just do it. It's a double kill for Reckless though, but he's going to get pounced on. It's another double kill, this time for BB, and it's a 4 for 2, sorry. No! Cyanide got away, I can't believe it. He's on nothing.
They do have control of the map here, though. For TPA, yes, even though Fnatic were able to get that Dragon, TPA TPN, and they're able to have control of the map, so they can actually answer. BB is still alive as well, so he's getting more minions. Key for them. Let's take a look at this. Yes, Dragon is finished, but here, let's watch the shockwave that comes in, because the AoE from TPA actually does a lot here. Archie locking up Pekka this time. He's the one who got the jump, and then the shockwave. Everybody was on the Lissandra as well, and he's able to get a great shockwave from Morning there, locking it up. Wins just running wild throughout that team fight. This is the Kha'Zix with the 2 damage items so far. He hasn't transitioned into tanky build yet, going full offense.
And that was the big combo that we talked about, the Taipei Assassins have. Once that damage builds up on them, it's only gonna get scarier, and Fnatic have got to be careful they don't get caught out in the Dragon Pit, in the Baron Pit, or one of those locked up situations in one of those bushes, because TPA clearly proven they have the team fighting prowess on them. Fnatic, they've been working with picks so far, and they may well try and make another one here, actually being careful and actually getting the support of his team this time.
Yeah, it was definitely a beautiful job of Achi getting his vengeance on Pekka this time around, because he was able to lock him up first. Don't want to take that hook, and Jay knows it. It ups his hit percentage, though.
Trying to do a Mad Life. He had the Wins, waiting just off the side there. Could have thrown that lantern out and pulled them all in towards it, but as you mentioned, they didn't want to take it. They didn't really have vision of it, so wisely stepped away. Fnatic are grouping. What is their objective focus, though?
They definitely want to get a team fight where Pekka doesn't get jumped on. When he gets locked up, it's really poor for them. They need to get at least one of those long combos off. TPA are doing a great job, though. They're defensively warding up their own jungle with pink wards. Those are going to last a while, and those they can actually defend. Taking fights in the jungle. They thrive on these fights where they're spread out. They've got a Vayne and they have a Kha'Zix. Both of them trying to run around, trying to deal damage from different sides of Fnatic, not letting Fnatic lock them up.
Oh, Wins was the focus. Actually does come in here. They were a little off with their timing on that blue buff, and Taipei Assassins have a good wave to push down this mid lane, but they're choosing not to go for it, despite Pekka using his ultimate back there. Sawaz has once again pushed that wave in the top, keeping the pressure on there that somebody has to go deal with it once again.
Yeah, TPA, they want to play defensively right now, and they're doing a very good job of it, trying to hold on and close that gold lead, because they're trying to wait out this Graves. Their AD carry skill is much better, And their jungler is going to be putting out a lot more damage late game too. Even though Cyanide is trying to help, he's going with the spell penetration Elise build, not the utility Elise build.
We do see Fnatic trying to catch BF guard. Thought maybe a couple too many had backed away to the fountain. Instead, they all regroup in numbers, quick to react there. They knew Fnatic's rotation. You can see there is that ward covering off that mid lane, give them full vision, and there was Fnatic were there in numbers to try and shove down that wave and sneak out one of those mid turrets. There's the vision, you can see it on your screen in that mini map in the bottom corner. That's Type A Assassin's view. Hopefully we can see Fnatic's view, and it is clearly a lot brighter for Fnatic right now. They have much better vision, although that bottom half of the jungle is fairly untouched.
I guess we'll be looking for some picks now, because Fnatic don't look that comfortable. Hard for them to siege up around a turret, and they really want to make something happen with LeBlanc, Leona, Elise here. See if they can catch anybody out of position, but TPA are not going to give it to them. They want to hold out, and they're doing a pretty good job.
So clearly this, what, 30 minutes coming up to now, is going to go a little bit longer maybe than the games we've seen. This could potentially be the longest game we've seen in this All-Star tournament. They actually have been fairly close to being around 35 to 40 minute mark for the majority of it. This is definitely the closest game we've seen at this point in time. It's only a, what, 2,500 gold advantage for Fnatic so far. Who has the stronger of the two as we get later and later?
Yeah, and it is fitting that this will be, or could be, one of the longest games that we've had. In these high-pressure situations, it gets down to whoever loses this one is going to kick out. They're not going to move on. We've seen in promotion tournaments in the LCS, teams start playing more passively. They don't want to take as many risks in that situation. But that playstyle kind of favors TPA. As I said, they're banking on BB, and he is scaling up nicely. He's actually even building defense because he doesn't want to get one-shot by Peke. He knows that he has to be able to survive one of those first, even if he gets caught out. So he's got a lot of magic resist, and the shield from Hexdrinker is just so he survives that one-round burst from Peke.
And the danger, of course, will come once that Deathfire grasp is completed by Peke. You can see the Rabadon's death cap is already on there, along with that needlessly large rod, so it's only a matter of time before that gets complete. Of course, Morning on Orianna has been playing fairly safe and secure, kept good CS with Peke, and kept the item. Oh, Jay getting hooked in there. Quick distortion
Chain
from
for a
Peke.
chain.
Not going to land on one another. Soaz is making tracks to head down here. Peke, look at that distortion catching on Morning and TPA Bebe. So that is both carries now caught out. That may well be the dragon.
Yeah, got
Fnatic.
the Vayne ulti down. Wins can go again for another steal and a lantern out, but he doesn't have enough time there. With a Vayne ulti down, it's actually extremely big. Even though it's a short cooldown, Vayne without her invisibility is acidic duck, even though she's still got the mobility of tumble. Biggest part is invisibility. They engage!
Have they caught down? No, Peke managed to distort out there. Actually taken very low. Peke has to flash out. That's going to be the wish coming through from Soaz to keep them topped off. Soaz, Yellow Star is caught out. Peke comes back around the side, decides against it. But now Bebe, he may catch him in there. Shockwave only pulls in Soaz. It's not enough. Reckless from the side. He's getting free farm right now. Bebe's going to get focused on. Cyanide switches out. Cocoon will come through to moment. That's going to lock on towards BB. BB will be taken down. It was only a 3-for-1, but it was such an important one. Can they feed off objectives? Will they go Baron?
Yep, Fnatic are very happy with that against Fnatic! Peke!
Peke finds Achi just towards the end there. Now they absolutely will go Baron.
No jungler on the field for TPA. Easy call for Fnatic here. There's no shockwave even for Morning, even if he could get there. Not a lot of threat. Huge win for Fnatic. Jay takes in this hook with the team not quite all in position. And even though they get the lockup here, the sustain, Soaz with the heals, able to back up the rest of the team. And the secondary engage here too. Bebe flashes over to get this one. And the tumble out, Morning only hitting one person with shockwave. Just such a disoriented fight here. TPA kind of looks like they rushed this one a little bit. They were stalling out really well, but they jumped the gun, and Fnatic made them pay for it. Fnatic extremely happy. They're relieved after that last team fight, because it was getting to look like TPA were mounting that comeback. They now have the Baron buff, though, and they could push with that.
Big turnaround for Fnatic, that fight. Now, started off, actually, by TPA going in.
Yeah.
Maybe a missed call there, who knows? They will have to analyze that one after this fight, and it could well have cost them the tournament. Fnatic now in the driving seat. Baron buff on and a gigantic gold advantage. It swung from just a 2,500 to what a nearly 8,000 gold differential, and of course the Baron buff stacked on top of that, the gold difference, which you can't really equate with that health regen it gives you.
Yeah, Fnatic extremely happy with the recent turn of events. Everybody's going back to purchase with all the rewards they just got, so that not only will they have the Baron buff over TPA, but they can actually use all this money, this huge gold lead that they do have, to bring about a tower siege where they can rely on some Baraka sustain, even though they don't have the best range for taking down a turret. LeBlanc actually is adept at poking you under the turret. She just has to put herself in a little bit dangerous situation. So Peke, he can do some harass, but he has to worry about Achi. Keep your eyes on Achi. If he's able to lock up Peke again, we've seen how that team fight will go afterwards.
Yeah, and Achi actually did complete his Rabadon's death cap after that fight. You can see him glistening blue there as he picks up a brilliant spot. There was actually a Void Staff picked up, and Fnatic looking to siege this one out. They've got the minion wave, and they should poke this turret down. No problem there. Fnatic in full control now. 4-2 up, and again, BB just getting poked out, and it does so much damage. Just a single wisp of a spell coming out from Peke in Bibi's direction, and it just knocks a chunk of his hit points off straight away.
Now this is an interesting situation for Fnatic, because they could go safe and take these outer turrets, which TPA will most likely not try and defend and get just some global gold and add that to the lead, or they can crack into the inhibitor turrets, which is what they really need, because they're worried about this game going super long and they want to be able to crack into the base. Looks like the first decision, they stay there for only one wave, and now deciding to rotate over for the easier goal.
The problem is they didn't really have a minion wave either. So,
it's a juke!
Oh, the juke from Fnatic! TPA, they finally realized they're quickly switching around. They realized they've not shown themselves in lane yet. Let's get back around to that mid lane. They're keeping them running a merry dance. They're hoping that someone is going to step out across there. Peke trying to see if he can sneak anyone out there. Instead, takes himself back.
I mean, it's a tough decision. Rightfully so, they're flipping back and forth. And Fnatic would love to get a pick rather than having to just siege up like that. If they can keep moving between top and mid and catch TPA moving to defend this outer turret, then that would even be the better situation. They don't have to siege up. They would definitely take that option. But so as recalling, he's got the teleport. He wants to catch all this money at the bottom wave while the rest of the team keeps pressure.
So that is old experienced heads, I feel, coming into this one, thinking we've got the Baron, we took it off the back of a good fight, but we're not that far ahead, as though that's what they're going to feel. They're looking at, all they can see is 12-10. They can look at the items. They have no idea that they're, what, nearly 10,000 gold in the lead. It won't feel that way to them at the moment after so many close fights. And wisely, they, as you mentioned, step away and make sure all of the waves are pushed up so they can keep some pressure on those turrets.
Now, look at the current state of the game. Very, very little ward coverage for TPA because they were bottled up inside their base when Fnatic have so much control. They weren't able to get any more wards down. All their wards expired, so the entire map is dark. Look at this. This is a very scary situation for them. They have to play against Peke, who's extremely fed right now. He has the trinity of AP items, plus another needlessly large rod. So if he finds anybody, then it's going to be doomed for them. And Fnatic would really love to play that game. They're going to try and strangle this entire map, take advantage of that vision.
Take every resource away from them. 15 seconds until Dragon's up. That's absolutely Fnatic's. You can see Cyanide already heading off there. He's going to take that one down. All of the jungle being stolen away from Taipei Assassins, just amounting to masses of gold heading Fnatic's way. Peke, he's off the side. He wants to find himself a kill. BB not having a bean of that at the moment. He steps out of that jungle, backed away, despite the fact he's got that Banshee's Veil on him now. He realizes he can get popped pretty quick. There is the Dragon for Fnatic.
Yeah, they want to play this as safe as possible, even with a 10k gold lead. Looking to take away every option from TPA. They might even wait the full timer for that Baron to come up. They don't have to siege up on one of these turrets. However, they've got a fairly tanky Leona in Yellowstar, and if they still see anybody out of position, they have the opportunity to immediately jump on them.
Reckless is fed nicely as well on this grade. You can see 6-1-2, 343 minions, the highest CS in the game so far. And actually, I would suspect probably getting close to the highest CS we've seen in the tournament so far as well. 12 standing kills. And as you see on your screen, it is a 12,000 gold lead. Fnatic get themselves in this position after a very good start, honestly, but a good turnaround from TPA to drag themselves back into it. But they have been caught out by this one. Fnatic using that vision advantage they have and sneaking in there and taking it without the minion wave.
And now they only have 1 more minute to wait for that Baron, so they will definitely go with this option. I do not see them sieging up an inhibitor turret. Since they have so much vision control, they can make TPA walk right into their hands. They've got the Soraka with the Rylai's. It's hard for TPA to go face checking and getting vision around Baron, because if they get close at all, as we said, Leona, Soraka's going to back anything up with slows, and they also have Peke, who's extremely fed. TPA are in a really tough spot right now. Not only do Fnatic come to the doors with a huge gold lead, but pretty soon, it's going to be the Baron.
So TPA desperately sweeping out their jungle, trying to get themselves a little glimpse in towards that Baron pit. Jay dares sneak in there. He's realized it. He just peeks around the corner and puts it in the river. That's as far as he dares go. And already that's going to get spotted out. Pink Ward goes down from Yellow Star. That will be the only vision that Taipei Assassins had of that pit. The timer will not be visible for them. They're ping on it. They know that's where they've got to go, but they're going in blind.
Yep, they're going to prey on TPA's anxious... Whoa, they're just actually going to face check here. TP from Soaz.
Sure, that's going to be a cocoon locking at wins, actually. They do the damage. Soaz teleports in, as you mentioned, but TPA actually got away lightly with that one, I feel, despite the fact they went in blind.
Yeah, bold move from them, and they are rewarded. They were able to get the TP out, so at least they've relieved the pressure of the split push. However, the Baron threat is still there.
They have no vision of that death push. Pink Ward actually going up just as they got locked up! Locked up, picked down! Nicely done by Taipei Assassin. Jay tries to capitalize, it's not quite enough, but that was an important pick, and it's by Apchi again locking him down.
I have to say that was just a pure mistake by Peke. When I said he can go for those harass, he has to keep his eyes on Achi. Remember, Achi, when he gets the jump on Peke, he can lock him up first. There's no hope for Peke. Yeah, I mean, look at his build there. He does not have any tenacity. He has nothing to get out of it.
This could be an inhibitor for Taipei Assassins. They take the inner turret down, and they're going to keep on sieging through. They have the minion wave with them, and they can just force Fnatic away from this inhibitor turret. It's going to crank it open. Reckless using his ultimate, trying to force them back, blow them back away from this one. The minion wave is down, but TPA are not done yet.
They are so happy with the way that went. That was pretty much the best possible outcome for TPA. Not only did they stop the Baron, get the teleport out, but they also got the kill on the main mid laner, and the middle turret already down below half HP. They're looking to get it before Peke revives, but the timer comes up.
Well, they put a good siege on, they got a good dent into that turret, but as you mentioned, Peke is back alive. Look at that, you can see in the top turret being worked down by the minions. Soaz is gonna have to go up and deal with that one. That's gonna delay. The Baron is up. I'm not too sure whether TPA want to start this one off. They're going to try and set a trap.
Ooh, a Baron bait of their own. I don't even if Fnatic think that TPA would do it. Now the ball comes out, and they're aware.
Well, the cocoon does land. The wards come in. Fnatic are going to try and set themselves a trap. It's a dangerous game, though, as has been already proven. Actually, again, with his ultimate back up, he can lock down Peke as well.
Real aggressive.
Way too deep, I feel, in this one. Solar Flare locking him down, but there's no damage to follow through because Reckless and Peke off on the side. Peke taking some beatings from wins there. Reckless also having to get away. That was the wish being used out by Soaz, and TPA are forcing Fnatic back here. They're going to back away from this one, but this is clearly a tense fight between these two teams. Fnatic do not feel they have any advantage whatsoever in these team fights.
Yeah, they're playing pretty scared right now. I have to say, though, BB's early defensive items definitely paying off for him there. The Banshees and the Hexdrinker. Now, though, Fnatic, with the recall of the jungler, they can disperse this down.
Oh, they've got to be careful they don't get caught in the pit by that shockwave. It is available. Morning's going to come in. Keeps a Rast down on towards him, but the Baron is coming. There's the shockwave. Morning getting locked up. The rest of the team locked, focused on towards him. Reckless comes in, gets himself the kill. Win with the void spikes, trying to keep them away. Jay has got his play back available, but he's going to get locked down. You cannot escape. 4 members of Fnatic with a Baron buff. Peke was keeping them busy at the side, and the crowd is absolutely loving the fact that Fnatic are back in the lead.
Fnatic win the waiting game around Baron, and they prey on the timings. TPA backing up without vision. Fnatic get the Baron buff, and they're looking to end the game on this push.
The stadium is erupting as is Achi. As Soaz moves in. Every move, every blow is being cheered on by this French home crowd. As Soaz manages to get himself the kill. This is going to feel so good for the Fnatic fans as they push on through for the win.
TPA almost had the comeback, but now Fnatic on the Nexus turret.
BB locked up, BB goes down, wins his focus, he gets dropped, he gets to the fountain, it doesn't matter, Fnatic are on the Nexus turret, they're gonna surely take one down, the second will fall, and Fnatic get through to the semi-final to face SK Telecom in the All-Stars Paris.
They pull it out, congratulations to Fnatic.
Fantastic scenes here in the Zenith. Fnatic, it's been a long time coming, honestly, the win. Finally, the home crowd fans do get one, and it does put them, all importantly, through to the semi-finals. It is against SK Telecom, the world champions, reigning world champions. It's going to be a tough feat for them, but by God, they had to work for that one.
They did indeed. Playing a little bit scared there. TPA showing signs of life. Getting a lot of good picks for themselves as well. But in the end, Fnatic control the Baron pit. Fnatic control the game.
It's gonna mean so much to them. Soaz, absolutely big cheers on his face, but you know there's tears in their eyes, bless him. He absolutely wanted a win here, no doubt about it. He'll be out to tell his friends, everybody is here. I'm absolutely certain they will have some family in the audience to come and watch them. And finally, they get themselves a win on the board. It's been a long time coming though, and despite the fact they were, what, 16,000, 17,000 gold up, they were not sure about those team fights.
Yeah, the threat of the comeback was really scary, even though they had such a massive gold lead. So, you know, they played it pretty safe, and in the end, it did pay off. That last bit of aggression from Peke really got the heart pumping there for a lot of the Fnatic fans.
Yeah, with Peke going down, that was like a, oh, have they done it? Have they done a throw? It's unbelievable, but it didn't happen because they managed to turn it around. And honestly, TPA, what could they have done? Could they have tweaked any advantage from that kill? Could they have forced the Baron fight? They did the right thing, I feel, to try and force and get that inhibitor turret down as quick as possible.
So they got a lot done going up mid, and then it was the second time where they went back to Baron around, and they did leave, I believe it was Achi teleporting back, but leaving Baron unattended at this stage in the game. There's so much damage on Fnatic, they can take it down that quickly.
Fantastic stuff. For more insight, though, we are going to head on over to the analyst desk with Quickshot and company for the final discussion.
Thank you very much, D-Man and Kobe. Fnatic do manage to take down the Taipei Assassins, and they will advance to the semi-finals, where, of course, they are going to be doing battle with SKT. I mean, exciting game, a little bit chaotic.
Well, the thing is, Fnatic, I think we can all agree here, they always know when to deliver. They're in the top 4. Probably one of the best teams in the world, in my opinion, now.
Yeah.
And I think
top 4 in the world.
So during the game, Monte Cristo in the start was like, TPA, yeah, I think they're going to win. But then they just turned around. Fnatic
It was top
all
lane
over
Soraka.
the place, man.
Top lane Soraka.
Euro.
Top lane
Know what to
Soraka.
pick, man. Top lane Soraka.
Yeah.
I actually do have to say that I think that in this particular instance, top lane Soraka was actually quite a good pick, because if you can silence the Lissandra, she's never going to get that ultimate off and you can just kill her.
Is SKT ready for top lane Soraka?
Not sure.
Hey, listen, Fisher called them
think
the best
they
team
are.
in the world. 1 and 3 in groups, and that's
Top
it.
4 team in the world.
Top 4 team. Touche. Well covered.
Well, we'll see how they do tomorrow. I mean, the last time they faced a mid-tier Korean team, they got crushed in the IEM finals. And actually, you know, we can really see the parallels between SKT and the KT Bullets, because they're actually kind of fighting it out for 7th and 8th place right now in Korea. When they get back, they'll actually have the 3rd place match, and it'll
Honestly,
be against each other.
I don't
so.
think they try hard in Korea. I think they save it for these international tournaments.
Yeah.
And that's what we see here.
For the real competition.
Yeah, for the real competition.
Exactly. You can actually show that they're very good. But so Fnatic right here, they played, I guess, the way I expected them to. Individually, they've remained strong. They make good, like, you know, 2-on-2, 3-on-3 sort of plays. I think their strategies were still a little weird, but I actually have a replay to show of their small skill decision making. If we can pull that up on your screen, it's a tower dive very early on in the game that gave them first blood. So before we start, I want to point out that they're basically ready to dive onto the turret, but notice that Yellow Star is one who's going to take aggro with this one, actually. He's going to make sure he's on Leona, he's got the Eclipse Shield and wanted to make that happen. And there's actually a misplay by Achi here, who actually casts his abilities too early. If we start the clip out, you're going to watch what happens here. So he roots early. There's no aggro on anyone. That turret's hitting a minion. Yellow Star gets the armor from Soraka, then flash stuns to pull aggro, and then Fnatic goes in. They coordinate that, make sure the tank pulls aggro when that fight starts, and then he just backs off with one turret shot to go, turns on the Eclipse Shield, goes back in. Once again, you're seeing now it's Soaz with aggro, flashes back at the last possible second. Their micromanagement right there is very strong. They put aggro on the right guys. They know when to leave. But that's kind of the limit of what's going well for them.
Now, I do want to talk about how the rest of the game played out. Fnatic continued to make those dives, continued to grab kills and play more aggressively, actually securing more objectives this time around, I feel, than the match earlier in the day. But sometimes they were over-aggressive. Sometimes they got caught out. Actually, a lot of times they got caught out. We're going to move quickly to the second replay. Deficio, talk us through this one as we pull it up onto your screens. And then let's just talk about Fnatic's stance in that mid to late game.
Well, so first of all, FLICKR here, he's of course going to be hooked in by Jace, so he's overextending a little bit. But it's actually more TPA I want to look at here in this fight, because this fight shows to me the issues for TPA. When it comes to individual play, especially in the team fights, they make some mistakes. So if you just roll the clip here, the hook is actually very good here, and obviously Archie, he wants to lock down FLICKR, but he flashes away, and instead he gets Yellow Star. So you just wasted one of your ultimates onto the support, a very tanky member. Following here, Fnatic now, they can continue to chase, continue to fight. Notice Morning coming up here as Orianna. The ball is on his head. Uses the ultimate. Only hits Soaz. I mean, your two main ultimates here are completely wasted, and that's why you lose the fight.
Yeah, and I don't want to be mocking Jay, but he died without using exhaust as well.
Yeah.
Even worse.
Well played, well played. All right, guys, we'll get back to this discussion. I believe the interview is actually ready. So let's throw this over to Shox, who is joined in the interview lounge by the winning team, Fnatic.
Thank you very much, Quick Shot. I'm joined here by FLICKR from Fnatic after that win versus the Taipei Assassins. FLICKR, first off, tell me about the mindset going into this game, because obviously you guys have not been doing well in this tournament up to now, and this was the last chance. So tell me about the strategy and how the team went into it.
Yeah, I think we were pretty positive about this game. We saw TPA playing, and they seemed to not be doing as good as other teams. So we were like, okay, we can still make it. We just have to play this game like we play the others, but try to do less throw later, and then it will work. We still did some throws, but it worked out anyways because we were really ahead these games. It was not like we were really close and then we throw and they just finish. So yeah, pretty much the mindset was like, let's just play like we did the other games and try to just be smart when it comes to team fighting and stuff.
Well, I'm not going to let you glance over it that quickly, because it was able that it went back in TPA's favor when you guys were around Baron, and Yellow Star talked about how confidence is a big issue for you guys throughout this, and then you go in and you die, and what does that do to you at that moment, and how do you keep the guys going, and okay, we can do this, we have to finish this out?
Yeah, it was, Lissandra reacted really fast. She had no ward where I was, so I didn't expect her to think I was there, and I used like double ultimate and see ultimate before I even land. Like I couldn't go back at all. So she was really fast, and after that, of course, I got nervous because it's like, okay, my team can defend Baron, but they can still push mid and maybe take inhibitor. Luckily, we were really ahead, so Grace could clear the waves. We had Soraka, so Elise could tank a bit and then get healed, and they were not able to even take the turret. And I had Hunger, so once I saw I had like 10 seconds left and my team was defending, I was like, okay, everything's fine. Let's just play it safer, super safer, and we still got this.
So everything is fine. You guys made it through, but that does mean tomorrow you guys meet SKT again in the semifinal. You put up a good game against them today, but something tells me that that wasn't maybe the full SKT that we're going to see tomorrow. What do you think in a best of 3 can you guys realistically do?
They are a really good team. The problem is all their players are really good and they make like almost no mistakes. Every mistake they make, they try to make up with doing something better somewhere else. And they are a really hard team to play against, but it depends. You never know how it can go. But today, at least, we did good versus them. We will see tomorrow. It depends a lot on the picks versus them, because normally they have really good picks. And this game, even though they had really good picks, they still wanted to show off the SKT Telecom skins, so it was not the best team comp they could get. That's why I think they couldn't do as much as if they had other setup.
So, a lot of people are shouting here for Fnatic the whole day and the whole tournament, actually. A lot of fans behind you. Is there anything you want to say to them? Anything you want to say about the event?
Yeah, the event is great. I didn't expect like so much support. I don't know, like we lost the first 3 games and still we got cheered like if we were winning all the games. So it feels really good after the games. Thank you guys.
Well, thank you very much, Pique, and good luck tomorrow versus SKT. Now we're going to pass it back over to the guys at the analyst desk.
Thank you very much, Shocks and Pique, of course, and also to the entire crowd. You guys are fantastic. Been blowing our minds all day. We were in the middle of a discussion. I do want to get some closing thoughts before we start wrapping up the day. The bullet points that we were summarizing: Fnatic overextending, overaggressive. It was backfiring on them, and it was great to hear Pique actually openly admitting, look, SKT were showing off a little bit and maybe not playing to the best of their ability, so to speak, but they still lost, and that's the scary thing.
Yeah, well, Pekka mentioned it would be about picks tomorrow. I don't actually think it would be a pick so much a strategy. In this game, we saw both these teams just didn't play it strategically correct. I mean, one instance for Fnatic, they didn't even Baron bait properly. They could have waited a lot longer, and they actually ended up losing a pick to TPA. Then TPA pushed in return. They could have easily tanked out that tower. I mean, they had 30% health left. They were late game. They were strong on a 5v4. They could have taken that inhibitor and maybe gotten back into the game. Thing is, if you give that much room for your opponent to punish your mistakes, they will. And SKT1 will not let that slide. They will immediately punish you for those mistakes. So I don't think it matters what they end up picking. SKT1 is just stronger strategically than Fnatic right now.
Yeah, I completely agree.
Completely agree, of course. Yeah, Fnatic, they beat TPA, but it wasn't pretty. And that's just the whole thing for Fnatic. Krepo said it just himself here. Had SKT been in a position to go up there, get the inhibitor, they would have done it. They would have taken it, got back in the game. TPA didn't do it. That's why TPA are now out of the tournament. Fnatic move on as the last seed. And honestly, as much as I hate to say to you, yes, Korea is better than Europe.
Yeah, well, I mean, we
What
know this.
Well, I tell you what, I think that's enough for now. Right, thank you very much for your insight, guys. I do think it is time to take a look at the standings to see how the teams stack up. Finishing at the top of the table is SKT TK1 with another perfect 4-0.
Next up, we have Cloud9 at 3 wins and 1 loss, and just behind them are OMG with 2 wins and 2 losses. They're followed by Fnatic, just barely making it into the semifinals at 1 win and 3 losses, and rounding out the bottom of the table are Taipei Assassins, finishing at 0 wins and 4 losses.
Yeah, of course, after our games today, we have our bracket completely filled in. So let's take a look. Facing off tomorrow in the first semi-final best of 3 will be Cloud9 and OMG. And following that will be SKT T1K playing against Fnatic in the second semi-final, with the winner of both series playing in the finals on Sunday, which will be a best of 5. Now, that all take place on Saturday, starting with another challenge match featuring the Pick 10 game, where the Ice and Fire teams must choose between the champions you voted on. And that will be followed by the 2 best of 3 semi-final matches in the All-Star Invitational. Now that all gets underway on Saturday at 1 p.m. Central European Summertime, which is 4 a.m. Pacific. I'd like to extend a special thanks to our guest analysts Monty and Krepo for joining us today. We will unfortunately have you back tomorrow. And now for myself, Deficio, Freak, Shocks, Jat, Joe, Kobe, D-Man, and the entire live broadcast crew. Thank you guys so much for watching, and we'll see you right back here tomorrow.
Super Mega Death Rocket coming across the map. It could be good. It could be good. Oh, so
So, very nice to be talking to you here today.
For the bottom lane goes down. Gio gonna get kicked out. They're gonna go straight in. He throws his bomb down. He's still alive. He might actually die. Faker's looking to maybe try and make the play. He's gone in. He's gone for Cyanide. He wants to try and pop him down. Maybe enough. He gets Cyanide down before the Baron drops. The Baron is so low. It's going to get stolen away by Faker. This is tragic for Fnatic. Pekka is going to get dropped there. What sublime play by the Season 3 World Champions.